Well. Welcome back, everyone.
I know. Hello and welcome. How we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good after last night.
I know. Well,
pretty good for this matchup today.
I'm telling you, it is going to be an excellent matchup that we have here coming for you guys at UEL. We've got Karma versus the Buus.
Karma versus Buus. This is another really exciting matchup that I know people look forward to every season. And it's finally here. It's only happening once this season, until the playoffs at least, which we don't know how that's going to go. So, oh man, I'm ready. I'm so ready for this.
Spot on. This is indeed the finals rematch from last season, and everybody has. I've had this game circled on my calendar, which is why I'm definitely here. So, we're going to see some high-level competition here. It should be nip and tuck. It's going to be an excellent game. Two teams with excellent track record. I'm looking forward to it. Smack dab right in the middle. And we got the first wheel spin going right here. What do you think it's going to be?
Well, boy, I'm feeling some sort of league, but it's not going to be any sort of league.
Guilty Gear Strive.
Ooh. So, Buus have Mordecai. That's all I got to say.
The Buus do have Mordecai.
They do have Billy as well. Let's get
This is going to be a tough one because we're really looking at Phoenix and LJ here more than likely to carry it all the way through. Who do you think they put in for the third?
Either Doomsday or Electric, seeing as they don't cover as many 1v1 games.
Right.
Probably Doomsday, honestly, because I know Electric has like some experience with like UFC and stuff like that, and some experience is better than no experience. But Mordecai being a good friend of Dingus Punch, we know how Dingus is in this game.
Yes. Dingus speaks very highly of Mordecai, so I'm going to be very interested to see how this matchup goes down and whether or not they're going to have Mordecai anchor or go straight ahead, because Scance is also a very strong fighting game player.
Oh, absolutely, and we've seen Billy in Strive as well with his Nago. He does some work. He does some work in this game.
We actually do have a specialist coming in here for Guilty Gear, and I'm okay with him popping in.
I was gonna say, you want me to go? You want to go?
I think I'll handle this one right here. I'll handle this one.
Right, so
I would love it. It is definitely a Ravens takeover right here, and we have our very own Dingus Punch, the aforementioned, joining the stream.
Best Guilty Gear player hopping in.
There we go. I was just about to say I've heard some say he's top 3, and he says he's not 3 or 2. So I don't know about that. Past the Herbs and Mordecai. Hey, well, I don't know. Past the Herbs and Mordecai is saying something. I respect it though.
Who said it, Herb?
Hey man, I said I'm just starting stuff, man. It's more fun this way.
It's funny. So this is first game. Oh, that's really interesting because they get full lineups on both sides. I don't know who Karma puts in besides like LJ is very obvious.
Right.
I imagine they put in Phoenix because I think Phoenix touches most of their fighters at some point. But I think the third is I don't have any idea who they put in.
Right, and that's what Wonku and I were just discussing. It seems to me as if it'll be a pretty easy 3 that they put in for this right here. I'm sure the Buus want to start off strong. So Mordecai, Scance, and Billy will definitely go in for this, being as to how Labamba is more of a shooter. And RPG is definitely one of the stronger racers already as a rookie, just coming in, showing his expertise in that field. As for Karma, I believe it's definitely LJ and Phoenix, and then they'll probably throw in Electric, to be quite honest with you, or maybe Spicy. At this point, I think it's who can press buttons faster, and that's not what you want to do in Strive. Not against somebody who can really exploit.
Yeah, especially since there's like the counter hit mechanic is just slows down everything and gives you way more damage off of like any hit at all. Especially since they added counter hits off like light moves.
Right.
So anyone who's just like kind of pressing buttons, not really thinking about it, is going to get destroyed. I guess. Oh.
I was about to say, and there we go. I don't think that they forfeit this because they do have LJ and Phoenix, so this will act as practice no matter how you look at it. And it's not as though they can't beat the boot. It'll just be very tough. I would assume that LJ would have to put on his strongest performance in his game that he's displayed so far.
Oh, they didn't even put in Billy. They don't need him.
Wow, they said LeBron. Well, that was a smart play. I understand. They're essentially going to rely on Mordecai and Scance.
Oh yeah, for sure. Scance was I was surprised. Scance is pretty good. Scans is definitely up there. Honestly think if Scans like played it well, or if Mordecai played it well, they could just wipe the entire team with their two stocks.
So I don't know that they'd wipe the entire team because I do like LJ. LJ isn't quite on their level just yet in Guilty Gear, but he is a very adaptive fighter, and as long as he's been touching the game, I know he's gotten better. So I would say that this first game is probably going to go to the Buus, if I had to guess. But it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one, no matter how we look at it.
I'm excited to see this.
So we've got a Valentine versus a Bridget here. We will let you guys know who is who coming up.
I'm going to guess that the Ram is Phoenix.
You think so?
I'm gonna guess
knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves,
Oh,
they blame
so
the
no. So the Buus would be
Duel 1.
who's a Ram.
yes. Buus are player 1. Oh well.
Oh,
That was a good game.
play Bridget.
So we've got seemingly Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix right here coming in for Karma to start, and we've got La Bamba starting for the Buus. So definitely starting off with a stronger fighting game player for.
Yeah, I guess they want a strong point to try and take as many stocks as fast as possible.
Right. Especially since they didn't put Billy in, and right now it looks like we're getting some pretty even play. There we go.
Seeing that the player probably doesn't have like too many combos, doing like very basic little Gatlings, like 1-2s, but
Right.
they are trading pretty well with the Ram. They're playing like the neutral pretty slow and they're being a little observant. They're taking advantage of the character's high speed.
Woo! And it, you know, surprisingly, like I can tell La Bamba's actually been practicing because he was not this good at this game prior. I have to give a lot of credit to La Bamba. That's probably why he wanted to go in. Probably Billy making sure that everybody's well versed. He's been running these tight 5-man lineups, and you can see why now.
Oh yeah, he's keeping up. He did keep it close that first round. I think it's just a matter of like thinking about how he plays here. I don't think he understands the matchup completely well, but like he did just kind of play his character right for most of it.
Right.
Just at those points where he kind of throws himself in, he's like risking a lot for it.
Exactly, because he's not finishing off with the combos, so he's coming in pretty much not all or nothing, but he's definitely leaving himself exposed enough. So up to excellent.
Both players not using the burst.
There we go.
Obama not using meter. Got him sitting on 100 meter. He used it well last round.
Oh, and he gets countered right here.
Oh,
good counter for Phoenix.
Combo. He
This is-
almost had it.
Let's see if La Bamba gets very defensive here, or if he goes for it. He's using that dash in for good pressure, but he's not really executing on the finish. Excellent anti-air. Excellent
Way
counter.
too scared to use 2H as an E-tier when I play this game because it's kind of slow compared to most characters' 6Ps. But I mean it's bigger, so it works in situations like that. It's actually really good to get it.
There we go. And Phoenix starting off strong here. Phoenix somewhat downloading, and this is to be expected from Phoenix. You know, he is a fighting game player here in the league who has shown the ability to adapt pretty well. You know, so I like what I'm seeing. Both players adapting, and I think honestly this is probably the right skill level matchup for both of them.
It's okay. He's got positive bonus, so he's gonna be getting that meter back pretty quickly. Went out really slow. Probably didn't think
very-
that it was gonna blow up.
Very good.
They were right. We got Buus take the first game, I guess. First pair of stocks.
Yeah,
Oh, they're putting in LJ second.
right, and just for the viewers to know, we do play 4 stocks here, so it is you have 2 stocks. So if you lose 1 life in the previous battle, even if you win it, you only have 1 life for the next round. So if La Bamba here loses his stock, he is out. It just takes 1 life on him.
So is it LJ or is it Bridget putting him first?
So it
Oh,
that's
nice
not spicy.
play.
That's electric.
Electric,
And
sorry.
electric is playing. They are going to have LJ anchor, which is honestly is the smart thing to do. You put your weaker player in the middle with 1 life and hope that they can just kind of spam something out. Unless electric has been practicing.
I guess we'll see. I have my doubts. I think they're counting on LJ here. But we'll see. I don't want to count Electric out yet.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Warmed up in the matchup.
Yeah, I think this one is gonna go to La Bamba. You can tell that Electric is trying to figure out what to block already, even though he just saw it. So it kind of speaks to his game knowledge and character matchup. Because he's getting hit with the same entry move.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have the same. Oh, never mind. He is getting some anti-air moves. I don't know if he's just pressing that button randomly, but he did get a really good anti-air in on that air dash.
I believe that LJ might have coached him into that.
I don't doubt it. I see him talking to him almost the whole time.
Next gonna start with pressure again.
Oh yeah, he's really taking advantage of those jump ins. With Electric not really consistently like making him scared to jump in. He's just taking advantage of the damage that. Yeah, he's doing it again and again and again.
Electric is not understanding that that first hit is a high, so he has to block high first, then come back with the lows later. It's probably a 2-hit string right there, if I'm not mistaken, from my knowledge.
Goody, we get to see LJ now.
So can LJ? Well, they haven't gotten past La Bamba yet.
Yeah.
So LJ has to take 1 life here.
And he gets the chance to play Scans and Mordecai. I don't think he can't do it. I think it's hard. I think it's really hard for him to be both of them. Scans and Mordecai are both consistent and pretty strong players.
Right. And that's going to be a lot. Now, see, I don't know. I seem to remember somebody 3-0ing somebody, a different team, when they only had 1 life left. So I know it can be done. Would you happen to know anything about that, Dingus?
I wouldn't know. I don't think I'm that good that I'd be able to 3-0 an entire team, which is 1 or 2 stocks. But I think it's definitely possible from a player like LJ. I think like when a player starts to kind of get into flow, they definitely have that opportunity. Like a player like LJ.
Well,
we have to see if he can.
We'll see if he can. It seems like he's already come off to a good start.
He knows he's the more knowledgeable player. So
for sure.
Going in.
He's already used his burst too, something that we didn't see from the last matches.
This is a high damage game. Like if you play it a little irresponsibly,
it's over. It can be over very quickly. I know from experience. Those online lobbies are no joke. Oh, good bird.
Oh, it doesn't get a wall break. Counter it? It does not capitalize off the counter hit. He had a lot of meters, so he might have been able to actually kill him off of that counter hit.
There we go. And just to remind you, Dingus, you did do that.
Yeah.
You definitely did that.
I was pretending.
Yeah, you can pretend all you want, but I'll let the world know that you definitely 3-0'd people with 1 stock left, with 2 stocks. So it can be done, and I would love to see LJ bring this down to Mordecai. Oh, is Mordecai going in second? Ooh, that's dangerous.
I mean, I guess when it comes to Mordecai and Scans, I'd say they're about like, really close. I can't really say who's better or not. I think it would depend. I'd have to see like them play more. I've played plenty with Mordecai, so I know that he is good. On a good day, he beats me.
Right, and I was saying it's dangerous for Karma. I think.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking that Mordecai was going to be the anchor, not the second. So
yeah, I think either of them works well as an anchor here. They're both strong, and I think together they kind of make up the anchor. Scans and Mordecai. I think the both of them, you can kind of just count them as a bigger anchor because like you can put either one in second or third. It doesn't make too much of a difference. They're both really strong players, and if you put them on the latter end, they will clean up.
I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Well, let's see LJ fight and struggle to get this first point for Karma today. Seeing their lineup, I think they kind of need it. Still a scary lineup, but Buus got a really scary one. Okay. Back. He's Mordecai still got his burst, which is really good resource to have, especially on this character when the character chip gets blown up so quickly that having the burst as like your second life is so important. So it's great that in that little exchange at the beginning he held on to his burst.
Right, and Chip having that just low health, right? His mix-up game is ridiculous, but if you have one slip up and you get caught in a combo, it could be over.
It's
So
also great for him to get that meter there from the gold burst. Having meter on Chip makes this character impossible to deal with as long as he keeps building his meter.
Right.
Oh my god, he loves dropping that combo. It's why he does it all the time.
and let's see if LJ can clutch this out right here. No,
Oh,
and
run up
nice.
jab.
And now that now that we see that Chip is who Mordecai's running with, it does make sense to have Scans as the anchor here. Because if Chip were to be taken out, he has low health. You don't want somebody with that low health being the anchor. It's too nerve-wracking.
It is a little risky. Ooh.
Excellent grab. And this is what I really like about LJ. He is so adaptive. So he might not have known the matchup, but you look right there, he's already like, okay, fine. Like, I see how you're playing right here, and I'm going to go and make the changes and adapt right to it. And that's what makes LJ such a dangerous fighter in the league. Here we go.
I hate that little time where they're just feeling each other out. And spaghetti.
Right. And
Oh my
it
God,
looks
gets
as
the
though,
jump it with the DP.
wow, LJ coming in strong and showing everybody exactly why he's such a dangerous fighter.
Still got his burst on Chip though. Oh my God.
Wow, LJ, talk about downloading. Now, it's LJ versus Scans here in Guilty Gear.
I think Scans wins.
I think Scans wins, but
Especially since LJ is only working with one round. Like, Mordecai definitely did his job there. He got around at least. I think that, like, I think if Scans wasn't there and he was playing a little sweatier, I think it would have gone a little differently. But I think he knows that Scans can definitely clean up one round, especially with his character pick being Zato most of the time.
Right.
That character is very, very, it's a very knowledge-heavy character. If you don't put in the time to play against that character and research that character, you get stomped because he's got so many setups that leave it like just bait you, and you have to respect it. You sit there for like 15 seconds just sitting there respecting the Zato if he's got meter, and if you don't know that, then you get blown up for it.
exactly. And the crazy part about it is, for me, is I wouldn't be so lax if I was Mordecai. Just because you have somebody there, I say it all the time, you don't play with your food. You play with your food, it typically doesn't go well. It starts to spoil, you know? So we'll see here. For all we know, LJ has practiced this and he does know the matchup. So I'm hoping to see LJ at least take the first round, and then we get something very interesting, right? Because this was definitely a booze heavy game in terms of lineup, and it being the first game having full rotation.
Yeah, I guess in a way though they kind of net a bit of a safety net because they left out really good next game. So if they can cash in on this, that'd be really big for Buus too.
It also depends on what game is going to come up next, right? So, let's see.
That fly to get in, I think, yeah, a little too predictable there. His fly is good, but not just for his air dash.
Wow, look at LJ here. Look at LJ. Look at LJ, and he breaks the wall.
Good jabs. Zato's jab is so good. There it is. There it is. He's using his flow correctly there. He's making like variable air approaches, which is like really important for a character.
LJ over here using the flawless guard, making sure he doesn't take damage. I like LJ's fighting game intelligence. He knows.
Oh, good oppose.
Wow.
Actually, pretty much killed here. He's gonna hit there. He's gonna reset Eddie. Eddie gets an OP.
Oh,
That was a good YRC. He's got no Eddie.
We've got a close one coming down here. Oh, good grab.
Oh, you can.
LJ. Okay.
He's fighting back. It's his last round. His last round.
This is the last round for both teams. Who's going to clutch this out? LJ relying on the flawless defense there. LJ starting to feel the pressure.
Bait.
Ow.
Eddie behind the dust. Scary. Yep. He's playing the game he needs to. He's playing ground game with Zato, which is really important. Gets his burst. Wants to skip him. Gets Eddie in front of him.
Very
It's
interesting.
frog.
Good, excellent grab. And LJ's slipping right here. Scans also.
Going.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Get positive bonus off of this. He's gonna just rush him down with Eddie. Grabs. He's got to play this careful. Good job.
Wow,
Okay, secure.
excellent, excellent close from Scans. That was
I was really scared after he pretty much just threw away that first round, jumping in over and over again.
Right, and
But he played that second round really, really well.
as some would like to say, download complete. That was an excellent start to it. Let's see what we got spinning up here next. What do you think it'll be, Dingus?
Need for Speed. Okay.
2K. This is gonna be fun for me. I love this game, and I'm going to be very curious to see. I don't think either team forfeits this, but I can also tell you right now, Rick Fokai will go in for sure for Karma, so they have to play Spicy and Doomsday. Spicy is decent in sports game. I don't know too much information on Doomsday as a sports game player, especially something like 2K. So definitely Electric and Fokai. So I would lean towards Karma here. Karma should get their first win. For the Buus, it'll definitely be Billy, RPG. The Buus are not bad at. They're not bad at 2K as well. They've used a Larry Bird out here, which is a high skill level character to know how to use. I'd say they probably put in Scanton, Mordecai on top of those two. So
You think they put in La Bamba? I feel like La Bamba plays sports games, right?
I'm
I'm not sure though. I know they do play some gamey games. Buus are kind of like us. They play a lot of gamey games.
yeah, they're wily. They're definitely wild. They're definitely a tough team. Definitely somebody to, definitely a team to keep an eye on. And I don't know. I would still definitely lean towards Karma in this situation. With these lineups and who they have available, I would definitely lean towards Karma. It'll, in my opinion, basically be a 2v2 because Billy gets good enough at most games. So
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard Billy's pretty good at like pretty much every game at this point. He can at least fill and like be a strong player in
Right.
almost every game. So
right, he's one of the few players where it's like just about every game he's at least mid-level or above.
it's exciting to see if their choice to leave out Billy pays off because it already did well. They got the point, which is already kind of the cutoff for doing well in that, and especially since they put in Billy, like they can net so much more reward if Billy can do really well in 2K here.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting. And just for those who are unaware and joining the stream, thank you very much for joining. 2K is a 4v4, so both teams will send in their best 4 representatives here. And for those who are also new to the channel, the way this is set up, we have 4 timeouts for both teams. 2 timeouts must be used before the half, otherwise they are null and void and do not carry over into the second half. In the second half, you get 2 timeouts to start, but you may use all 4 timeouts in the first half. So there we are. How you feeling so far? What are you thinking about the matchup overall?
Overall, like the match today.
Yeah.
I'm honestly super excited to see it. That's part of why I came out. I came out because I wanted to hang out with Mordecai for a bit, but I also think that is going to be a really exciting match to just watch in general. I think that, you know, since Karma has been a little bit on the back foot compared to what they normally are, this could really be a good chance for Buus to put them behind in the season pretty much permanently. So, like, you know, before they get a lot of good players coming back in, they can kind of take advantage of that, put their score back a little bit more, and get a really good win under their belt for the season.
Right, and it's crazy because a lot of people are kind of looking at Karma in that sense, but this lineup I'm looking at is still very dangerous, and that's what makes Karma so scary, right? That's what makes Karma such a good team, is they do have the depth, right? So this is not by any means a gimme for the Buus. I think it's going to be an excellent, highly contested match, and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, they got to work hard. Buus and Karma both got to work hard here, and that's like what makes a good match, I think.
Yes, it'll work hard. I will definitely have some critiques for the gameplay, so stay in tune for that. But we shall see. Like, we got 2 more minutes left on this setup timer. Let's see what they're thinking, what they're doing. Gut feeling tells me Karma will win. So, ooh.
Okay, well I'm a bet on
Wow.
Buus.
Wow, I did not expect that. I did not expect Phoenix to go in instead of Electric. That's interesting. I'm wondering what the play is there. They're probably thinking ahead, but
Maybe Phoenix is better.
yeah, I mean, from what I
Maybe.
saw, sure, maybe there is a maybe out there.
Like, I think last time I saw them play 2K, they put in Phoenix. So Maybe he is kind of good. Maybe he's been playing it.
I mean, he's been playing it. I know he has, but I mean, we won last time we played them in 2K. So I'll tell you right now, for me, the sports category is not Karma's strong suit.
Oh, for sure.
But they are definitely strong enough to win.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. Like when they play against some of the teams who do not perform as well overall, they still kind of lose games to them in a lot of sports games. Anything in the sports category is kind of up for grabs against Karma half the time. Looking at the data, it makes it like it's just a bad spot on their spreadsheet. You can see it. There's just a lot of red. There's like way more losses there than on any other category, and it makes it kind of rough for them to be losing these games.
Right, and it's interesting because it's like if you look at it, you're like, okay, well, how can we attack a team's weakness? And I can't quite call sports a weakness for Karma, right? They're a well-rounded team, but it's definitely not their strong suit. They thrive off of strategy and shooters, and they have enough fighting game prowess to beat a good amount of the teams in the league, right? Obviously, with us, it's back and forth, and they do struggle to some extent in the fighting game category. But I mean, we've seen it in the past. Like LJ is super strong in Skullgirls, although not on the wheel currently. It just shows to the fighting acumen, and you could see that some of that carried over to Guilty Gear and the way he adapted. And that's really what fighting games come down to, adaptation, right? So with that being said, this will be a very interesting matchup. So I can tell you guys right now, I already know who is on the left side. That is 100% the Buus. They play with Larry Bird. That seems like a Billy the Goat play to me. Somebody that knows his basketball stuff. And Karma, being a bunch of young kids, are going with current players, LeBron, Steph. So very interesting for me to watch.
Makes Bird a weird pick.
Well, Larry Bird is a shooter supreme, and he's got a nasty fadeaway. He's not very fast. He does have decent defense, so in order to use him, you have to be pretty good at the game, because you have to know how to, have some post fadeaways, how to spot up three, spot up shoot. So, and with him not being that fast, he is kind of easy to catch up with defensively. So that's why I look at it. I'm like, anybody who uses somebody like that is using a high skill level player. Yes, his rating is high, but you have to know how to use him and the way he moves.
Do you think that he's going to be able to take advantage of the new settings we have this season, as opposed to last season being easier settings? I think it's set to easy mode, right?
Honestly, it still is. It's still on pro, so pro difficulty makes it easier to score. I will say in this 2K it is much slower and a much bigger skill gap. So I don't think it'll be easier per se, right? Because a lot of it is the shooting in this is good. It's actually well balanced, but it's not easy. It just makes sure that you have to play the game, right? And you have to. And honestly, I think they might be able to cancel out Bird because I believe Giannis is going to be matched up with him. So if that's the case, I'm definitely leaning towards Karma because Giannis will swallow Bird alive.
I wonder if that's the case, if they're going to be able to come up with a strategy to sort of go around that.
Yes, it would involve a lot of screens, a lot of teamwork, and I don't know that the Buus have that level of it, especially when we played them, right? We beat them because I saw what they were doing, so it'll be interesting. It's going to take screens, and right here we've got Giannis running around, and that's what I'm saying. So if you notice, the Buus completely missed Bird twice. So that's going to be a make right there. If the Giannis does not know how to play defense, then that Bird will eat. If the Giannis knows how to play any sort of defense, it's going to be a really tough game for the Buus to win.
And Buus are in white, black here.
The Buus are in black.
Okay.
So right here we've got Rick Fokai just dribbling back and forth, something you can't do in this game because it uses too much of your meter. If everybody notices, there are two different stamina bars at the bottom, and the 3 bars are for your big movements, i.e. your right trigger sprinting moves and or your skill moves. So crossovers, step backs, they take bigger meter from that standpoint. And there we go. We've got a 2-point lead for the Buus. Honestly, they're playing a little rough. Like this right here, you can't just do that all day. Dribble around, dribble around, dribble around. You just can't do it. And he has to catch that. Yeah, no, that was not good. So even on pro, right, you can tell not every shot's going to go in, but they're definitely going to go in more frequency, especially shots in the paint, especially. So right now, the Buus have jumped off to a 3-0 lead, and it looks like they don't have anybody to defend. They don't know how to defend.
The defense is looking rough, and when they're going on offense,
that's
exactly
a good shot.
They're like moving the ball around too much. They're not really getting it up quickly.
Buus are black? Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I know. I got it.
You said yeah.
Yeah, I got it down. So right here, I'm going to tell you guys, whoever is controlling Giannis for Karma is going to kill them. This is not what you want to do with Larry Bird. Larry Bird will stand in the corner and flick threes, and they will go in with ease. So it's really, I'll tell you right now, it's going to come down to Giannis versus Bird defensively. That is the big reason why you use Giannis in this game, is for the defensive boost. He is a paint scorer. He is very dominant, but it's kind of tricky, especially when you have somebody like Kareem on the other end. He can kind of cancel out what Giannis' strong suits are because he can't shoot. And right now we have Jordan being guarded by Curry, so that was a big mismatch.
Ooh.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Billy is using Larry Bird. And Billy will eat them alive if this is the case. And that's a big miss. Like, that was wide open with Steph Curry. You got to hit that. You got to. Come on now, Rick Folke. You're a sports game player. You gotta knock those down. That's a foul. Stop momentum right there. Not bad. No. And he's going to bull and China shop it here. Everybody else except for Billy, like right here, this Giannis is going to get them killed, like I said.
Oh,
He got lucky.
A little lost.
He's just running sideline to sideline and chasing the ball. So, and you technically you can't do that with Giannis, but you have to have so much awareness. And in this case, it's not really worth it because Bird is really only going to hurt you shooting. So if they can take Bird out of this game, Karma will win.
Yeah, because it's like, I guess if you mark him, it's not only like, oh, it makes it way harder for him to shoot, but it's also just like the elimination of an option.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes it so that you can kind of narrow in and see what they're going to do.
Yeah, because okay, that's a good shot. Now see, Jordan made the three right there, but Jordan's big boost in this game is the mid range. So that's why it's so reliant. Blacktop especially, like those threes are everything. So you take out Bird and then force everybody else to be good, basically.
Like in Blacktop, the threes are 2 points, right?
Yes.
Like twice as much as 1 point. Like the regular score is
worth
a lot.
And that's pretty much the goal in Blacktop. You want to eliminate the opposing team's 3-point threat. And this will be interesting because honestly, outside of Bird, the Buus have nobody who's going to be able to shoot. So it's going to be a lot of paint crashing. And it's the same thing for Karma. Like right there, as I would have dumped it into Shaq on that initial screen. Here there's nothing to do except for Shaq to set a screen. Hopefully he gets open, and he's going to take that. Hopefully it goes in. But it was a bad shot if I'm being 100% honest. If he was wide open, it would have gone in. But just advent, yeah, see? And there you go. That's the other thing. Players who are playing 2K, as your stamina goes down, the shots get even slower. So your timing, rhythm, momentum, everything gets affected. And that's what happened right there on Jordan's shot. So they're going to bull and China shop this and go straight to the paint.
Looks like Karma's learning a bit here. They're kind of getting a little bit better on defense, I feel like. They're making it a little harder to just run in.
Right. The Giannis is still lost. That's a bad shot from Rick Folke. It's a good shot if you make it, but it's a bad shot because he had time. Like, why rush that? Karma definitely has learned, but I'll tell you right now that Giannis doesn't know how to play defense still. All he has to do is left trigger and hold the right stick in and just stay around Larry Bird, and you've pretty much nullified what the Buus will do to you. Because everybody else here, if you notice, is just trying to get in the paint, which is fine, but that LeBron right here, whoever's controlling him, is completely out of stamina because he's just had his finger on the right trigger the whole time. So not only is he cold, but he's useless energy-wise. So the other LeBron is going to outpace him. So it's going to make it easier to block his shots. Like, he's still going to be effective, but it's going to make it easier to block his shots, easier for him to miss. And that's why stamina management in this year is so much better. I actually love the fact that 2K did that because it eliminates some of the cheese and ups the skill level. Like right here, that was very patient from Billy to not shoot with Bird. If he was a worse player, he would have shot that. See, the Giannis just let him shoot. He closed out, but didn't click Y to try and block the shot or hold up on the right stick to contest the shot. He's gonna shoot. It might go in. Yeah, might. That was a closeout, so that lowers the percentage. The closeouts lower the percentage that the shot will go in, even if it's a good shot. Yes. So the closer a defender is, the more they will affect the shot, even if you have a good shooter, which is very akin to real life. That's what it is. So yeah, I see right there. Rick Fokai wasn't even thinking about it. He could have shot. If I was Karma, that's what I would do right there. I would just keep dumping it into Shaq. It seems as though the Buus big man doesn't really know how to defend that well. He gets lost very easily. And there you go. That's Giannis's fault. What did I say?
I guess they're both like operating on very similar team structures here, with their defender, like their main, their big man being a kind of, it's kind of harder for them to keep up than with like the rest of the players.
Right.
So both of them are operating on like really similar sort of team structures unintentionally here.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. Like right there, you see how Steph got stripped? His stamina. You're dribbling too much, Rick Foki. Yeah, so, and that's exactly what it is. Like Rick Foki had 3 shots right there. He didn't take not one of them. So he's not even expecting. He's not used to how the game's moving for whatever reason. And you're right. It's essentially it's no different than what we see in the fighting games, right? So for instance, in that Guilty Gear matchup, that's what it is. There, you have 2 electrics, players that aren't necessarily Guilty Gear players. You have 2 players here that aren't necessarily 2K players. And realistically speaking, Billy plays, but I don't think he plays 2K, right? He just got good at it, good enough. Bingo. You know what?
That was a good shot.
Billy's making me eat my words here. The Buus are going to take this. The Buus are going to take this. Rick Fokai's getting a little desperate now. He's trying to find space. This LeBron is going to hold the right trigger and run into the paint. And they've got Jordan guarding right here. See, Fokai, you had another shot.
Yeah, he could have been.
But I will give him patience for letting Shaq cut to the rim. If he is adapting and saying that he hasn't been hitting his shots with Steph, so he's not trying to rush anything because he did take some bad shots earlier. So it's made him hesitant, right? And here we go. That's a free dunk.
Nice.
But right there, you can see the skill level. They would have dunked that a lot sooner. You got LeBron going to the rim. That's going to be something crazy if you know what to do. Yep. Stalemated. Pass it back to Steph. There you go. Get your screen going. Screen again. That might go in. No, that might go in, yeah. I could tell. See, that was a Steph step back. So even though he was being closed out on and didn't quite green it, it is still on pro. And that's a shot Steph would make in real life. So I was like, okay, that has a good shot at going in. With Steph, you have to pretty much be right up on him the whole time. No way. That should have. Now, see, that should have gone in. I'm not going to lie. That should have gone in. No, he was wide open. Now, see, that was a pass out because he got scared, which was a smart thing. They missed Steph wide open in the corner. Steph's open again. Oh, my God. I don't trust that. LeBron's shot is not something to be trusted in blacktop. It'll go in every once in a while, but let's see. Let's see what they do here. Bull and China shot. Good foul. That's smart. You don't really get a penalty in this game for fouling in blacktop, so sometimes it just makes sense to smash that X button because you might get a steal. Let's see what they do here. That's a big mismatch, so Jordan should just back down Steph in the paint, but they don't know that. That's not going in. That's a big board, though. Yep. See, the Giannis is now doing better, but still leaving him wide open. He has to hold up or back on the right stick just to contest it, to make it more difficult.
I think he's like overshooting a lot too when he does try to follow.
Yes.
By the time he like finally gets there, he's running so fast that he overshoots and the person's turned around and gone somewhere else.
Exactly. That should be good. Oh, you got to be better. You got to green that one. And you're playing with the shot meter. So good block.
That was a good block.
push. If they can get, nope, that's the wrong time to pass to Steph. They should have let Steph relocate to the corner, but he made something happen there. So Karma down 5. Buus really just need a 3 and a 1 to win right here. If they keep playing defense, like you see right here, the Giannis is doing a better job just staying near him. So it did make things a lot harder for them. So they're searching right now, right? But if you look, oh yeah, now see, even if they give it to Bird, he probably won't make the shot because his meter is down. See, oh wow. So yeah, so that time he made it because he's on fire, and he's been cooking him all game. So even though he was out of meter, it's like I'm just feeling it, you know. So that's what you get. If he had played defense like that earlier in the game, that wouldn't have been the case. But as we can see here, the Buus just need one more point. Starting off super strong here. Great defense.
So much pressure on him there right now. You literally like just see it
Yep.
flat out. The pressure.
And that's the stamina. That's the stamina bar. The second you see that out, the player will. Yep. Don't make mistakes. See, and that's just some blacktop craziness. Ball entered in from below. Crazy.
I didn't even know you could do that in this game.
You know, the more I play this game, the more I'm like, wow, they got a lot of good things right in this game. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. Right now, Rick Fokai is just searching and searching. So they're gonna try and claw their way back in with ones. It's gonna be really difficult. The opposing team has meter. Their badges on, so they're gonna be a lot harder to stop. Like that.
Oh yeah, they just wanted a point. They just went for it. I mean, they had points to trade there. They could have given up to like 6 points there.
That's right. That would have been.
They just went for those shots. It's a good
Exactly.
way to close it out.
The Buus starting off very strong. I was very impressed by that.
That's 2 games lead. That's so good.
2 games we've been about what 36 minutes in so far. DNF duel.
Ooh. I don't know where LJ's at in this game. Mordecai's out. You can't play this game, even if he did. Even if he did play even if he did practice this game, he's not an option. But they have Scans, and I think Scans has been touching this game, right? I think I heard that he's been playing it.
Right.
So
Scans is a fighting game player at his core, so anything that's a fighting game that pops up on the wheel, I can just assume that he's touched. So we're more than likely seeing LJ versus Scans here, and it'll be a really good matchup. I think I will definitely edge this one out to LJ. I will give this one to LJ, and I think Karma gets their first point on the board. I did think it would be 2K because I was putting faith in Rick Fokai, but it just didn't shake out that way.
Oh, this is gonna be. I think this is gonna be really exciting because both of these players win their DNF games. Both of them win their DNF games because a lot of them have played teams that are a little bit like weaker in fighters and stuff like that. So I just love seeing good fighting game players play each other when the game comes up on rotation, especially since I don't know where to gauge these 2 players quite yet, since I haven't played either of them and I haven't seen them play against other strong DNF players yet. So this is like really, really exciting to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what we love in general whenever we just get strong matchups across the board, right? We get 2 teams that are strong in one game, and then they go head to head, they duke it out, and let the best team win, right? To the victor goes the spoils.
Do you remember by any chance who each player plays? We did get Scans and LJ, but I have no idea who they play, and I honestly have trouble keeping up with the names in this game.
Yeah, so I don't remember who they play exactly. We're just gonna have to find out.
We can't even say the guy with the guns and the sword. There's 3 of them in this game. There's 3 guys with a sword and a gun in this game.
It makes it so difficult. While we're here in the setup timer, which is located right there in the middle of the screen, each team has 6 minutes to set up. If they are not set up by the end of the 6 minutes, it is a timeout to the team that is not set up properly. But I did want to take the time to go ahead and shout out Game on Titans, featuring our very own Low-Key RG. He runs Notebook Gaming. Check out his TV show. We've got a player with their own TV show on one of our teams, man. Signed directly to Amazon. Like, how dope is that? So make sure we give some love to the Low-Key RG. He's been doing some great things since he's been here for us as well. So we'll get confirmation on who's who, but it looks like we're getting our characters here.
I believe LJ plays Ranger, so I assume Scans is Striker, right?
Yep.
Okay,
so Scans is Striker, LJ is Ranger.
That's okay. So I know I know a little bit of what Striker does, right? Striker has a unique mechanic in this game where they can cancel pretty much every move into another move, even on hit. So even if he misses, he can start doing it. So you have to pick your spots to hit him really carefully.
That just sounds like a normal pressure.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
There we go. LJ getting pressured off the rib. Bouncing back, figuring out the block patterns, and
Overhead right there.
it looks like Scans has some vengeance here. I think looking at this, it seems like
Ooh, good reversal. I just don't see LJ being like from what I see right here, LJ is not capitalizing off the kills once he gets in. Whereas Striker is a character where if you get in, like this character, it's just like you take one of two routes for the most time. Like you just see where you're supposed to go with Striker. Especially when you get him in the corner, like in last round, it becomes so it almost becomes simple. Like they have to sit there and just wait for you to come in and do something. And they give you that time, and you just run your pressure.
And here goes an LJ trick. So right here, it's seeming to me that LJ just doesn't really know how to deal with the character pressure, but he knows his combos for this. So knowing LJ, he likes to adapt.
Oh, good bait for the reversal.
Wow.
That safe jump was nasty.
Well, Scans. I see Scans is coming out here with a vengeance. Clearly.
Sets him. Oh, okay. Good guard cancel. Yeah, he's not getting too much off of that. Oh, he got a reset. That's an NA reset if I've ever seen one.
This is best.
Hits him with the second hit of the special move.
This is best 2 out of 3 for the viewers at home, just so we know.
Okay. I don't want to count LJ out, but I think there's a
Clear skill
there's a
gap.
clear gap here.
And it's honestly it's not that wide. If I'm looking at it, it's just enough to make it where it's like LJ would have to play his perfect game to win.
Scans is also using like really good knowledge in the game. Specifically, there are certain moves that Ranger has that Striker with some of her moves counters like very intentionally by going straight under his gun.
Right.
Actually gets double overhead, but it's not converted because he gets reversal right there.
Go.
Okay, he's cashing in. He cashed in a little bit. I feel like he needs to take those angles a little bit better. Most of his shots with Ranger have just been full screen, just horizontal shots, where he should be using a lot more of those sort of like vertically based shots going at a like angle.
Right. LJ coming back strong here, making sure he gets one back. This is what LJ does best, I would 100% say. LJ is adaptable. So he may not know, but he figures things out very quickly. I don't think it'll be enough, but I like the fact that LJ in both the fighting ends just showcase his ability to adapt and just do things. Oh, wow, that's something we haven't seen yet. I like that. LJ, okay.
Yeah, now he gets to play his game right here. That full screen, he wants to be there the entire time. He doesn't want Striker to get him. She's way stronger up here.
Exactly, and this is a classic matchup type of match, right? Who can get them to play their game? Striker wants to be in your face. Ranger's gonna stay back off, use these guns. So hold these. LJ trying to bait. LJ was definitely trying to bait right there.
Yeah, LJ has to be careful because he gets blown off of using the wrong button. Because Striker has a neutral skip button, that little like low move that goes under a lot of projectiles that Striker has. So that's for sure why he was being so careful there. But I think he should have considered that she didn't have mana there, so she couldn't special cancel after getting in.
Ooh, that's a tough whip right there. Wasn't a whip.
Because it got him against the wall now. So he gets to release the pressure really well.
Oh my god.
Oh! Press a button at the wrong time. He got counter hit for that. And now he's close for.
Let's see if LJ can.
Good roll.
Smart. He's gonna full screen him real quick. Keep him away.
Oh, he gives LJ another game to work with here.
I was just thinking. I was like, I know Ranger has grenades and a couple other projectiles, right? I was like, why isn't LJ using any of them? I didn't want to say it for sure because I wasn't 100% with the character, but I remember seeing this. And LJ, once more, showing that he's adaptable.
Oh yeah.
I will keep saying that because that's what he does.
You need to get the gears turning a little bit. When you come from one fighting game to another, sometimes the movement's different and the conversions feel different, timing feels different, so it takes a second to sort of like get into that game.
Yeah, but Scans is going to come out with a vengeance, and that's exactly what he's doing. I know Scans.
grab. He's so scared of the striker against the corner. He lets him get out. That's really scary. Okay, he opts to drive him to the other side. Okay, never mind. The side switch. That's kind of rough. He wasn't able to get it.
Oh my god, good. Excellent. No. I think that was smart because Scans was not expecting him to go that route. Oh my god, LJ.
Okay,
LJ.
That's a lot of damage.
I don't think it kills though. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now she's got super mega.
Woo! LJ said, hold these.
Yeah.
Hold these.
But it
oh my god.
Something that he's got to do as striker here is sort of slow this down a bit.
That right there, those are the projectiles. Like that's the pressure. That's the pressure I was expecting to see from LJ.
Oh, he didn't respect the pressure. Striker.
Let's see if he gets a reversal going here. I have a good feeling that Scans is gonna bait him into.
He's so good. He waited until the right range.
Oh my god! Oh, excellent grenade! Oh, excellent
grenade! Burn him here.
Wow. Oh, wow! LJ's pressure right now is.
Cannot. He doesn't special cancel the defeat after that.
I'm just a fan sitting here. I'm not even commentating. Don't pay attention to me.
There's just not enough time anymore for him to get in.
Wow! Look at LJ. LJ once again showing why karma is not something to be played with. It
reminds me of why they were kind of really good when a lot of the fighting games were just like 1v1 fighting games.
Right. And I gotta admit, like LJ is definitely still, I don't know how, but he's still one of the more underrated. He's just underrated. He's an underrated fighter in the league. Like he just is.
I think he's for sure like one of the best ones. Like we have a lot of good ones, and I think he's one of the best ones. I think one of the reasons people tend to like oversee him as a player a lot of the time is because of like the team he's in. He's just surrounded by talent, and also as far as the team goes, everyone's so like most of the players are very adaptable. There's a lot of overlap between the games they play. They play like multiple games, but LJ doesn't always feel like he has that flexibility, but he definitely has like a really strong role to secure these fighting games for the team.
Exactly, and that's what I've noticed just looking at them, the way the team is set up, right? So when he comes in, for instance, against us, he provides that buff with Pip-Boy. So it's not, for instance, if he was out, they'd almost be forfeiting fighters, right? So like you said, he provides that excellent support. And honestly, I think it's his demeanor. I think people just don't, because he's a very quiet dude. You know, he's just kind of like in his, you can tell he's analyzing things as it's going on. He's just here to do his job and get it done. And that same analytical mindset, that same demeanor is what allows him to adapt so quickly in a match. I remember playing him in Tekken, and I know I'm much better than him in Tekken, but like for his level, he started to block some of the things that I was doing. And from that point on, outside of just competition, I have high respect for LJ in that, because I noticed, I'm like, oh, don't let this guy actually grind out some of these fighting games and see these matchups, because he will adapt to you.
Yeah, for sure. LJ, super cool player. I actually really like him because he's quiet. I love that about him. I love that he just doesn't have to, he doesn't feel like he's got to talk all the time.
Yeah.
You know, he just acts. I love that about LJ.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, I'm more so like that, but even I fall victim to the trash talk sometimes. I love talking trash. It's fun. It is fun. I just make sure I only speak whenever I know I can back it up. So, because you don't want to be on the other end. So, LJ's a breath of fresh air there for sure. For Karma here, NHL 23, we've got that going through. It'll be Spicy, Electric, and Doomsday, if I'm not mistaken. So Spicy is a good NHL player. He understands it. So if I had to guess here from the Buus, I think they're sending in Bomba, Billy, and probably Scans. They might risk Scans here because there's no other 1v1 fighting game, right? That could roll up.
I think they had to from the last rotation. If I'm not wrong, I feel like they had RPG left. So I think this is like their lineup is RPG, Billy, La Bamba. I think is what they have for NHL. But I don't know, what a game for Karma to reset on.
Yes.
Like they pulled back DNF. They got their point. They're obviously it's like early, but early game momentum is so important to take advantage of before you get to the second half. Super good to win DNF and also have a full reset coming into a game like NHL where you can put in, you can put in a couple strong players, but for the most part, like NHL is a very weird game for a lot of teams. A very awkward game for a lot of teams to play. So I I can never really put my finger on who I expect to win. Obviously, sports players have an advantage playing, you know, a lot of the games that play similarly with passes, goals, and stuff like that. But it's always about, you know, the players that are so focused on covering their games and games that they feel like they really need to get are hard to like really get into that kind of passover games like NHL.
Right, and actually, I kind of agree with all your sentiments. It is a weird game for everybody, simply because I legitimately think that people don't practice it. And the thing about NHL is it goes very back and forth, right? So even when you're high skill level in the game, you still need your team to be able to cooperate with you. And also, just for the casters, once we get confirmation of who's who, we will let you know. Okay, so Karma is white, and I believe that would be the Oilers. So, yeah, so Karma is the Oilers right here. They're getting good pressure. As we were saying, NHL is a very weird game because I think of all, I won't say of all, but it does operate like other sports games. The teamwork in this needs to be at a high because you are indeed fighting against the computer and their goal. So you have to know how, you have to have a certain level of skill to beat the goalie, and that's where a lot of the teams are messed up. That's really what evens it out, is the fact that the skill levels in some of these cases just aren't there, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, I know Spicy has it, but it's hard to go 1-on-1, 1-on-3, you know? So a lot of the passing and teamwork has to go through. And right now we've got Karma doing a little bit of damage.
Oh yeah, I'm already seeing Buus kind of, you know, mispositioning some of their players. They're going in really hard, putting in two players really far up. I think they're starting to try to avoid that now, but they get kind of trapped in sort of like tug of war that is like, do I want to go for the puck or do I want to stay back and be ready for defense?
Right, and we'll see right here if they decide to tighten up their formation. Like right there, that should have been a goal. I don't know who's controlling it, but a simple wrist shot, a simple flick would have probably had a goal because they had the puck at an angle. So right here, you can see they're all chasing one puck. They're not spacing out properly. Shoot. Now Karma's sort of getting the spacing down. And if I had to guess, light blue is Spicy because of the way he's moving with the puck. Just casually avoiding, no deeks, nothing too fancy, but enough. There you go.
That was rough.
Yep.
That was really close.
So that was a tough one because they did a little bit of a I don't know what they're called, but a skill deke, which is basically like, I liken it to a crossover in basketball or a skill move in FIFA, like a roulette or a rainbow shot. And they did that, but the distance made it very difficult to just have a wrist shot go in. So, but overall, it seems as though Karma has the pressure.
Oh yeah, but I also feel like seeing this, the Buus are having a bit of trouble like getting possession and getting like having a strong offense. Their offense feels a lot less threatening, but I feel like for the most part their defense has been a bit tighter. It's just been like good positioning from Karma's part though, that they almost always have someone back to get those stray shots from the puck, so they keep possession for a really long time.
Right, and I can agree with that to some yeah, right. Oh, that should have been a goal. That was a really good save from the goalie. My analysis on it is I think the Buus defense is quote unquote solid, but I think it's more out of chaos. I think they're just going with it, and whoever's where is, they're like, okay, let's poke check, you know, as opposed to it being a coordinated defensive attack. That's why Karma's still getting in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, it's showing it a bit there. Their defense kind of falls apart a little bit when they're like anticipating a counterattack. They all start kind of moving up instead of being a little more patient, waiting for like full possession and kind of controlling the puck.
Exactly, and offensively, I don't think the Buus have anything for Karma unless they get lucky. So, as it stands, I'm leaning Karma will win.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, because they've had more shots, they've had more pressure. They haven't capitalized on all of their shots, but they're doing enough. Yeah, so like right here, it's chaos. So you've got.
Why are they keep losing possession of the puck there? Okay,
well, it's because they're not using anything to keep the puck away. They're just skating and basically putting it in harm's way at all times. So just by virtue, like honestly, Karma doesn't even really have to poke check it. They could just stand there and the Buus are just giving them the puck.
Yeah, that's been happening so much that they really lose possession of the puck.
Exactly. Like right there would have been a good time for a slap shot. I understand the pass, but they gave you enough space. And see, right there, there's no use for a slap shot. It takes too much time. It gives the goalie time to set up. You want a slap shot when there are defenders. I'm sorry, when you're a little bit further back and there's enough chaos for the goalie to get lost in how fast the puck is coming. If you're just on a straight up one-on-one, you're giving the goalie a chance to do it, especially since you're going to have defenders beating down on your back. So sometimes a wrist shot is all it really takes. Just a quick shot. Here we go. Good deke. And just couldn't capitalize. Like right there, they could have done one more pass or looped around the net and tried to set up something to get the goalie out of position. And that's why this game is so, I would say, not difficult, but that's why it's such a strange game in the league, because a lot of players just don't quite know what it takes to actually score on a more consistent basis, you know?
Yeah. That goalkeeper definitely that's kind of a hurdle for a lot of people to pass. But once you get over that, it's like, I feel like it's kind of much easier once you start to understand what gets in on the goalie.
Yeah, and I'm all for it. Like honestly, I prefer having something high level to where a skill gap actually, starts to show itself. So like even though this is 3v3, right? Some people say it's like Volta. I'm like no, because you get a goalie. You get a goalie that actually knows what they're doing. So and that goes a long way. That means that as offensive players, now, you have to be good. It just comes down to that, quite simply. Like, you have to be good enough to recognize where your lanes are, where your angles are, and it keeps the skill. Like, it just does. And there's no two ways about it. And I personally, I love that, because there's no hiding, you know? Like, you can't just hide behind the fact that, well, it's a user-controlled something, right? Like, now the users have to be good. And that's why it's such a weird way. I just think the league as a whole, we haven't mastered that teamwork, right? That we've seen in shooters, where the league is strong in shooters and they all know how to use that teamwork. So very interesting matchup.
I am really enjoying watching this, because I do feel like the Buus are kind of getting their footing a little bit better in this. They are actually making Karma sweat a little bit on the offense now.
Yeah.
Still Karma-sided, but Buus are kind of getting a little bit they're getting more shots in for sure, and their offense is a little more coordinated.
Yeah, also interesting for Karma to use the Oilers. We haven't really seen that, if I'm not mistaken. I agree with your analysis, though. The Buus are doing a little better just by virtue of playing it. See, that's a better time to do a slap shot, if I'm being quite honest. Far away it's to end, and sometimes it goes in. The benefit of a slap shot is obviously the power, right? But it also makes it harder to control. And way easier for someone to come in and just poke it out, because you can hold the stick up there and just line it up.
I guess it is a good option. So like you can kind of get the puck out before their defense catches up to you or anything like that. If you try making a breakaway in like a weird spot, but he had a pass as well, so
yes,
he had options there.
Now there is a mechanic that I can't wait to show you guys, the Ravens, that I would like to say on stream, but I won't do it. There is a mechanic that can make that a lot more effective, but I haven't seen them use it yet, either team.
Oh, it's starting to fall for the trap that the Buus were doing earlier.
Wow, look at the Oilers.
It's like that premature sort of counterattack, and they're super susceptible to a counterattack themselves.
Spot on. It's as simple as everybody's pretty much attacking. You have nobody back to even like deter them or make them change the angle for passing, and it's going to be crazy here if the Buus come out, because Karma had such a big advantage to start, and now it looks like you are 100% right. The Buus are starting to play. They're starting to play much more coordinated. Poke. See, like right. No way. Wow. Wow. I would be sick if I were Karma. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. They should have had this in the bag.
Hesitated right there. He fell asleep.
No, he thought he had the puck, and that's what I like.
He does? That's like a thing in this game?
He thought he had the puck.
What?
You would see that in a real, like, that's why I like I love it. That's all I'm gonna say. You would see that in real life, so it's up to you as a player to not put your goalie in that situation. But like you said, all of a sudden Karma's getting too aggressive and they have nobody back on defense because they didn't adapt to the fact that the Buus adapted.
For sure. And I think it's making them even more antsy, the fact that they're kind of down a point now. I think there's two roads they go down. They either double down and kind of freak out and try and go for that goal like as hard as possible to tie it up, but they could also, you know, realize that there's an issue there and that's why they got scored on and that they need to reassess and regroup.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if Karma really wanted to, they could score three goals in time. This is the third period, so we have changed the rules to where it's 3 periods or first to 5 and you're done. So as it stands, if they don't score these 3, see, like right there, that's what Karma should have been doing this whole time. One-timers, passes, teamwork, which is what they were doing at first. But now that the Buus are no longer disjointed, it's like it's honestly like playing a whole different team. And I don't think Karma was ready for that.
I think they kind of slipped up at a bad time because Karma is playing their game again. I can see that they're leaving a defender back. I think they learned definitely from that goal. But yeah, they're having little slip-ups like this now.
Yep, it's a tough situation to be in, and it just goes to show like you got to be an endgamer. Every game has an adjustment, and it's ridiculous to kind of see. This is beautiful. Credit to the Buus. Like right there, that was a good slap shot.
Yeah, they're really getting their feet under them here.
Yes, you had space, time, and it made sense, and it was such a short distance, and it was a quick slap shot. So it's like that's a good time to do that.
Yo, Karma playing the game right.
That's a good poke check.
That was a really good point of aggression there from the Buus.
Yes.
Actually challenging him as soon as he gets possession of the puck. That was really good.
Yep, and then circling the net. Oh my God! Hello, I didn't know that they had that in them. Yeah, it seems as though I'll be perfectly honest. It looks like the Buus learned this like mid-match.
That's really good.
The Buus learned this. Yeah.
Oh, I'd be so mad if I was Karma.
I wouldn't be happy. Like they had that in the bag.
That was awesome.
They had that in the bag.
I think the new format is actually really, really good for the league.
Yeah, I do, because it adds a level of variety, right?
Mm-hmm.
So far, like, what are your thoughts on this matchup so far, man? We've seen some. Wait, hold on, wheel spin. We are moving fast today. I love it.
You get the games.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Oh, this is a Buus game.
You think so?
Yes.
I know that Scans. I assume Scans plays. It's Street Fighter and it's Scans, but I don't know. Mordecai's been playing Street Fighter. I feel like that's one of the games he's been dodging. What about Billy? You think Billy's been playing? I don't know what Billy played. So
circle back to our matchup. Do you remember how tough it was?
I do remember it was hard, like a little bit when Scans got put in.
Exactly.
But that was the outlier for me. Was Scans got put in and the mood shifted a little bit, but that was about it.
And to their credit, we had a very strong Street Fighter lineup, and they still took us down to our 4th player. So off the strength of that alone, because right here, really what's going to happen is it's going to be LJ and Phoenix. And then maybe Electric and Spicy can do a little bit. So you have to look at it that way. Do you think... Now, see, Scance's level in Street Fighter isn't the highest, but it's definitely high enough. So it makes it a very interesting matchup. So I will say that. I
have seen it does make a difference a lot of times what your, like, the players that aren't your anchors can do, for sure. Like, if you have players that kind of inch out in a game like this, taking that gray health at the beginning of the rounds, you know, it makes it way harder for even good players to come back. And in this game, you do take a lot of damage from straight hits.
Yeah, so
a lot.
The pokes, you know, the joke is this game is just rock, paper, scissors with fighting. So it'll be interesting to see. We definitely know that Rick Foki is going to be the one left. Well, actually, not necessarily true. It might be Doomsday. It's either Doomsday or Rick Foki that are being left off.
Yeah, I don't know if Doomsday has touched fighting games. It doesn't seem like it to me.
No.
So
he seems to me to be a shooter, from what I can tell. Shooter and some of those off games like For Honor, maybe a racer here and there, from what I can tell.
Well, I guess if Buus are taking, they definitely know what they're expecting here. I mean, they have a 5-man lineup, so.
Yeah, there's no. I'm just more so interested to see what the rotation will look like in terms of who starts and who finishes, because I'd be very tempted to put Scans at the very tip of this right here and see what he can do, but that would have your back end being very vulnerable.
I think that is usually the move though, is to keep your anchor like last because of kind of like that sort of stray hits. We don't like, it's harder to put in Scans even if he is getting great health throughout the game, and just leave him susceptible to getting like randomly hit, and then they have to face up against a player like LJ with less health, and it's like that makes it incredibly difficult, especially since the ball is in LJ's court, sort of.
Right, and that's what makes it so tricky, right? These team fighters, and super surprisingly, no Phoenix. That.
Yes, they feel like they don't need him. Either that,
or they've resigned the fact that they think LJ is strong enough to take everybody out, or that they. I don't know. I don't like that.
I think LJ is, but I don't think it's necessarily the right move. I guess we'll see. The hindsight bias fixes everything. You know, always right with hindsight. So.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right call from Karma personally. I would have definitely put Phoenix in. Maybe he just isn't good at the game. But I would have. I don't think that's the case. I think he's decent. I've seen him. So I wouldn't have trusted Doomsday and or Rick Foki in this. I know Rick Foki's playing a little bit more, but it's not enough to make a difference. The reason why I say that is because the only reason why I would leave Phoenix out is if I think a 1v1 fighter is going to roll up, and the only two left really are technically UFC because it is a fighting sport, and then MK11. So you're banking on either one of those rolling up, but they still have Scans, Billy. They still have their full roster, which is what makes these 5-man lineups so effective if you have the right personality to do it. So right here, and we're getting right into it. We have so Buus are player 1. They are E Honda. Yep, we're going back to this.
But I like that he was blocking him for
And we saw this when we played them. We saw the E Honda with the hands. I will just say that. I remember that. So, wow, that's, you know what's wild about this? I believe Spicy has actually been playing, and he fell for what happens to a lot of fighting game players, which is when you play somebody that doesn't exactly know what they're doing, it will actually throw you off way worse than somebody who does.
Oh yeah, a lot of times that will definitely happen.
So that's kind of unfortunate to see for Spicy's sake. Reason being, I can tell he actually practiced some of that. Like, he was feeling very confident. That's crazy. Not crazy, but crazy.
Hands is scary. Hands is scary. Let's see how much mileage they can get off their first member here. Because the most people they can kind of throw at LJ, the better for them. Because they just, you know, kind of get the stray hits in. Fuck, Karma lost like for the day, right?
Yeah.
Definitely possible.
So this is Electric right here. Electric using that edge. Oh, okay. He tried to essentially what would have been an EP on an anti-air, but E Honda's not jumping. And I can see the frustration because you're like, wow, how am I getting hit by this? It's because you don't know the counter.
Yeah. I don't think he's like really going for a whiff. Like, he's not letting him miss and then, you know, conscientiously being like, okay, now I can hit him since he's missing me. But if you're not like at that level, you kind of think these things through, this sort of thing will prey on you.
Yeah. So La Bamba has literally taken out 2 Karma players with hands. He's throwing hands. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Well, this might be good for a Dawson player. Mosai, right?
Yeah.
So this might be good. If he does know how to whiff and he takes control of the space like he's supposed to, this could be really good. But if he doesn't really know how to get onto off of him or play for space, it will still be rough.
So in this case, like, Karma would have been better off just having LJ come in and lead.
Yeah, maybe. That might have actually been a good choice here.
Yeah, so that's what makes it so tricky because they'll have him as the anchor, but it's going to be too much to overcome, especially with Scans on the other end at some point, regardless of what everybody else's skill level is. And we know that the Buus play it enough. This is wow.
Yeah, he let himself get in the corner. He got to teleport out.
Nope.
Right on. Now we got a bit of a mountain for the last 2 Karma players to climb over.
Unless Doomsday is somehow a god at this game.
He looks pretty happy to be there, so maybe he didn't wait to play this. Okay, now I see why he was happy.
All right, let's see if we can keep track. Should be able to. Oh, see, he doesn't even
get one hit in so you can get that gray health. Okay, there we go. Gray health's gone. Oh, he's in the corner. This is he's the Honda with this advantage here. He's in the corner. He can't really dodge it too well.
And he doesn't know how to. Wow. Wow.
La Bamba? This is so scary. Who's using their Honda? No way. That missed.
Okay, come on.
Oh, he's looking for an anti-air.
Yo!
This is so scary. Oh, there it is. Good block.
No way. No way.
If La Bamba gets one hands in on LJ, I'm going to say LJ loses for sure. He gets one hands in. If not, I think it's doable for LJ.
Something tells me Karma didn't think that they were going to win this. Because to not put Phoenix in, somebody who has fighting game fundamentals, like
you feel like Karma was thinking, oh, we need to leave out Phoenix for the next game.
That's what that can be my only mental towards it, regardless of whether he plays the game or not. Like, he has fighting game fundamentals; those translate.
He didn't get the hands in, so
yeah,
LJ might have this.
Yeah, they were better off putting in LJ first and then having them just try and deal with Scants later.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Dead controller.
Oh. Yeah. Mordecai's plugging in his, so we got him coming in second. I wonder if he plays. I never played this game with him. I don't think he plays this game. He might have been secretly practicing it. You know, turns off. Puts himself as offline on Discord to practice some secret games.
I can't let the homie know about this one. No, I mean he got a.
Wait, I didn't even catch who he's playing.
We
G?
will find out in just a moment.
G.
Yep.
Okay. Take my hand, he says. Oh, I like the outfit. I tried him with a jump scare, but really good check on LJ.
Let's see if LJ can come out here and secure again.
LJ's going for a stun. He can just kill him. I think he killed him. He has V-Trigger. Oh, he messed it up?
I wouldn't waste V-Trigger here. I would carry it on to the next match, bro. Clearly, Mordecai did not know what to do here. Mordecai got out of here in 9 seconds. Yeah, hello.
Another
So 100% for Karma, I would have put Phoenix in and let him be my fourth or my anchor, and then let LJ just start and take point.
Yeah, I think
and knock out. That would have been the better strategy. But at the same time, they weren't expecting to lose to La Bamba, so that's fair too. And we've got 2 E Hondas, so that tells me that we don't have a lot of knowledge going here. So it is going to be another wipe.
Oh, we got buttons. He pressed buttons on wake up and actually hit him. That's rough.
Yeah, especially for LJ in this case, because LJ is clearly the better player, right? But exactly, that's why he decided to use this. Yes, that's why
he's hitting a meaty now.
Exactly. Yeah, LJ just making sure that he doesn't. LJ being absolutely disrespectful. Absolutely disrespectful. You should have finished it. You should have just finished it normal, LJ. But I love it. I love it. He's got a pair on. I like that. He's good. Good to go.
Still at full health. I mean, he's going through everyone so fast that he's getting so much health and so much great health back.
Now I'm gonna tell you right here, Billy plays Sagat.
Played. That's a good character going into something like this to sort of like cripple LJ going into the last match, because Sagat can play his game pretty well, especially if the person who's playing it kind of just, you know, looks up a YouTube video on what Sagat's basics are.
Exactly, and I'll tell you right now, this might not go well.
guess it really depends on when LJ can take charge, because he's really good at like calling people out and reading people, but yeah, he's already good. So this might be looking really bad for Buus.
Not necessarily. Billy will surprise you at times. You have to finish Billy. You have to finish it. Billy is not to be played with in the league just in general.
Yeah, because of the XDP.
Wow. LJ sets it up for a 1v1 versus Scans again.
Yep, got full health.
Wow. Yeah. This is why I say LJ is so impressive. He just adapts. Like, and granted, it wasn't exactly the most high level, but Billy knows how to play this game and beat out a scrub. So for LJ to somehow make it all the way down and go through 4 and have his last, he would have been just fine at point.
Yeah, that was a really crucial match right there against Billy. Like, if Billy got to play his game, he could have won out his health with fireballs and PPs, but
now it's
he
just
didn't even get the chance.
It's a 1v1. LJ has momentum and Scans has to come in cold. This is going to be fun. Oh my god. Scans being very patient.
Got caught off guard by the jump in there.
Oh my god, good anti. Good anti. Good grab.
Oh, so ready for the jumps.
Oh
This is
my
looking
god.
so rough. Okay.
Nope.
That was a really lucky button right there. He just woke up and pressed some Randy button. That's good health then. And he still got V-trigger active.
Oh my god, this is another nail biter, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of scary. Because, I mean, even against a consistently stronger player, sometimes on those little slip-ups, you really get blown up.
And that's exactly what happened right there. That was also up to Scans to execute that combo. That's a very big thing on it too. He easily could have dropped somewhere in there.
Oh my god.
Good anti.
Wait.
Oh no! Oh, good block.
Oh.
LJ coming in clutch. And this is exactly what I was saying. Like, this was in favor of the Buus. Make no mistake about it. LJ just came out and let them know who he is. I do not play with karma.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I love this game.
Is this another game that you just so happen to be an expert in?
Kinda. It's probably the worst game to be an expert in, honestly.
Oh
But
my god.
this game is very, very fun. I really like watching this game too. It's so fast. It's so fast. It's a lot like Overwatch, obviously. Like, fundamentally, it is a hero shooter. I am expecting Buus to take this. I know Karma does have players who adapt well, pick up games well, because they have sort of, you know, that they have sort of broader gaming experiences. But I know quite a few Buus players have been practicing this game, especially when it came out and you could find games really quick for it. They were practicing it. They were grinding out this game for a bit.
Right. I mean, we played both. We played Gundam against both of them.
Yes, and I think they were both so far away from our level that I can't really tell who's better. Ravens are just that good.
Yeah, in Gundam, yeah. I'll it's fine. The league I could tell you guys on stream. It makes no difference. Yeah, we play Gundam. So, from what I saw, I would say that.
I'd say Buus. Now that I think about it a little more.
Yeah.
From what we saw, I'd say Buus. I don't know if Karma's been practicing it, but definitely from last time we saw, I know Billy, La Bamba they understood the core mechanics of their characters. They definitely understood what their sort of characters like roles were, though they didn't execute it with nuance all the time. They definitely knew what their characters did.
All right. Well,
Mordecai too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm having a hard time picking here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I believe you could probably give me the Buus in this situation too.
Yeah.
In this situation too, I would say the Buus.
I think of Buus, but you know, there's players that if they put their mind to it, I think they could be good. I know Doomsday really showed out like super strong in Overwatch. Definitely was like his game, and this is a game with like a lot of overlap. There's small differences that you have to accept and just, you know, say this is a different game. It's got different core fundamentals sometimes, and that's okay. And you get over that, and you learn the game, and you become strong in that game because you play it. But I'm not sure if other players really have that like sort of overlap where they can pick it up that fast to catch up to the Buus.
Well, I mean, Karma is closer to the Buus than we're giving them a little bit of credit for, to be honest. I just do feel as though the Buus have also been practicing. So with that being said, I'll lean the Buus, but I would not be surprised if Karma takes it and evens this out at 3-3. Karma is still a very strong shooter team on top of that. So yes, the mechanics are going to matter. They do have LJ, who isn't the strongest shooter. Doomsday is a strong shooter. Phoenix has gotten better at shooters. He's not the greatest, but LJ and Phoenix play excellent support here. So
They don't need to put an LJ here, I guess.
they won't. They won't, because MK11 still exists out there, and Tekken, and what's the other fighting game on the wheel right now that you could pretty much probably like Smash Bros or something. So I'm not putting him. I'm definitely not putting in. Oh yeah, KOF as well. Yeah. I'm definitely not putting in LJ here. So we kind of know what the lineup will be. It'll be Phoenix, Spicy, Rick, Folky, Electric, and Doomsday versus, well, only 5. So what are your thoughts on like 5-man rotations? I personally, I like them.
I like it a lot too. It is really cool to just have like, you know, core players you're gonna see almost every game. And I think it's really good for the Buus because I know that they're really about team building. You know, they're not just like players. They don't just show up for practice. They like they do practices a lot online. They just play games a lot online. You know, they're kind of buddies. And I think it really shows like with that sort of 5-man lineup, all 5 of them got to trust each other because everyone's got to keep up.
Right. And I think the 5-man rotations work. What it does is it condenses. So if you have enough coverage amongst your 5, they work just as well as a 7. So it does prevent a lot of rotation hiccups. Because you're pretty much going to have your 5, but you have to go in with a set game plan tailored around what your strengths are, and you have to make sure the team you're matching up against, you will 100% beat them in that category with that person in there. So the 5-man rotations do work. They're interesting, though. I'm not always the biggest fan of them because I do like having the option a lot of the times, especially on a full reset, to know that whatever game comes up, I'm going to have my strongest available. Not to say you're going to get a full reset every time, though. So
Yeah,
it does make it tricky. You'll pretty much have a full reset every time for any 5v5. So if you have a core 5 that you know, okay, like they're gonna 100% gonna secure those team-based games, then the 5-man works because they won't be beaten the 5.
It's good when you have an outlier in a team game. You know, if you have someone who doesn't play a 5-man shooter, you surround them with 4 of like your strongest players. If you have them like you're gonna have them available.
Are you talking about the
So
map where
there's just so much damage mitigation with the 5-man lineup.
Yeah, it's really long.
Right.
Really good. But having a deep pool is also pretty good.
Or we could all just become endgamers, like we want.
Gamer.
Right, and just have every game under our belt. And then that eliminates a lot of the issues with a 5-man rotation if everybody had as many games under their belt as possible.
I think I told you I love that part of the pre-show now. Is hearing people say, "Yeah, you're kind of an end gamer."
He's kind of an end gamer. He's a little bit,
gamer.
he's a little bit of an end gamer there, you know. So it's definitely something that everybody's striving to be better at. And honestly, I've seen the skill level of the whole league go up. Like, and it's a beautiful thing to watch, right? Especially when you've been there for a while, just tapping in, and it's really coming to fruition.
Can't wait for them to be done setting up Gundam. I love watching this game. I love playing this game too.
I'm not gonna lie. This is for me personally. This is one of the more fun games to watch. Like just in the league. Like I love when it comes up. I love the movement. I love how fluid it looks. My favorite thing in a video game is when it's fluid. When it's fluid and it doesn't feel choppy to execute things, nothing compares in any game. So definitely something I'm looking forward to.
you guys remember which characters you're gonna be?
Okay, they're on Flak Fort, which I'm pretty sure is a point capture map. Point capture is in you have to get like a point. There's no it's not a destroy map. It's just you capture a point. That's it. You stand in a big area and you catch it when people aren't on it. I think Flak Fort is probably one of the default maps that most teams go to. It's kind of one of the easier maps to sort of memorize, and it's very tunneled in. It's very, very easy to sort of learn the defense on this map a lot of times. because there's
taking a
such
minute to load.
good like chokes here, and very obvious points for flanking.
Right, and one of the big keys, just as in every other shooter, is understanding the map, understanding exactly where you're supposed to attack, approach, and then moving as a team, and moving as a team that has chemistry. Because you can move as a team and move very stupidly, right? So a lot of times it comes down to your in-game leader, right? Your communication, and then just obviously knowing the game and the mechanics. So that's what makes this very interesting.
Oh, I think we got Buus on the left, right? These are supposed to line up.
Yes, I believe we do have Buus on the left, Karma on the right.
Back up. We don't want to be that far. Back up. We want to be like here.
Oh, I love hearing team
'Cause they
comms. Let
can
me
go-
tell you, that's like my favorite thing of these like screen capture. I love hearing team comms. I love knowing what they're thinking. I love knowing the thought process behind a lot of the decisions they make. So they're out of the gates now. They're all fighting for the bridge. I'm kind of surprised no one's going under the bridge. Oh,
And as you say
they
that,
literally
Karma,
changed their mind.
yeah, Karma decides to rotate under, flank from the left.
So let's see if the Buus know how to deal with this.
Down low,
So
down
this is, you can deal with it like two ways. You either take the choke over on the side of the bridge, or you have a couple people hang out on top of the bridge,
got
shooting
hit.
people while they're
Pick me up,
under
pick me
because
up,
they
pick me
make
up.
themselves vulnerable
Oh,
to people
no.
who are taking possession of the bridge.
Nash.
So I think Karma is easing their way here, getting a couple kills.
Oh, they're pushing
One
it.
kill.
Nash, you got to be in the front.
They're
Nice.
moving together as a team really well. I think Buus making a big mistake here, giving a point. Got Zaku moving in, good flank, runs out. That's good. I think he needs to be sort of like a pain in their side here, especially to slow them down. He needs to kind of weave his way in, make them get off the point. Oh, he just kind of gave away that
Nice.
that health, like that life. He should have waited for some health regeneration there.
We got a 4 streak going here for Karma.
Taking a this is also part of what
Alright, this is set up for next
makes this
point.
matchup in
Don't
this map
go in front of
specifically
Nash.
is that A is so far
You
away
gotta
from the
stay behind
spawn
LeBron.
that
Stay
it's
behind,
almost
red.
always, if you get a good push
No,
in,
no, come
you're
up, come up.
taking A.
We should
It
be
takes
holding up
so
here.
long for the whole team to get back. So they definitely went for the right decision. They're setting up the choke right here, going to B. There's one choke right there, has a spot to flank,
Where that
but
choke
that
is.
choke is incredibly important because after that they have about 3 routes they can go, and they both split off into 2 routes. So it becomes very dangerous after they make it through that choke.
Oh,
And
pushing.
just so I'm correct, Karma is the one who took A, correct?
Yes, that's what it seems
Okay.
like because they are on the right side.
Yeah, the colors are messing with me, but from what we just watched, it's definitely Karma in the lead right now, controlling.
He
Very
goes
much so.
that- I mean, he gets traded, so probably wasn't the best. He had his teammates to cover him there. But that is not a bad way to use your ult as Ashamar is to go for those solo kills. You get a pick and you start forcing 4v5s.
Buff, you're buff.
Blues are kind of not playing very responsibly here, which is making it very hard for them to defend. But this point B, it's like
Okay, we got
so
back. Oh.
it's so different. Point
got
A
blowed
is
up.
so hard to defend, but point
Yeah,
B
you
is
guys
very
have to
easy to defend.
do
Point B is
with
right next to the spawn.
LeBron,
And that's pretty much the balance of the map, right? So hopefully in the future, like that's something that Gundam themselves kind of, tailor and fix a little bit.
Oh yeah, the maps can be a little weird. Some of them are very, very polarizing. I personally don't mind it, but yes, it is definitely polarized map design.
Well, my mentality going into it is if you know that, like, then you're supposed to be able to be good enough to play around it.
Yeah.
So you,
Where
there
they
really
go.
is nothing to complain about because it just
They're
depends
right
on who gets what
There's two of
side
them.
and
There's
who
just
has
two.
enough skill to do it. Like, I don't
Third
think
one's
it'd be an
coming.
issue for us because it's a game that we've labbed to the point where it's, it just shows. It's like, okay, that's a disadvantage. This is how you beat it.
Yep,
From the
this is
left.
the real skill check
No,
here
no, no.
for
Chance, you have to stay
Karma
together.
is how they can figure out getting through this sort of choke area onto B. What makes it hard isn't that you don't have options.
They're going up top.
What makes it hard is that they're going to
gonna be a
respawn
dick.
right next to you. So you have to try and get a big team wipe to actually get a lot of mileage.
Exactly.
They're going for it here. Really good turn ult.
Beautiful. Well done.
Wow. Yeah.
Well done. That's
they
a
wiped out everyone.
that's a push if I've ever seen one before.
I think they get the point off of that, and very quickly.
That's
too.
a whole team kill. Wow.
I think they just get the point here. They should have all 5 standing on it if they want to get it the fastest. But I think it doesn't make a difference until someone runs out.
Yeah,
Think
and
he has time. No, it doesn't
I
have
think
time.
that was the reasoning for not having all 5 of them stand on it. They just wanted to have somebody spying
guys gotta
because they
get
knew that whoever shot in was going to be headstrong on getting in.
You can't
So-
so by yourself at all in this game.
That was a
You
that
will
was a
instantly die.
clean sweep from Karma.
Yeah, that was really fast. Let's see if it's just an attacker mentality that both teams have, or if Karma is really just like there's just a gap, because it's looking like a gap. It's looking really hard. It looks like, because I thought that the Buus would win because I knew they practiced. I've played with them, so I know that they've been playing the game.
If it's any sort of a shooter, even if it's got ults and Karma, I trust.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
Karma can definitely.
They've made
pick
their
the pace.
bones off of anything that has to do with shooting.
Yeah, they're just like focusing my shield instantly.
Also very interesting. No
I mean,
Jury
it's
in the
fine
lineup
if
today,
everyone's
right?
with
You
us,
would have thought
but
for
everyone's
the
all
Buus a
split
pretty
up,
big
so
matchup that
don't
Jury
bring
would
any
have
damage back on.
found his way into the rotation. Possibly just wasn't available.
Yeah, probably, but I mean they're doing fine without him. I guess you said that earlier. They have good players. They don't need Jury to win a lot of matchups like this.
No, and that's what I love, right? I gotta admit, like, say what you want. Once a team gets enough depth, like, you can't take them lightly. That's all it comes down to. Karma's biggest strength is their chemistry.
So let's see how they play here. I think they're going very interesting comp right here. They are running a tank, but they're running the worst mobile suit as their tank. Gun tank is kind of very difficult character to make up a difference with because it's very easy, but it is very not like it's just not strong. It doesn't have the utility other characters have. But they're going for a very long range build with Turna and with the GM Sniper here. So if they go under, they're going under, which makes it very difficult for them to actually defend this. They're starting to realize, oh, they went under, which is almost always what happens in these games because GM Sniper is going to defend so well on the bridge. You know, it's like such an easy thing to tunnel down.
Ooh.
He gets a pick. The
Ish.
pick with this. I thought that I was thinking like, oh, if you run GM Sniper, you got to be confident. Takes out the shield from the Sazabi. Sazabi immediately taking cover. Taking out a shield is so big on the Sazabi because Sazabi loses access to that shield for the next like 4 seconds.
Oh my God.
GM Sniper putting in work here.
Yes. Who is that? It might be Electric or Doomsday. If I had to guess, it's Electric or Doomsday.
I figured they had to be confident they were gonna like go GM Sniper, but they're working their way in slowly. But I think I said in the first round, like that is not how you want to feel on this.
We need you to
You
flank.
want point A to be taken really quickly.
Right.
Point A is the easy.
They're giving too much time to set up and be defended.
They have 2 people coming back. You see, they have the gun tank and the GM Sniper. That's 2 people down in team fights. The GM Sniper is getting lost. He's going the wrong way. That's not how you get to point A. So they're gonna be missing out on him for.
And you can hear the comms from here. They're like, "Yo, what are you doing? What are you doing?"
He was putting in some good shots.
What are you doing?
On the map. Okay,
For sure.
Buus lost someone. Definitely though, gun tank, even though it is not a very,
I think we need a
it's
turn
not the
A.
strongest mobile suit, it can definitely skill
much
check a lot of
damage
players
and
because
ult's
the gun
broken.
tank doesn't miss. The way it works is it just has a giant square on their screen, and if you're in that square, you're getting hit by gun
sitting in the
tank.
back.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Excellent shot.
Oh my god, but yeah, they're putting in work on defense. Buus are not being very coordinated in how they attack. They're not picking off players that need to be picked off. That
Left,
GM
left, left on the
Sniper,
bridge.
everyone should be running at the GM Sniper right now. They should not be caring about the other people
He
as
just
much.
shreds my
They
shield.
should be going straight for that GM Sniper, especially with a Sazabi there to challenge them. The Sazabi is trading too much health and trading too much shield health. See, we got Zaku in there. He went for it, but he didn't completely get the kill. So that's a rough trade.
The GM Sniper is
Buus again.
yeah, they're just pushing. I think their knowledge in the game actually. Like honestly, it doesn't seem as though they're extremely high level with the game knowledge, but they're just such good shooters and they know enough to edge out the Buus here. That's a very interesting proposition.
Because I don't see a lot of them using their abilities quite well. I think Buus are using their abilities a little bit like better, but I don't think that's making up for the difference in coordination and just like shooting ability. That's why I thought I was gonna see someone run Barbados on the Buus side. You know, because that really takes advantage of like, oh, you're a shooter, try hitting me when I'm dashing 3 times and jumping like 40 feet in the air.
1 HP.
Right, and that's a separator, but that's also why I love this game personally. It's just a beautiful
He's
game.
finishing me.
It's got its faults, but what game doesn't, right?
Yeah. Kara is dominating the Buus. I was totally wrong.
Wow,
Switched to
wow.
fire, but I guess, and
Did he just no scope that? Did he just no scope that? Is that am I seeing that correctly?
So, like,
That's absolutely disrespectful.
Right here, like-
I wouldn't stand for that.
Sazabi is definitely running in early. Like they're jumping the gun a lot. Boos are just trickling in, and it's like something you need to know for Overwatch too, which I know they've been playing. Like Sosby's in there by himself. Your shield health isn't gonna make up the difference of like 4 people. It's just not. You ran out and disabled yourself. You got impatient. Oh, but there's the Barbados. Whoever's running the Barbados actually kind of knows how to play. I know this because they know, like right there, they got their pick and they ran out for help.
Right.
So that's a fundamental that I think Boos really need to pick up
And start utilizing a bit.
Yes,
more.
like you go for a pick a lot of times, and there's 2 options. If you're in a disadvantage after your pick, right? You go even after the pick. You go back for help. You run. But if you go for a pick and you're in a winning team position, you keep piling on.
Can you explain for the viewers what a pick is?
A pick is when one or more players kind of single out a character and kill them before anyone else. They're not going for like a big team fight. They're just going for one player. And it's really important in this game because you have characters like this GM Sniper that have the least amount of health in the game, but have the most damage in the game.
Right.
There's a lot of characters like that. Really high damage, really low health. And if a character, like even the Zaku can solo kill a GM Sniper easily. They have 3 dashes. The GM Sniper it'd be really hard for them to actually 1v1 the Zaku. So the Zaku can dash up 3 times, blow an entire magazine on the GM Sniper, and then get away. Because that's the role of the Zaku. It has abilities that let it get away after things like that. And after that, you just lost one of your strongest characters, and the Zaku on the other team is fine. You regroup for a big fight, and it puts you in like a really good position. But I'm not seeing it. They're having a hard time doing that against Karma right here, the Boos. Because I think their team is not coordinating so well. I can see that their Zaku is kind of trying to do their job, getting into the back line, trying to single out the GM Sniper, but with the harassment from an entire other team, it's very hard for him to do that. And that's where Boos kind of have to pick up the slack as well. Like they have to sort of back him up, and it's like if you're gonna all look at our Zaku, we're gonna shoot you. You're not just gonna bully our Zaku out. That's a good time to get in.
Excellent explanation. That's why I asked. I mean, I did know what it was, but I just. A lot of times, we got to make sure we just clarify for those who are brand new to the game, right?
You know, if anyone's watching this, like a chance to level up, kind of get this in the belt, because I know this has been a hard game for a lot of people to pick up.
Really? I hope they don't pick it up too much.
We'll see.
Because if we could just stay exactly where we're at in this game, I will be just fine. Go Ravens, woo.
Yeah.
I don't think they're catching up to this, but we'll have to see.
Well, yeah, we're gonna keep labbing the game. So, I mean, like I said, tell everybody that we play. Like,
Oshimar gets caught out there.
you're gonna have to lab it to get good enough.
So actually fighting to get this second point. You know, if they really kind of bring it back here, get this second point, they have another chance. They have another chance. A really low chance. Oh, that was really bad for them. They just got solo picked from
Right as you were just giving them credit.
They're all hurt. They're all really low. On
Oh
point.
no,
Really
the turn
low.
ult goes completely
We
bad.
got point.
How unfortunate.
But they got oh yeah, that was kind of their chance. They have another chance to regroup, but this Oshimar's running out. I think jumping the gun a bit. He's not waiting for his team. He's like kind of out in a position where other people could get him. But luckily enough, they don't push out from their spawn. Karma doesn't push out from the spawn. Ooh, that was a pretty good ult from the Oshimar. Take out the Sazabi shield. Oh, but he's out of position. His team was not there to back him up. That might have actually been really bad, especially since the Oshimar from the Buus is turning it around.
Wow.
One more.
Excellent flip. This has actually been a pretty well contested round.
That's a very weird position for both teams to be in. Karma can, you know, respawn and run back, but the Buus don't have that advantage of like being close. So that trading right there was not what they wanted. They wanted a wipe.
I mean, they almost got it.
They almost did. They almost did. But Karma, you know, they spread themselves out enough, made it hard.
Excellent repositioning right there.
Their Oshimar player on the Karma side is doing really well.
Yeah.
Doing really well.
And he's flying.
Not letting them on. They're just bullying them out. Oh, they got a kill.
Runs into trouble.
They got a kill. They have to get on point. There's no choice for them. They have to. He has to run with that Sosby. It's rough right here. Buus.
Gotta get on point.
It's looking like we're gonna get a 3-3.
I think it's gonna be 3-3.
And once more, if that's the case, like this is exactly the type of matchup I was hoping for today. Especially going in both teams with just 1 loss on their record.
There you
Good
go.
try, good try. Good
That's
try.
it. That's it. 3-3. That is game.
I don't think This is good for Karma. This is really good for Karma, especially since we kind of didn't think they'd be taking that. That was the point we thought that was gonna probably go to the Buus, but I mean, like you said, you weren't gonna be too surprised if they picked up
No.
that game. So
No, it's a shooter, and they lab shooters. Karma practices together. They practice online. They practice in person. We just don't always see it.
Oh,
And right here, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen and what should happen. Karma should forfeit. They should forfeit. Yes.
okay. Yeah,
This is
they're not their like sports players.
no.
so-
This is not the game they were hoping would roll up. They were hoping something like Tekken would roll up right here, or DBZ Fighters. I'm telling you that right
You
now.
think Karma wanted Tekken?
Ooh, no, they were hoping a fighter rolled up is what I was getting at.
Okay.
With Scans there, no, they're definitely not
With
hoping that.
Scans and Mordecai. Mordecai is also really good at Tekken.
Is he? Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know.
Definitely better than most of the people in the league, but not, trouble to breaking into like the top tier players. He probably loses. He will almost always lose to OGL, but he's close. You know,
He's close to OGL.
I think he beat OGL in a tournament once. But pre-tournament, OGL was just kind of playing around too. And then
Okay.
Mordecai came back another day, and OGL was mopping the floor with him. So
Okay.
Mordecai is always the most consistent player, but when he's good, he's so on his game.
I'll have to play him then and see how good he is. So
Yeah. But I think fighters honestly go to Buus, and if they can like take as many points outside of just like fighters as well, it'd just be a clear indication that Buus are on track to win.
right, and we with about 2 minutes 25. 2 hours 25 left. So 25 minutes before half, we get our first timeout used by the Buus. I was wondering if we were going to see timeouts. Neither team to use timeouts. It's actually been a very fast first half. We've only been through 6 games, right? So very interesting, and a couple of them were fighters too. So by now, you would have thought that we would have been at about 10 games. So we might still be able to get into about 8, depending on FIFA. Well, FIFA will finish up in about 10 minutes. So we've got a timeout here, so 9 minutes to set up. So we'll definitely get at least one more game after this, and we might be able to get a timeout in or two, depending on what game it is. If it's fast enough, both teams might start using their timeouts here to get through the wheel and see if they can flex out some of their strengths. But so far, this matchup, it's everything I hoped it would be.
Oh yeah, it's close. It's been a lot of like coming back, unexpected victories coming out from like both sides. I'm interested to see where racing games go, honestly. RPG is a really strong Formula 1 player, and they don't have jury, and I'm scared to see if RPG has touched MotoGP as well.
I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now. I'm going to give him. I think he's touched MotoGP.
I
think-
assume so. If he's that good at the racing sims, like
Yes.
I assume that he's touched MotoGP as well.
That's somebody who follows the sport to some degree. That's somebody who puts time into those racers. Because to do it in the way and manner that he did was no small feat. Like it was.
He smoked Bolo.
Yeah,
Smoked Bolo.
he did.
That was hard to watch, but
He did.
I mean, just speaks to like how good he is. He's a new player this season, right?
Yep, he's indeed a rookie, but just because you're a rookie doesn't mean you're not strong in what you're strong in. And clearly, racers and seemingly shooters are what RPG does. So if we get F1 or MotoGP, we could be looking at something
that-
impressive without jury. I want to see.
Yeah, that is a category for him.
And the Buus are going to be white PSG.
Like me some FIFA.
FIFA. This one's very interesting for me. FIFA is something that I understand, especially Volta. Volta is it's very tricky, right? So, wow, yeah, wow. Okay, yeah. Like I said, the Buus will win this. I don't know. I'm assuming Mordecai plays.
Oh, he touched the game for sure. Yeah, I remember he got it, and he was like, "I'm gonna play some."
Okay,
FIFA for my
'cause-
team," so
Because I thought Scans would have gone in here. So that tells me right here that Mordecai plays more than enough. They're going with no walls, so there's going to be a big scale check. You don't have the walls to rely on here.
oh, I like that. I really like that actually.
Yes, it's a skill check, so you don't have the walls to rely on for your missed shots. You don't have the walls to rely on for your passes as well. So you have to. It's a little bit more traditional FIFA feel to it, but it still has that Volta aspect to where you have to be very careful.
Yeah, you need
but
that control.
yes, those shots are now going to be a lot more difficult to make. You can't just blast away anymore. You can't do that. So right here we've got Buus defending, and Karma goes and scores the first one. No.
It is that kind of game. It is a game that's not the most difficult to pick up, but it has so much nuance that can really win you the game.
So it's not that difficult. You're right. I think it's more difficult than people think, because honestly, there's only a few people who have the skill level in FIFA to make it to where it's unbearable for somebody that doesn't play, especially since it's 2v2 here. The teamwork has to be on point.
Oh,
There you go.
Even beat the wall, came off the post.
No, he did not. And I can tell right there, those were some finesse shots. He tried to curve it around the defender, and that was the best route. Yeah, there's
They're biting really
this.
bad.
I don't understand why Billy didn't put in scans. And it's no disrespect to Mordecai. It's just that is the meta that the Buus have gone with, and it's won them games.
It might also be a good point for, like, I know that it's like you want every point you want, like in every match, but I don't know. At some point, I guess they also want to rotate some of their players to like fight to play against like good competition, see how they square up.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Karma's match is necessarily the match to do it, but I don't know. I think Mordecai is keeping up. Like he is doing. Okay.
Ooh,
Like,
excellent
like,
pass. Yeah.
The gears going a little bit.
Oh, for sure. I love that pass, by the way. That was one of the things and that's
Oh
another
my
freebie.
God.
So now they're starting to understand how Karma attacks. So they're essentially like, I didn't want to say it too early, but if you just sit there and let them dribble the ball into you, they'll give you the ball.
Again.
Just like that.
Un-
Especially since Karma's essentially playing, and they're not right here. This is the dumbest thing you can do in this mode, which is to play with the ball when you have nobody back behind to defend. And what's happening with the Buus, the reason why they're giving up goals is because they're not being patient. They might have the auto switching on, and that's leading to them to bite on a lot of these things as opposed to just being patient. And that's really what it comes down to. You have to be patient enough to attack.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, they're starting to, yeah, Mordecai's got a little smile on his face right there, so he's starting to have fun.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, the goal.
Yeah, so right
Find the angle on the player there.
right there, like,
Good challenge.
no, you see that was
Shot. He just killed like 4 people there.
That's a free goal.
I don't think he knows
Tap
how
it.
to efficiently here.
No,
I think
they
that's
don't.
what- Sure.
They don't.
It looks so sloppy right there.
They have so many options to keep the ball away from them, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, in the league, you can tell like not a lot of people have played FIFA at a level where you even understand where to, like, the different dribbles and touches, and it makes it interesting. And it's not to say that people in the league are not good. It's just there's so much more you can be doing to make it difficult for your team. And the Buus right now are literally doing exactly what I thought they would, which is just take this and run away with it. You've got 2 fighting game players going in, and this should be a W.
Yeah, Buus really pulled it back. I guess. I mean, it is Volta. You can get some weird goals, and I guess that's kind of what happened in the beginning. Throughout is like been, some randy goals from Karma. Get the ball in the net is a very clear objective, and with 4 buttons, it's kind of, you can kind of get there even if you don't play the game. But I think Buus are definitely showing like what it is to know the game a little bit better here.
Yeah, but they're still making mistakes, and that's the thing. So it's not as if they're unbeatable. It's just you have to know. Nice skill move. Like right here, get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball. Good.
Good pass.
Good shot. That was a chip through shot. Chip through lead pass. Very good. And
Yeah.
the Buus are just simply out of position. Like they switch and then they take that back defender, take him out of goal, give the ball up, and then it's a free goal. And that's how they're getting scored on. AJ is over there coaching, and he's trying to tell them what to do. And that's pretty much what's going on here. Yeah, that was a shot with time running out. So AJ doing his best coaching. He's so he's doing what he can. But
Yeah, I think it's so valuable to have a good coach on your team, like to actually point out what the holes are in your play. Like if you make a mistake and you don't know the fundamentals of a game, you can get caught up to speed, especially in a game like FIFA.
yeah, luckily I wouldn't know anything about that. So got garbage cans over here.
Oh. Okay, they're so lucky that they just get scored on right there.
Yeah. So I would tell you guys right now, the Buus are playing with fire. Because as this game goes, the same thing will happen that where the Buus stole NHL. It seems as if Karma's adapting enough to start making a difference.
Yeah, Buus were playing with a little bit of responsibility, but I think that a lot of their sort of
Oh my God! Oh my God! You killed the pass.
their points are coming from this sort of like great offensive play, whereas they're not having very consistent defensive play. And it is hard working around that CPU in this game, but like that's part of the skill here is like working on that CPU, keeping your defense strong, even though you're missing a man essentially.
Sheesh, that was a great shot. Absolutely. I don't want the Buus to make me look bad here. Come on.
Oh my goodness. He's not making it though. He's not making it though.
They don't. Yeah, the Buus don't have defensive integrity. That's the problem.
Their offense is. Their offense
Excellent
is
pass.
good.
That
They're just working off offense. I mean, I guess it kind of.
It's okay. Yeah.
Because it's hard to defend when you have that CPU on your team, but like, it not playing around it at all also makes it. They did a good job here. They left the CPU back.
Yeah, you just have to understand when to take control of who. And that's why I'm like, their defensive integrity is not good here. They're not playing. As a matter of fact, they played us a lot better than they're playing the Buus, right? Defensively than they did. So very interesting. But AJ doing a good job coaching up just enough to catch the Buus off guard. Because right here, what's going to happen is it's going to be a bad switch. See, this is why they keep getting scored on. If you notice, both of their players went for the ball and were sprinting the Buus on. That was nice. But both they're basically leaving themselves wide open. It's akin to a counterattack. You're leaving your goalie with a 1-on-3 basically.
Oh yeah.
And that's what's happening because they see the ball, it gets close, they panic, and now Karma is just getting out of sorts. Karma just they just
offense. They lose the ball on accident, right? Because they don't have that strong offense that
exactly.
So they're giving it up and they're giving them another chance to attack, which is just not with the Buus. You don't want the Buus attacking on.
That's a shame because Karma essentially what happened is they got tilted, they got scored on, and they started scoring, and then they're like, oh, we can score, and then started pressing way too hard and left everything open.
Yeah, they lost what was kind of giving them an edge for a little bit was that defense, but they got to recompose. Are we playing? Is it one game this season of FIFA or is it two still? Is it 1 or 2 games of FIFA?
It is one. It is best of one, so this will go to the Buus.
So time to readjust.
No. Halftime is what you get to readjust. And honestly, they did adjust at first, but they got out of sorts. See, like right there, that's just some of the simple dribble moves that I haven't seen either team do. And it does wonders. Like, just use them.
Oh, that was a good pass.
It was. There you go. That's the right thing. So with 25 seconds left in this particular game, it will be 4-3 Buus at the end of this.
What a block.
Leading to a highly contested first half. And we will get one more game out of this. Probably get a timeout to make sure that game gets played. Unless both teams are... Well, no, they have to play it by the end of the 6-minute setup timer, so... It's fine. It's...
Consolation goals.
Yeah. Peanuts to the butter. They'll just ground it up. Wow. Yeah, well, the Buus made light work of that. It did get contested there for a second, and then Karma just
I think they had the focus for a bit. Like, I think they were playing what they were supposed to play, but it is hard to kind of keep your head just in what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and get that next wheel spin going. We've had a very even first half so far. I love it. I really do. Lemnis Gate. This is actually going to be really a really close matchup. I will go with Karma, though. They don't have Jury, who's their Lemnis Gate lead, but everybody has played this on their team except for probably Doomsday.
And I think Buus are another team who I think they all go through Lemnis. Like, I think all of them have the rundown on Lemnis. So
Yeah, they do. So this is actually going to be a really good match, especially with Billy. Billy is pretty good at Lemnis. Billy will guide them the right way. It'll be interesting to see who guides them here for Karma, knowing that Jury is out of it. This was one of Jury's games. So with that being said, yeah, I'm going to lean Karma here. I've seen enough with the shooters to know that they should be the better option against.
it's true. Lemnis does have the aspect of actual execution as well.
Yes.
Not just, it's just a brain game.
And Karma has a full reset. So if I had to guess, they will leave everybody except for LJ. They will use everyone except for LJ for this matchup in case the next. Yeah, so that is what I would go with. Obviously, the Buus have to play everybody. The Buus are making it kind of easy to pick their shooter lineup. I mean, it's the same every single time. But you know what I do like about this? These 5-man rotations, it gives you in-game reps with that particular 5. So when you go to expand the roster out to 7, if that's what Billy decides to do in any of these matches moving forward, all of your players have continuity in every single shooter that they've played. And it's a really, really nice aspect, really nice touch, something I like. He's probably running these 5-mans for, if I had to guess, Billy's probably doing it for the first half of the season. And next half of the season, he'll integrate some of the other players that know the rungs. He was probably using this as a chemistry building at the very beginning of the season, seeing how far he can push it.
We'll see. I think that this 5-man lineup might actually be Buus, like one of their strongest lineups, if not their best one. I think that it can be interchangeable depending on a matchup against a different team, but I think like as a core lineup goes, this is so hard to contest. Like all these players are so strong, and I know all of them have been practicing multiple games.
Yeah, and it is interchangeable. So the same thing that makes it a strong 5-man would also make it a strong 7-man because it's interchangeable. So I don't know. Regardless of how you look at it, I think the Buus are doing what they feel is necessary to build the strength of their team. So it's good. It's good. Like, they're Endgamers for sure. They're showing that they're not a team to be reckoned with, right? So you can't take them lightly coming in. But like I said, Karma would do the exact same thing. Everybody is counting them down and out, but they have the talent. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that the team that just won the chip.
And it's also, I think, honestly, in the long run, this might be really good for Karma to have they're putting all their players in, right? By necessity at this point, they're putting in players that might not see play as much against stronger teams. But that's just going to make them so much more threatening come around second half of the season. When they have everyone available to go in that they want, it's going to make their pool very, very deep.
Right, and let's see. It should be spicy. It should be spicy. If they put in LJ, I'll laugh, because Spicy doesn't really have a 1v1 game other than UFC, and even that he's not. Yeah, so that makes sense. That's exactly what I thought would happen. And yeah, I do agree. I think in general the reps count. It doesn't really matter who you play for the reps. It does from a high level standpoint, right? Iron sharpens iron. But in general, like, as long as you're getting those reps in, it doesn't really matter who you play. It doesn't, because at the end of the day, it's matchup specific. So if you, within yourself and your team, practice the games to the level that you can get in, it won't matter what team you go up against, because you'll have your game on lock. So I think the reps are very important. I do agree, though, it is harder to kind of crack those lineups in some aspect for some of the bigger games, but it's really not all at the same time, because once you up your skill level and up where you're at, you get in and you'll get your chance, and everybody will get their chance. It's a team effort.
I think those reps are important, though. Like, I know for, like, yesterday going into MotoGP, I was pretty confident I was gonna win,
Mhm.
but that didn't stop me from getting nerves because it's the first time I'd ever played that game like against someone.
Right.
So I think that does really help a lot. I don't think Karma is a team that suffers from nerves though.
No, they do. Not nerves, but they're as emotional as they can get emotional at times. So that's one of Karma's things that they have to watch. Sometimes they do get in their own heads, but typically it doesn't affect their overall performance that much because they have enough nerves to clutch out a lot of these wins, which is what they do. And as to what you said for going in for MotoGP, like you had literally said, hey, like put me in. Like I'm confident, I feel good. And for me, you gave me enough proof to where it's like, okay, you're deserving of the opportunity and the shot, and that's all I really care about. The work that gets put in, like it's a lot of different things. So it's a testament to you for putting in the work to be able to even come in and say, no, put me in for the game, and then we test it out and see where you are skill level wise, and that's exactly what happened on a map that you hadn't really practiced. So that right there tells me like how good you were, because all it was a little bit of coaching, a little bit of call outs, and then you made the necessary adjustments, which tells me if you practice that map, you get excellent at it. So yeah, and that's a lot of things. That being said, we are I'll say 10 minutes last time I checked out from halftime. What are your thoughts on the first 9 minutes? 9 minutes out from halftime. What are your thoughts so far, Dingus? Like, what do you think? What is happening? Like, how are you feeling with the storyline so far? With what's going on with the finals rematch? Because that's exactly what this is.
I don't know. It's been an exciting match for sure. Definitely one of the most. This got like, we had our match. That was whatever. Karma, Buus, and Reaper Ghosts are like two of the matches that I wanted to see so bad. That's why I'm here in person today to watch this one.
Yeah.
And I think it has just not been disappointing at all. It's been close throughout the entire first half. So close that we haven't even gotten to blow through games. I don't think a forfeit's been used.
No.
So, and I like seeing, I know Mordecai hasn't been able to show out all the time. He's a good friend of mine, and I love being able to see him play because I know he's that good. And I think it is also a spot for Karma to show how good their entire team is, because they don't even have Jury today, and they're keeping it close. Wow, this is the Boost chance to kind of get a win over Karma, which is really important because not a lot of teams are going to get that win over Karma to kind of boost their sort of. That is almost always a loss for a team that they have to kind of have as a given throughout the season, but they might be able to avoid that loss. That is a giant advantage they'll have over everyone else in their division, is a whole win. But Karma also does have the opportunity to show that they might still be, one of the strongest teams in the league, if not the strongest, because between Ravens, Buus, and Karma, it's a little close.
Oh, absolutely, and that's just the reality of it, right? These are teams that have been established and have the reps of having multiple seasons of. And here we are, spectating. But it's definitely one of the things where, when you really look at it, it's all these teams represent is time, seasons, and reps. And with that being said, it just, especially with the wheel changing every season, that's what makes it so nip and tuck between all three. Personally, I know which way I'm leaning about who I think is the best, just without any, consternations. But a lot of it is execution and, game day and just what happens. So. Ultimately, this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. Especially for a nice close right before our break. We got somebody's name as Ask Your Girl About Me, so.
Who plays Lemons that much? Do they have an account for this?
So that is Spicy's Steam name right there. Everybody just know. Spicy coming in with the spicy takes. I guess that's why his name is Spicy.
Seen this map before. This was a very interesting map to actually play on, I remember, because this one's so weird in its routing. There's so many different routes you can take, but like the good ones are so obvious. They'll almost always get like closed off by players who are trying to zone it out. The first pick is so important because if you get a good first round, like it can turn into catch up really fast for the team that loses that first round.
But that's what I love about Limnus. It's even though that is 100% true, there's also a lot of strategy in not, if you know what I'm saying. Like, you could fall behind, but if you have the right strategic plan and pick the right operators to make plays, you can easily erase that deficit and make it a lot more contested. Or you could just get stomped out.
It's an interesting first round. Both setting up at least one turret early on. It makes it really hard to contest the center space right here. And both getting one objective. So this, how sometimes it can feel like you're playing catch up, it seems like they're both pretty much on equal footing coming out of the first round. So this will be very interesting to see how it plays out. This is going to have to be a team effort and something that seems like it has to be played like throughout. Rushes. One rush. Misses out on an early kill. Both rushes, I think, just got an objective. Not really getting kills, not really countering that sort of early game play from both of them.
This is a very interesting play for both of them. Like, and interesting enough, they both picked the same operator.
Oh yeah.
Like for the first 2 rounds.
That was interesting. Rush is so good for getting an early round pick. Neither of them got that because they just didn't see each other very well. Because I think they were trying to play the PvP there, and both didn't see each other, so they didn't really focus the first round character there. And then Karma losing the 1v1 at the end is the rush versus rush, which I think those points still make a difference. Is like the character kills.
They do. So it's objectives and character based, right? So the more kills you get, the more points you get. And the more objectives you hold for each round, the more points you get added on. So the scoring is a little bit tricky at times, but it's pretty simple at the same time.
Third round right here.
So
this might be a really, really bad third round for the Buus. Depending on what happens here. He's so low on health. Can he get any sort of pick here? What was the pick?
Interesting enough, too, that it was a bad third round for the Buus because the last round went pretty favorably for them.
Yeah, they lost both their teammates. That was really, really bad for the Buus. Now they have to play catch up so hard.
Good old death blow.
What's that? What did he do? I think their death blow got a double kill.
That's what it was. It's right there off to the right in the screen. Their death blow is just putting in work. And this is one of those games that Karma is strong in. I have to give it to them. They're just very strong in this game.
Well, I'm excited to see what the Buus do to try and get themselves out of that little hole. That is definitely a big advantage coming from Karma right there. But it is kind of late in the round, so there are things they can do to get around. That is pretty. Those kills were late in the round, and I think they still got the objective. They fought for the objective, so I think I was wrong. Let's see. Got a strong lead here. This is one of those choke points. It gives you a lot of access, this door. For red side, gives them really good access to this sort of broad area right here, which is really good, but it's definitely something to fight for, which Karma definitely should. We're gonna toxic now. I wonder if they're going to try and save that rush. That rush would be really early on, so it might not be worth it to them, but I think that the rush did get an objective, so definitely something to think about.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go for the rush. I think they're gonna probably play the objective, if I had to guess, because right now the Buus should be down.
Their rush did get an objective. That's why the Buus were down. Oh, he got through fine that time. Out even. Wow. They took out. They took out 2 of Karma's
Yeah, they took out Russian Toxin from Karma.
I think
And
they're-
they killed their own Carl. I think, yeah.
I think they're still up on the objective.
I believe the first half went to Karma. If I'm tracking it correctly.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand
How the scoring works.
Yeah, so I think an objective on the top from the Buus, and then from Karma, and then I think what I'm seeing is another objective win from the Buus here.
Yeah, so this last couple rounds might be what
So I
gives the
think
Buus the
might have
win.
won that.
Yeah.
Based on objective points.
Based on objective points, but they had them down 2-0 at one point as well. So holding an objective also gives you points. So this is going to be a close one if we're not mistaken on how we are understanding the scoring here. Personally, I want to see Karma win it so we can go in 4-4. Wow. Buus.
Yeah, Buus round handedly too.
Yeah. Well, handily, but
But it was a good
Karma
round.
still had 117, which is kind of what I was saying with the scoring. It's like you can make this close just by holding objectives for.
Like difference that you make in the way you play around can make a giant difference. Buus got they did a really good decision making towards those last few rounds to really pick it up and actually just completely take that from Karma, who seemed like they had a big advantage.
Right.
The first 3 rounds.
And this will undoubtedly be our last game before half. It'll take us right into half, and it'll be very interesting. So Karma has to come up pretty big here and outscore them by what? Let's say roughly 110 points.
Going for a similar start last time. He was getting out 2 turrets. That's really good for area control, especially around this area. Not only that, but he also does get the objective. I think he got the objective first. Yeah, he did. So
Wow.
good area control, gets the objective first, comes back for a little bit of area control on this area with these doors. The sort of protective spawn, I think, is what the Buus are going for. I think the Buus have a bit of an advantage going into that, though. Through points, it's about even. This double turret setup right here, these are good because these see they see 360 degrees.
Buus coming out pretty strong, and as we said prior to it, like the natural matchup would have been Jury versus Billy, and who's pretty much got the acumen to lead their team, and then who executes. So moving in, like there's a lot of history behind this matchup as well. Like very interesting to see how it plays out here, because usually Karma would take this. So let's see how well they've got everybody trained. Oh wow. The captain over here taking out the vendetta for Karma.
That's a really good pick. It's pretty early on, so it's very strong to negate character. Though I think Karma got 2 points. Oh, both points. I think. Okay, so Buus, I think, lost one there, so they have a possible objective gain if they can save their character who died. Otherwise, Karma will be leading in objective points.
Yeah, this is another really close match. Wow.
I think Buus do have a good situation to work with, but right now the scoring is Karma.
Yeah, as of right now, but based off of the last round, it might not be enough to win the overall battle if Karma doesn't close out strong in these last 2 rounds.
Sure. They got the objective, but they did also get a good pick. But they lost their character earlier on in the round, which could really hurt them in the long run. Especially being so far out over here, might be kind of a
And it's looking
okay.
like
Yeah, they went to try and counter that loss, but I don't think they got the save. So
this is very interesting. Let's see what happens. So we're back down to 2-1. Let's see if they can prevent the Buus from getting that last objective. And it looked. Oh, wow. Ooh. Now, see, one thing I don't understand is, does the length of time that you hold the objective matter, or is it just the end of the match?
I think
Having
it's
it at the
just
end?
the fact that you get that objective
Wow.
on your spawn, and it looks like they didn't. Or maybe they did.
They did. It's 2-2.
Oh, yeah.
They got it at the very last second. That was very close. That was vital to the Buus maintaining their
really
lead.
big. Not only do they kind of Karma misplay their sort of counter pick here, but they also could not stop that right there. They have to use another round to try and stop them from getting that objective. But it is still pretty close. It has been a game of inches and small outplays here and there. The Buus barely edited out that point we saw, but that timing is like perfect. That timing is perfect. What Karma would have to do is try and take out that person. Like, you can take him out at any point there, but because of the nature of it being a really late objective take, it almost makes it seem like they're not they're not a very big point potential.
Let's see. Well, they got it back down to 2-1. Let's see if they can get.
Down, but he's missing.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. No. This is not good for. It's not shaping up to be very good for Karma. Has to do it on this last round essentially, and then pray that that's enough points. So now they have to go for both the character kills and the objective, finishing that off. That's tough. That's tough.
But it is the type of game where you can have a big character out.
For sure.
But that Toxin was really rough usage right there. Didn't get a kill. Doesn't really zone off space early like as much as they'd want to.
If Karma is risky and honestly ballsy enough, they might just go Deathblow here and say no.
I think Deathblow's a good pick. Not necessarily on this map, but
no.
in the game, like, sort of, you can
YOLO.
When you have all that hindsight of who's been doing work, really good.
It's definitely the yellow pick.
That Carl. Carl on this map. This is going to be kind of a mess, playing out mostly the same as it did last time. 2 objectives from Karma, though.
Yeah.
1 from the Buus. We'll have to get that second objective to tie it up.
What did we say?
He just
They might get it back. Oh my god. Okay. Wow.
2-1, I think.
Yeah, it's 2-1. So that's yeah.
I think Karma won now.
Wow. Look.
Oh, they just barely inched out overall.
If Karma had just taken that 1 round earlier, they 100% would have won that. That was dangerously close. The Buus edging away, and exactly what we said, like that 10 points makes the biggest difference.
That was ugly, but in a really smart way.
All right, with that being said, last spin going into half.
I want to see some KOF.
Oh, you're going to see some Rocket League. And it is now halftime. So, we will be back here with you guys in approximately 15 minutes. So we got a 15-minute halftime. Both teams will regroup. I'm Black Diamond signing off for half.
Dig a sponge.
And we will see you guys in just a moment. highly contested first half. And joining me right here, we got Paku Paku.
What's going on?
Hey, well, you know, what do you? Seems like we have a little bit of issues with the stream. Give us just a moment to situate that. There we go. Seems like we've smoothed out a little bit.
That's
All right. And next game is Rocket League.
Yes, sir.
To start off the half nice and strong. Now, this one right here should go to Karma. Should. They don't have the strongest lineup in for Rocket League, but they do have enough to get carried, to be honest. LJ has to play. I don't know what his acumen is in Rocket League, but if I had to guess here, it'll be Spicy and Electric going in for Rocket versus RPG, Scans, and likely Billy. So what it comes down to, it'll probably be mostly Spicy versus Billy, and whoever has the skill level right there will probably edge it out. What are your thoughts on it so far, Paku Paku?
Well, I think it's going to be a close one, honestly. I know that Billy's been playing a little bit of Rocket League here and there. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what Karma does too. I haven't seen him play too much Rocket League, but I know that a lot of people speak highly of him. So definitely we're going to see a lot of good plays.
Which is the smartest thing the Buus can do. So the Buus have, so for those of you who don't know, an RPS is a rock, paper, scissors that can be enacted in a good majority of the games for things that require choices, i.e. map choice, game mode choice, home, away, and things of that nature. And for Rocket League, you can select game mode. So we are not going to see a traditional soccer game in Rocket League. We are going to see hockey, which gives the Buus the best chance to even it out. They're essentially saying they respect Karma's skill level in Rocket League, because some would argue that Karma's best Rocket League lineup is the best in the league. So this was probably the smart play from... Yeah, this is the smart play. It adds more variety. It's a different thing. If Karma hasn't practiced it, then it makes it a 50-50, especially if the Buus have practiced it. So a lot of these extra game modes can still be won out by your skill level, which is what I love about Rocket League. There's only one mode that leaves it all a chance.
Yeah, man, I think this is kind of a Hail Mary from the Buus. They say, you know what, Karma is really good at Rocket League, but let's mix it up on him. Let's add the ice. And you know, hey, maybe it'll work out.
I honestly can't tell you guys exactly which way this will roll. If this is the regular match, I would go with Karma. I'll bank on Karma's skill level because it still goes into affecting game modes like this. So if you can aerial, if you know how to hit corner shots, shots off the wall, it should still translate to a lot of these extra game modes, right? This is, yeah, I mean, a Hail Mary is I wouldn't say it's a Hail Mary, because I do honestly believe that they've practiced this, the Buus. So it might actually be what wins. And this is what, I think this is the first time we've seen any other game mode for Rocket League. That's very interesting. This will be the first time. Everybody else just picks soccer because spectate. Oh my god. This is going to be interesting. Oh my god, the dynamics. And as I said, skill level is still going to come into play. What the hockey mode does give you is it's a wider surface area to hit. But you're not going to get as much craziness going on in the air. You'll still get it, but you're not going to get the same angles on the ball. So the way you hit off the tar makes a big difference. But ultimately, I'd still lean Karma in this situation because it's set up pretty similar. So all you have to do is really use the same fundamentals, but just keep in mind that it's not going to have the same flight patterns.
Yeah, I feel like everybody's just trying to get their footing right now. But it looks like Karma's getting the hang of it. They're doing some great passes right now.
Well, orange is just for everybody to clarify, orange is the Buus, as you see Billy to go and Scans right there. So it's pretty back and forth right now. Like I said, most of this is going, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Those are shots that no matter what mode you pick, it's about the control. So that's an aerial. It's just he adjusted to how the puck was, as opposed to, you know, how the ball would be. The ball would give you better surface area in the air. But what he did right there that was very smart was get up the puck and use his the tip of his car to hit it and still treat it as an air dribble. So there we go. So far it's backfiring on the Buus. I see what they did. And this is probably the game plan. So from what I can tell, that right there, that's it. Those wall shots, since the puck is flat, they carry them and go slightly in. So when it comes off the wall, it's coming off flat. So it makes it so much easier to tap it in and actually kind of a little bit harder to defend because you can't really hit it from the side. You can only defend it from up. So excellent use of strategy for a team that you feel like, you know, you're not better than. And that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so yeah, because in a regular match, it's 100% it's 100% karma. There we go. That's a good stop. See, and this is what makes it so tricky. The mechanics and the flight patterns of the puck are just so different than the ball. Not completely different, but look at that. Like, how are you supposed to know where to hit that? You know?
Yeah.
Let's see. Excellent use of strategy, though. Like, the whole goal here is you're going to have to play the walls if you're Carmen. I think Carmen's starting to pick up on that because Billy has pretty much mastered that right there, the control off the walls, and he's trying to set them up every single time, hoping that they won't have a response for it. But like I said, when you've been playing Rocket League for long enough, your skill you can't hide from skill. This game is one of the ultimate skill gap games, and I love it for that. You have to know what you're doing, or else you will get punished. It's just that simple. Like, that doesn't change. Like, that is the same thing you see with the ball, except for the surface area that you have to hit it. And are they gonna? Oh my God, what a pass! I'm sorry to say this, but this one's pretty much over. This one is pretty much over. Like, it was smart for the Buus to go this route, but it doesn't matter if you do hoops. There's only one mode that kind of takes the skill out of it, and you can't hide that.
Yeah. Like I said, Karma adapts quick, so you're seeing that here.
Yeah,
I'm sure this isn't something they train very often, if at all.
No.
But, you know, here they are, playing like they've played this forever.
Yeah, because it's still the same setup as the traditional, right? The thing you have to worry about is, as I said, the surface area in which you attack. But if you can get off the passes like they did, like that was an aerial pass off the wall into a pass where they just hit it essentially full blast, and that's all it took. So right here, like, the pressure still stays the same, like the mechanics for pressure. It's not. I wouldn't say it's easier because you have less. You really only have it cuts out a lot of the angles that you can actually hit it. No, it doesn't. There's no way it makes it easier. No skills is saying that it makes it easier. It doesn't, because now you don't get the same caroms. You don't get the same pop-ups that you can use to set people up. So it actually takes out a couple of the elements that you can still do, but you have to hit it at a way different thing. For instance, since the puck is shorter than the ball, you can't really go up to it, stop, and then pop it up and set your teammate up for an easier shot. You have to almost hit it at a particular angle. So it actually makes it harder. It makes it easier for this right here to chase it off the walls, to guide it off the walls. That part is easier, but that right there is a lot harder than if you just had the ball, because the ball is a sphere and it gives you more surface area to work with. So you have different angles that you can hit the ball with. See, that's just an unfortunate carom. That's just something that happens. Yeah, but I think, like I said, I think this one's over. You could pretty much give this to Karma. Like, that wasn't even, like, intentional. If I'm being honest, like, he just so happened to be there in the right place at the right time. That's why even he's like, wow. The chat's going crazy. It says, wow, wow. Let's see. Excellent, excellent. Wow. I'm going to tell you guys right now, the Buus are going crazy because they did not expect none of this. They got, and I guess that part of it stays the same. Sometimes Rocket League, you just get, you'll be winning and outplaying them the whole match, and then you'll get 2 goals back to back that just negate all the skill you put into scoring your goals. And it's just like, all right, that's fine. But I still fully expect Karma to take this away. Like right here, they don't have an answer for that. They just don't and won't. And somebody's gonna dunk this. Wow. Smart play though. I really commend the Buus for employing the strategy here. Wow. Now see, if that was the ball, that's going in. Let's see. Let's see. There you go. See, like right there, he's trying to figure out how to air dribble it. It's a lot harder, and that's what I'm getting at. If that was the ball, he would have air dribbled easily. But because you don't have the same surface area, it just makes it tougher. Uh-oh. We got pressure. We got pressure. All 3 are up. This is dangerous for Karma. All 3 are chasing. This is dangerous. They have to get somebody back. Good recovery on rotation. Almost gets it off the wall. Now this is about to get really dangerous for Karma. Yep. There we go. Awesome pinch. Awesome pinch. There we go. We're floating down. Oh my God, no way. Okay, all right. Let's see. I will be shocked if Karma loses this. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't care if the game mode switch. Yep. Look at the reposition right here. Very smart. Couldn't quite go for it because his teammate got in the way. See? That's the problem. And that's game. Oh no!
Oh.
What is happening? What is happening?
Ain't over till it's over.
I see that. Let's see if somebody gets a crazy pinch. Oh, that's a big whiff. Just gave up pressure. You're still pressured. Now, see, Karma does have 2 people chasing right now, so that's not good. So they're a little bit out of position. And that's pretty much oh, that was dangerous. That was dangerous. There we go. Yep, get back in defense. Wait it out. Okay. This is it. That was an excellent adjustment right there, especially considering the angle that the puck was. Like, he had to get under to the broadside of it, and that was really good car control. I like that. That was very good. Wow, that's unfortunate. No way. No way. Look at this. What? How are you supposed to defend that? What is this? It's like us flipping coin. Like, wow. The Buus. Huh. I'll tell you right now, they're hyped because they know what they just did. They know if that was regular soccer, they were done. Next game.
Dragon Ball Fighters.
Oh, okay. Dragon Ball Fighters, and they have Karma has Phoenix and LJ available. Buus have Scance, Labamba, Mordecai, RPG. So if I had to guess, it's going to be Scance, Mordecai, and probably Labamba, with Labamba taking lead, Scance being anchor, and Mordecai probably being right there in the middle. Oh. Yeah, yeah, so
Hi friends, TLG here. That was a 2000 IQ brain play. Cause they have the best Rocket League team, yes?
It's
well,
debatable.
one of the best
Yeah.
Rocket League teams in the league, right? So why not play? You're gonna want them to play their game, but you're gonna play my game, and we're playing hockey again.
Yeah, I mean, I was up here saying, I mean, like, honestly, they still shouldn't have won. 2 of their goals came off of caroms and skillet shots, if I'm being quite honest.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes sometimes in Rocket League in general.
Mm-hmm.
But what they did was they made it a lot harder they took out some of this.
The skill and added additional BS, and BS won.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened there. So
I asked you all, what the puck?
well, don't worry, we'll be prepared for that. So that Buus have showed their hand, so that tells me that next time they play against a high-level Rocket League team, they're gonna switch it off and do something different, which is fine. That's fine, which makes no difference. Now it's to be expected. I hope everybody's paying attention.
Next game's gonna be hoops.
Hoops will be even easier because they don't know any aerials. So that's all it'll be. It'll literally just be a bunch of aerials, and then they'll just hit the ball up from the ceiling and drop it into the hoop. So they probably won't do hoops against a team that has the same skill level as Karma. It'll be interesting to see what the Buus do moving forward, but I have to give them credit. I mean, it worked. I honestly did not think it would work because I was like, hey, the skill, you can't take the skill out the game. So, and they really didn't because you got beat by some lucky shots. Like a flipping coin. How are you supposed to hit that? So it's all good though.
A win's a win, as I always say.
Oh, absolutely. That's 6-3. Coming right out of half, starting strong. The Buus showing that they are prepared to come out and win this. So Karma's still showing that they're strong. That's now 2 back-to-back games that Karma very easily could have won, and we could be looking at 5-4 here. But last second, big brain plays from the Buus, and they've secured wins. All right. That being said, we've got about 3 more minutes on setup. We're going to get lineups coming in shortly, and we will let you know who's who. In the meantime, please be sure to go on ahead and follow us on all socials. That is Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Am I missing any? And TikTok at UELesports.com. Follow it, spread it, share it with your friends. I mean, yeah, come on now. We don't want to stop the spread of this. Not in particular, you know? We want to get it on out there. And while we're doing that, as we follow and share all the socials for the platforms, we also want to give a big shout out to our very own Low-Key RG with his own teaming show, Game on Titans, right there on Amazon Prime. Go check him out. It's actually a pretty entertaining show, I gotta admit. It's pretty entertaining. I gotta give him some credit. And now he's just part of UEL. But hey, we're used to that. We do take the best. That's what we do.
So what's the lineup for Karma looking like? What are you thinking?
Karma is definitely going to go with Phoenix and LJ. I don't know if Doomsday plays at all, but it's pretty. If Doomsday doesn't play this at all, then it's the same thing between Rick Foci. I'm sorry, I might be Rick Foci. Sorry, mispronouncing your name, Rick. But it'll be between Doomsday and Rick Foci. So that's essentially what I'm gonna have them tabbed up for. And yeah, they decided to go with Doomsday and LJ. Doomsday, LJ, and Phoenix. So that tells me that Doomsday might play it just a bit, or they're saving Rick Foci for maybe UFC if it rolls up, because Rick Foci doesn't necessarily have it. So, what are your thoughts so far from what you're seeing?
Well, I mean, I think from what I've, obviously I'm a little bit biased. I'm on the Buus, so I mean, from what I've seen, I think we're taking this. Now again, LJ is very scary. From what I've seen him play. Phoenix, same thing, very scary. But I think, just Mordecai and Scans on their own, I feel like they can take it.
Well, Scans has the benefit of obviously playing with his brothers, right? Silver, Scarlet, even Mr. Buckets, right? That's the family connection. They all play and practice against each other, so they have the benefit of iron sharpening iron. But a lot of this is also predicated on matchup, right, and skill level. Now, see, I've seen Phoenix pull out some clutch wins against some of these other teams, like last second wins against very good DB fighters. So it'll be interesting to see who takes point. If I were them, I would probably have LJ take point because this isn't one of his strong suit fighting games. I think I'm leaning Buus in this situation just because of Scanson, Mordecai, as you said. Labamba is in as well, so it tells me he's probably been practicing just a bit. It's going to be a close one, though. I don't think it's going to be a wipeout by any means, so it's going to be a close one. Shoot. As a matter of fact, 2 of Karma's wins today have been come from behind fighting game wins, thanks to LJ. LJ out here putting in a good deal of work. Let's see if he's gotten better at fighters at all. This was one of his areas of growth for sure in terms of the fighting game spectrum.
For sure, for sure. I think we're seeing Mordecai here as point if he's playing Gohan. But that'd be interesting to see.
Well, I haven't seen Mordecai play Dragon Ball Fighters yet, so I don't know what his level is just yet. So I'm assuming he's good from what I've seen and what he's done. Like, he's good. But I gotta see it. I gotta see it first, and it really depends on who's taking lead here for Karma.
It looks like Phoenix's, if the names are correct. He's playing Vegito.
Oh, okay, there we go. I see it right there. I was only looking at the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Phoenix taking lead. LJ Doomsday. Wow, Doomsday might actually play. If Doomsday plays this game, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys. It's pretty spooky. There we go. Seems as though the Buus seen something and they're like, yeah, it's time to change. Now, if the Buus had Silver and Scanson right now, this will be over, in my opinion. Especially with Mordecai, but Silver is not currently playing this matchup right here.
Or I guess this rotation, really interesting. I mean, I'd assume, Bombo would go in first. Not to say anything, but he's not as strong as Mordecai or Scance. So really, I mean, trying to get a pick off here and there, maybe take some health off of Doomsday or LJ. So I'm excited to see where they go with this. Now, definitely, I feel Mordecai, with his mix-up game, Gohan is a very, very 50-50 character. He might be able to take out, 1, maybe 2 characters.
Right. And we have Karma is on the right, Buus on the left, just for those wondering. And coming right out, we've got all this set up just right. Doomsday did not play. I'll just tell you guys that right now. He did not play. He's been comboed up. He does not know where to block. So very interesting going in instead of a close eye. I'm assuming it's because of the close eye. They want him available for any sports game coming up. And to give him rest. Wow. Oh, you know what? I'll eat my words to watch so far. Now see, that was a waste of sparking in my opinion. You might as well leave it with Phoenix and see if you can just 1v3.
That tricky roll every single time. Yeah, he doesn't prep them.
And excellent use of assists as well, and that's one thing that I think a lot of teams should start utilizing is using those assists. That lead person could technically be one of your better players who knows how to use the assists.
Oh yeah, no assists are really.
And here we go. And this is pretty much their last hope, but LJ sparking and wasting it almost deads any chance of Phoenix coming back. Because all 3, correct me if I'm wrong, but all 3 players on the blue side play this.
Yeah. I play a lot with Mordecai, so seeing a lot of this is very familiar to me.
Yeah, and that's sparking. Ooh, God, so this one's over. And really, to no fault of Phoenix. I expected more from LJ. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I thought by now he would have lapped the game a little bit more, especially considering like how strong of a fighting game player he is. So I would have thought that. Oh, Phoenix strong enough to take out one character. I highly doubt he's going to be able to pull this off. The second he gets touched, it's over. Yeah, so.
You gotta look overall level 3.
Well, I mean, it made sense in that situation. You know that Phoenix can't play too defensive, but he's also going to have to press. So, I mean, a raw super right there makes perfect sense. Like, it'll catch him. Yeah, so that's it. Buus coming out strong and wiping the floor with them. Absolutely making quick work of that. Wow. Well, here you go. Billy is 100% going to play.
100%.
Rick Fosse plays Madden. That's about all I can say to that. So I actually think this should be an even matchup, but I'm not going to lie. I think the Buus are going to pull this one off. I think the Buus have this right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Billy, when he's not training, he's playing Madden. So he's got this on lock.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a pathway here. Fosse's straight. He's good. Normally AJ would be the one playing here, but he's not available for this match. So looking at it, I would say this is probably another Buus win. Looking at the wheel and what we have left, we're looking at some 50-50s. So those 50-50s. Yeah, this is looking pretty contested. It's still a very contested match, mind you. Like, there were definitely 2 games in here that Karma easily could have won. So we take 2 off. We could have been at 5-5 very easily. Here we sit. I mean, what are your thoughts on the match? Being that you are a member of the Buus, right? I mean, you're allowed to be biased, right? I'll just call it out when I hear it. Like, but what are you thinking so far? Like, honestly speaking.
No, I feel like this is going, I think, better than what we normally expected. I think we all thought it was going to be a lot closer than this. Definitely somewhere around that like 5-4 score. But you know, hey, sometimes things happen. Like I said, like that hockey game, it's, you know, a win's a win, even if it's, you know, through wonky physics or a wonky, you know, different ball. A win's a win. So definitely, I like I said, I think we thought it was going to be closer, but this is a pleasant surprise for us.
Well, I mean, I still think it's a very close match. I think that 7-3 is very misleading. I do know that 8-3, really, you're talking about 7-8 wins, 8 score difference between the game is officially considered not close. There's an hour and a half left, so if Rick Fosse can do anything against Billy, and also thank you for outing Billy. We knew that he played Madden all the time. Like, it was pretty obvious. He's just running around saying, I don't play Madden, but I can smell that. We got something for him, though, in terms of that matchup next time we see you guys. But with that being said, because really there's probably only 2 other players in the league that I think can play Madden on around Billy's level. I know for sure Melk, and I'm not telling you who that is for us, like, or who it is for the other teams as well, because it might be 2 or 3 other players. But I know Billy plays Madden pretty well, and he made quick work of us. We had 2 players that had never played before, but you're supposed to make quick work. So, like you said, a win's a win. If I had to guess, they're probably going to put in Electric here as well. Electric or Spicy to tag along with Rick Fosse. Right, there we go. Bingo. Electric. So.
Are we seeing this correct? Is Bomba going in instead of Billy?
Oh. That's a good question.
Oh. That's interesting.
That's it? That's what they're doing? Okay, so La Bamba is going in instead of Billy. So this tells me right here that Billy has been training La Bamba. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you, folks. Like, anytime you make a move like this, especially ahead, especially against a team like Karma that you want to put away, and you want to, especially for the Buus, they want their get back from the finals, right? especially being edged out like that. So I'm assuming that La Bamba has been practicing because it's who's going in RPG and La Bamba, correct?
Right.
That's right. So, or RPG plays. I mean, for all I know, all three of them play. Billy's saving himself for one of these other games, probably like UFC. Maybe MK11, but you've got Scants there, so pretty interesting play. I think Billy's honestly just trusting. He's just trusting La Bamba and RPG here. It'll be interesting to see who's quarterback and who can get this filtered out.
Yeah, no. I'm excited to see what's going on because I don't think I've seen Bamba play Madden quite yet. I feel like I've seen everybody play at least a little, but surprisingly not Bamba. So let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people play Madden. So, Bodega being not the only Madden player doesn't mean that you don't have other Madden players. It just means you have a main, right?
Of course.
Like, for instance, it's the same situation with the Ravens. Like, we know exactly who our best Madden player is. It's just they may not always be in the lineup. So, that's all I got. That's all I can say to that. Like it's multiple people, and that's what you want. Ideally, all 5 of your players know how to play Madden for any given situation, right? It's not saying that's how it works for everybody, but ideally, all of your players know how to play every single game on the wheel, so that you don't have to worry about, well, do you even know how to play the game? And that's where the development comes into play, which is something that I noticed that Billy does very well with his team. If you develop, he's going to play you. It's just that simple. If you put the time in, he's going to play you. And that's how it really is across the league, as it should be, right? You shouldn't be able to just slack and sit back because at the end of the day, hard work beats talent, right? You can only be talented for so long until somebody works hard enough to match your talent. And you're sitting there like, laying an egg.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, before this league, I didn't even touch Madden or 2K, NHL, MotoGP, anything like that. But you really got to get your hands on it and just be familiar. Even being familiar goes a long way. Because again, you never know when you're going to be picked to play something like that that's out of your comfort zone. So definitely just getting your hands on it, an hour, 2 hours, just learning about it goes so far.
We're currently under a technical timeout. We've got a slight issue going on, just letting people know. Technical timeouts last about 3 minutes where we try and hammer it out. It is not a timeout charge to either one of the teams. To what you said, Paku, 100%. I don't even play. I just GM and coach, and I learn to play multiple different games just so I can coach them better, have an understanding for what I'm telling people, and honestly, it's more fun that way. I've always personally been somebody growing up that played multiple different games, so for me, transitioning in and learning different games is nothing because that's what I did. I've played fighters. I've played some racers. I've played sports games. I played shooters. I played strategy. I played solo RPGs. Whereas a lot of people get landlocked into what they just enjoy playing, which for me would technically be sports. So I'm not, but I've always branched out and played different games. And it's always interesting whenever you see people kind of having to break out of that shell, especially the shooters, right? Because the shooters come in and a lot of times that's all they play. It's a shooter. So what can you say, like, what can you add to your experience with that, being that you're actually a player? I'm just a coach and I've learned these things. So like as a player, like how rewarding is it?
Oh, it's super rewarding. I mean, again, like you said, there's a lot of players that just kind of play what they feel comfortable with, and then, they come into the league and they say, hey, I'm, one of the best Fortnite players, that I know. Great. Can you play King of Fighters? I'm sorry. And it's, it's crazy. Seeing that. Yeah, and I feel that way too. So like our first game with the Bandits, it was my turn to go up, and Madden came up, and Billy's like, you know how to play Madden? I've never touched Madden before. I barely touched a football in real life. So, it's that shock. You gotta play something that's out of your comfort zone, and just play something that's you don't normally play. At least, again, get a handle of it, so that way, if you do have to go in, you're at least not weighing your team down. You're competent enough to know what's going on, and even with some coaching, and just take that coaching and run with it.
Right, for sure, and that's what it really comes down to, right? And getting everybody, because it's difficult to get people to play things that they don't enjoy, right? Because at the end of the day, we all start playing video games to enjoy. So one thing that I really love about the league is you learn to enjoy these other games and learn to enjoy the grind and the process of learning these games, and not looking at it as a chore, but as something where it's like, well, if I conquer this, I'm going to win a bigger game, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the cash prizes we do have going on, right? We're playing for 40,000, so every win is $500 in your team's pocket, and I think we'd all like that. I think everybody likes that. I can tell you right now, my team likes the checks. My team likes seeing their Cash App light up with a little bit of incentive after they get paid to play video games, right? And that's what we do here. We are gamers that go pro.
That's a dream, man. That's a dream since childhood.
Absolutely. Do we have confirmation on who is who? Excellent. So we do have Philadelphia versus the Tennessee Titans. Should be a very close game. Yeah, I mean, it's Rick Folke and Electric. Electric knows enough about Madden because he's been thrown into so many situations where it's like he doesn't play Madden, but he's got to sit there and be the second fiddle in Madden, and that makes it interesting. If I had to guess, the Titans are Buus. The Buus are the Titans, because if I remember correctly, Billy did this last time and ran the ball down everybody's throat and then aired it out. And Rick Foci just looks like he'd play with the Eagles because they're the best team in the league right now. So pretty unimaginative if I had to guess. Once we get confirmation, we shall see. We will get the confirmation we need just to double up. But for now, the Buus are the Titans. So right here, starting off, we get a run off to the left side. Takes the run with Miles Sanders. Jalen Hurts drops back in shotgun. We got one off to the back right here. Play action. He's probably going to do a seam right there. Why? That's what happens. Big tackle. Getting Buus or Eagles? Okay, so actually the exact opposite. Buus or Eagles. Buus or Eagles. So we're probably going to get another play action here. It's such a deadly play because it makes you not want to. Oh, good tackle, but it's still first down. I like all the animations that Madden had. This is the first time for me personally that I've watched Madden and been like, wow, that actually looks realistic to some degree, right? It's still craziness happening. They're still a few years away from mastering that game, but it's getting better by the year. So Buus pushing forward. That's a dangerous pass. That easily could have been picked off. Buus pushing forward. They've got their first down. Already burned a minute off the clock. Drop back to pass, miss. They've got one back out to the left right here. I have a sneaky suspicion that Karma is going to be very gettable in the back end there, if I'm being honest, because they are playing both defensive linemen. They're not controlling any middle linebacker or safety, so they don't have confidence in their ability defensively. So they can be had here for the Buus. They are controlling Jeffrey Simmons. That's a risky pass. That was very risky. You're going one-on-one downfield with the corner, and I see what they were going for with A.J. Brown, but I would not have risked it right there. I would have played it safe, but you did have pressure incoming, so that was either going to be – I thought it was a pick, to be honest, because he threw it under pressure. He had Jeffrey Simmons coming right down the middle. Eagles punts it off and goes right into the backfield for a touchback. So your Buus coming out and essentially not going 3 and out, but they got a first down. What are you thinking so far of what you're seeing?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like they're trying to burn some time here. Maybe perhaps get this game done quickly and move on to something else. But for me, it doesn't look like they're playing as aggressively as they usually.
Well, aren't you used to seeing Billy in there? Like, this is LaBamba's time to shine. I'm sure of it. Oh, my God. Yes, that's what's going to happen. So I don't think that they're playing for the time. And here's why I don't think that. I think if anything, Karma will play to get this game done as quick as possible because they're down. I think if you guys were playing for time, you would have ran the ball every single down.
Yeah, it's true.
Or at least the first two to keep the clock moving.
Right.
So that's actually in turn what I think that Karma's going to do, if I'm being quite frank. I think they're going to get their first downs, run the clock down, get into the second half, and get the ball to start the second half. The whole goal is for them to at least score. They need points. Because right now what they're going to do is they're going to run with Derrick Henry, knowing that the Eagles don't necessarily have the defense to stop it. It's not going to work every time because Henry will get tired. But for now, it's a good one. And I'm telling you right now, they're probably going deep. They're probably running a verts. No, I'm running play right out the backfield. I respect the decision. I thought they would get a little bit more aggressive here. This will take us into the second quarter more than likely because the second they pick the play, there's going to be runoff. They won't snap it in time. Nope. Yep. The animations look very nice, though. Very, very quarterbacky. Feels very good. So, right now we got 4 run plays. What an exciting first quarter. Let's go. Let's see. If I had to guess, they probably wanted the zone blitz. Billy's coaching them up right there on the side. And, yeah, Karma is definitely showing their hand here. So, I don't think Rick Fossey really plays Madden like I thought he did. I think he knows football enough, but AJ is clearly telling him, hey, man, just stick with the running plays, get this play. This is what they did against us. They're going to run the ball and try and essentially run out the time but score. So that way the game ends quickly and they can move on to the next thing. Because if AJ isn't in there, they're not taking any risk throwing the ball down the field. The second they do, it's normally a pick. I do think they're going with a play-action cross here because they've run the ball a few times, though. So they're going to fake the run and go for a deep shot. But they have Darius Slay over there for the Eagles, so let's see if that happens. What did I say? And he picked the wrong guy. You have 2 players that are more open than that, and you throw it into double coverage. And this is what I was talking about. They're going to run the ball, and the second they put it in the air, it's going to be a pick. So no good there. Like, threw it into double coverage, and you had B open, open for a split second right there in the middle of the field, and you had your person pushing the boundaries open as well. So let's see if they can correct their mistake, because the second they put it in the air, they give it up. Oh, that's a terrible pitch play. Loses 6 yards on it, puts you guys in 2nd and 16. Not good. So now you guys are more than likely going to put it in the air. And what do I see here? I see quarterback draw, dragon spacing. Nope, not doing any of those play action crossers.
Second quarter, 2 minutes to go. Tie ball game.
Play action crossers. That's what's going to happen. Let's see if he goes back to find it. Let's see if he goes back to find it. He's probably running a screenplay here. Nope, no screen. Oh, that should have been a pick. That was a dangerous pass. Into double coverage. Hands all around. Ooh, this is some interesting play if I do say so myself. So we've got a 3rd and 9 here. Confused as to why Karma didn't use the timeout. We're probably doing mesh. Let's see, what are they running right here? Yeah, they're probably running mesh mod. Probably going to go for Miles Sanders on that wheel route and try and get to completion. Right there, see Miles Sanders running that wheel. They don't go for it, and that's a pick. That's a pick. So, like, yeah.
They tried it twice, man. First time they got lucky, but the second time, no.
So
they were ready for it.
We're seeing here that it's definitely a 50-50 type of game. Going to be interesting to see how it closes out, because now you can't really run the ball if you're Karma. I mean, you will get the ball back, but you still want to score, so you have to expose the ball into the air, and they don't have the players to do that. That's the problem. They can't throw. They can't throw. This is getting. They can't throw. They just can't. If I were the league, I would be collecting data. You see the Titans just go ahead get a team with a good run defense. Some big boys up front. They're really running the ball with under 2 minutes. And that should tell you everything you need to know. And they're just going to do it really fast. This is crazy. You have to score. Well, at least you got your timeouts. Snap it quick. Call your timeout. Okay, cool. Now go throw the ball. When they throw it, though, you're going to be happy, Paku, because it'll more than likely end up in incompletions and a pick. They don't see the field. No, they're actually going to run the ball again.
Fourth time's a charm, I guess. I don't.
They're hoping and praying that one of these breaks long.
Right.
So when they run the ball here, they will have a timeout that they can use. And that's about as all the timeout, yeah. I don't know. It baffles me. It just baffles me. You got to throw the ball. The way we have it set up here in the league where each quarter is 3 minutes, it doesn't give you enough time to actually, they're going to audible here. They're probably going to go for the quick slants. And he's going to tell them to throw it right over the middle. This is what they were hoping for. Hopefully one breaks big. But now you have no timeouts even if you do expose the ball to the air. So what are you going to do? Are you going to run the ball again and hope to spike it? Or are you going to finally put it up in the air and expose it where you know it's probably going to be picked? So honestly, I'm in favor of the Buus winning this whole matchup because they're going to run the ball here again and try and spike it. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Spike it. Spike it. Oh, my God. Okay, cool. Now they're going to kick the field goal. This is exactly what they did against us. Yeah, AJ is saying, I don't trust you guys. That's pretty much it. What is going on here? You've got to be kidding me.
Just, yeah. You try something 7, 8 times in a row and it didn't work out. Why is it going to work the 9th time?
It's not so much that it's not working out. They move the ball down the field. Okay, fine. But time, clock management. So you don't have time to do that. You were just hoping and praying that Derrick Henry's going to break one long, and it's not probable. And now they know what you're going to do. Yep, defend inside run. That's all I would do. Yeah, the Buus should win this. You guys will probably get one more stop. That's it. It's game. Like, the thing about Rick Folky that I don't understand with AJ is why not teach them how to at least throw screen passes so that you have a diversified attack. Like, I will give you guys the tact because if you try it against us, we're going to blow them up. But I don't get it. I get it, but I don't.
And we thought this game had the potential to be tight. Maybe not this tight, scoreless as we start the third quarter.
And I love the way you use the word
the exact same run play. And
just
they've got it marked to stop the inside run. So these are going nowhere. Do it again. Let's see. It's going to be the same HB gut. They flipped the play, so it's going to go the opposite direction. It's not really going to make that big of a difference. You're still running into the same defense. Maybe you're picking on a different player who might not be as strong. Eagles linebackers are pretty decent. So.
But when you get a nice game like that, you're able to do so many things anyway. You can come back and run essentially the same play again, continue to move the ball on the ground, or you can decide to throw it.
So it might work now because I'm going to tell you it looks as though the Buus aren't really understanding how to stop it fully because they're still getting 3-4 yards. He probably blitzed all 8 right here. So the best thing to do would be to pitch it outside. Yep. You see how he cut outside, and it's going to have a hole open. So you can't send an all-out blitz. You really have to play a 4-3 or 4-6. That's 4 defensive linemen and 6 linebackers to stop the run. But Derrick Henry's so big that right there, that's how you want to do it. But if they keep letting him pick up 3-4 yards, he's going to go right down the field and score a touchdown and then leave the Buus with about probably a minute or so, the fourth quarter, to come back and score. So it's only going to work if it works. This is probably 4-down territory for them too. So I would try the play action boot because at least you've been running the ball. So like the AI is going to. Oh my God, why? This is painful. This is really painful. You should have just fell forward and just gone for it all 4 downs. Like you got. Like the other thing that's confusing me is they're not pitching to the outside. If you're gonna run the ball, at least use a variety of runs. But AJ's not even teaching them how to do that. So yeah, you guys should win this. This will probably be 8-3. This will probably be 8-3. Let's see what La Bamba has with RPG. Let's see whether or not they can correct their wrongs. They're probably going with, let's see what page. They're probably going with Flood, if not a running play. They're probably going to do Flood. Flood is a pretty decent play in this game. Has a few different levels. There we go. Yep. And that's how you do that. Now, Miles Sanders isn't an in-between runner, so running to the outside with him is typically the best option. But if they're going to run it out of this formation right here, they're going to sight at some point. If Billy had gone in, this would have been an easy thing.
Oh, he would have caught onto it real quick.
Like play one. And there's data on this. Like I said, they did this exact same thing against us. And I was screaming at the top of my lungs, like, just stop it. It's just the run. Like, they can't throw at all. It's not the strat. You got to put the ball in the air. This is Madden. This is football. You win by passing the ball. Yes, you can run, but you have to know when to run. A. And he missed it. Had A wide open, going out in the corner with nobody there. A simple lob pass would have given him space to run, and that's probably your touchdown right there. Yep, now they're switching to defend medium pass. Are they going for it? Yes, they are. I can't tell you which play they picked because all of them are viable options for this. I probably would have run it out the shotgun to prevent any pressure, but let's see right here if they can get something to. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The cheese. Oh, that's so ugly. He didn't even have any intention on passing it. That was ugly. That should have been stopped in the backfield. Wow. And that's Karma's fault for being, yeah, not having the game knowledge to stop that. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah. No, there was tunnel vision right there.
Yeah, there was nothing there. They had nothing. The Buus, like, they're missing the 2-3 passes I've seen. They've missed wide open players because Karma doesn't even really know how to defend it. So you're basically hoping the AI doesn't pick you off. You're not gonna run up the middle on him either. Who did that? Now Tennessee's wasting their timeout. That's interesting. Karma wasting a timeout here, in my opinion, because with their own self-admitted strategy, they're gonna run the ball, and you're probably going to stop them here because they can't pass either, and they're gonna try for a field goal, which is what Karma should have done in the first half. I don't care if you know how to kick it or not. Try. Like, you have to get points on the board. You're not gonna break a run going into halftime for a touchdown. The odds of that happening are like probably 4%. Kick the field goal, even if it's a 20% chance, it's your higher probability. Or if you're gonna at least go for it, pass the ball and just throw it into the end zone.
Yeah, something
and give it a shot.
Needed to happen there.
Yeah.
You know, especially in a game like this, 0-0, field goal would have done perfect.
Yep. And to that one, I'll hold that one to coaching personally. No way. Yeah. So. Oh, I gotta hop on this, man. It actually looks fun. Probably not gonna be very good at it, but it looks like a fun game. Like this year, the way it plays. 51-yard field goal. This is going to be a skill check right here. Let's see if that's it. It's good. Right down the middle. So now Karma can go ahead and hold this L. I highly doubt they're going to score a touchdown because they can't throw. So they can hold this out and really go back to the drawing board and think about it. I don't understand the strategy. I understand the strategy, but it's a very certain way you have to play to execute that strategy, and I don't know. It was rather disappointing. Because at least if the field goal was kicked, like the Buus aren't exactly having rousing success scoring either. So you can at least say, hey, we tried the field goal. Instead, you ran it and basically just gave up your advantage of having points and then possibly points in. Very questionable.
Well, who knows? Maybe Karma could still go for the field goal.
They're gonna have to pass the ball.
Yeah. Something's gonna have to change, but
I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be a pick somewhere or a sack. At some point during the drive, that's exactly what's gonna happen. So I feel very confident saying that the Buus should. I haven't been right all day today, but this is one of the ones I feel pretty confident in. So now you see the simple adjustment of just passing short even. Like, they don't have to be deep passing plays. AJ could have trusted them to do just that this whole time. Now, it's not going to work all the time. You do have to pass down the field at some point. But look at how it's working. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know how to stop it, per se. They're just relying on the computers themselves because they're both using linemen as well. No huddle one more time. See if you can get it a little bit closer. See, and here's where Karma's messing up. They're not attacking the edges, so the clock never stopped. So they wasted all that time. Get out of bounds. Wow. Now, I would run one more play and call the timeout immediately. This is not. I mean, it's interesting. If you really look at the time, too, this Madden game is taking, what, about 20, 25 minutes? So it works in your favor regardless of whether you guys win or not because you've killed enough time. And I think that was, if correct me if I'm wrong, that was Billy's strategy going into this, was to not play that many games throughout the field. Not because he's not confident, but because he felt as though you guys would be able to gain the advantage on Karma. That is the dump. He had two players on the outs. They really can't kick the field goal? Okay, good. Go for it. It's 37 yards. You just have to hit that second one right in the middle. That's it. Right there. One. That's off.
And that is no good. Wide to the right. And instead of tying it up, they'll remain down by 3.
Papu.
Kick, and I thought he was going to hit it.
Didn't I tell you guys were going to win because of that bad strategy from Karma? That took me 2 seconds to that sequel was going to happen. That was... Come on, Karma. You got to go back to the drawing board. Y'all better than that. Fortnite. Now, this is Karma. But they don't have electric. It should still be Karma. Because they'll go Phoenix, Spicy, Doomsday, and Foci.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Yeah, no. That's sad to say, but that might be Karma, too.
Karma is one of the stronger Fortnite teams in the league. They are very strong in Fortnite. I have to give them credit where credit is due. It's strong. So... this should be 8-4, and like I said, as long as it's within 4 within that hour, this game is not over. It's still as close as I hoped it would be. I've had fun calling this match so far. Now, what do you think this will do for morale for the Buus? How are you guys looking if you guys are able to pull this win off?
If we pull this win off, I think they're gonna pop off. Absolutely. I wouldn't say Fortnite is our strongest shooter. But, hey, taking down a team like Karma in Fortnite of all games, that's definitely a morale booster.
Okay, cool. What about going into this matchup, seeing as how you are with the Buus? Like, what were some of your emotions kind of going into this, like, knowing that Karma is still a very tough team? Like, what are your emotions going into it?
Oh, still full confidence that we're going to take it. But But obviously it's going to be a hard fought battle. But
Which it has been.
yeah, absolutely. But no, I think we had full confidence. We were going in. We are going to win.
Okay, that's good. I mean, it's always interesting, right? With a lot of lineup changes and things going on now. The one thing I will say that I think I mentioned earlier in the stream that really got me is the fact that Jury was not available. I think if Jury's available, we're looking at a very different score here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that safe to say?
I think so. Definitely could have made a difference in
Lemnis,
definitely. Lemnis would have
Gundam. Even though Karma won, he still would have made a difference.
Absolutely.
It would have been worse, to be quite honest.
Might have been quicker.
Yeah, it would have been quicker. What else do we have here that's rolled up?
2K? Too much 2K.
No, but I'll tell you right now, he probably would have helped shore up that defense.
Yeah.
That was 2K was pretty much the same thing, just having players that don't know what to do. So that's one of the big things. I think overall as a leader, he provides such a boost for this team. So it's very interesting, right? So, but they're still tough. Like like I said, there's at least 2 games that easily could have gone the other way. They were last second changes. So very, very good match. Very good match so far. So for Fortnite, I mean, they would love to have Electric available, right? Unfortunately, it's almost as if they had to waste him on Madden. But you don't know what game's gonna roll up. That's what makes it so tricky, right?
Yeah. Sometimes, the game you're really strong at just happens to roll up right after you play. So it never feels good. But again, that's also why you got to be versatile in everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things where it's like, okay, fine, it happens. For the most part, though, I think it'll go pretty well. Going into the break, right? What kind of confidence is like? What do you think you guys are going to be focused on going into the break? I mean, we got the holidays going in before the second half of the season starts. What are you guys thinking? Like, what's happening?
I think some of those shooters, definitely we'd have to, work on a little bit more. Gundam is something that we'd have to get better with teamwork on that one. Really, because everybody says it's like Overwatch, and it is, but it's a different beast. It's a different beast. Overwatch, there's characters that can solo, take a pick or two here and there. Gundam is not like that. Gundam is very hard to solo or just go off on your own. It's a very much you got to know where the entire team is. The entire team has to be pretty coordinated in order to take something like that. So that I think would be a game. Left 4 Dead 2. I feel like is a game not too many people in the league really sit down and really play compared to something else like Overwatch or Halo, something like that. But it is something you just gotta be familiar with it. You gotta know the ins and outs on that one and just kind of know routing. Other than that, probably something like Knockout City. I know Knockout City we don't play too often, but it's definitely something we would absolutely have to play a little bit more. Get a little bit more familiar with it, especially some of the teamwork aspects. Being able to throw each other and do all that crazy nonsense.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, going into the break, I mean, personally, I just told my team, just chill, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the holidays. Take your break, come refresh, rejuvenated. We're gonna have a different type of battle going on next week, so just take your time. What I mean, make it work.
Absolutely,
make it work.
I think that's a big part of it too. Is a lot of freedom in what you practice. You know what I mean? It's you don't have like, all right, this day we're all gonna get online at this time and play this game, and for this much time. A lot of it is really free, and because of that, I feel like a little bit more motivated to get better at stuff I'm not as strong in.
Right.
Again, it's all about that personal growth, that grind to see yourself get better. Things in like F1. I've never played F1 before, but seeing your times get better and better and better. It's great. I love seeing that.
Right. Absolutely. And one of the, What was I gonna say? I think I actually lost my train of thought. It's not good. You wanna help me find it?
Training, F1.
Yeah, nah. We'll just
Gone.
bet it. Yeah, it's fine. It's gone. Thoughts come and go, right? Thoughts are fleeting. But one thing, actually no, I remember. One thing that I do think like a lot of people at home don't realize is I can legitimately say this is the first time that I've ever looked at esports and been like, no, these gamers are legitimate athletes. It is not easy to switch from game to game to game and remember all the controls and all the presets and how to do what, and you know, especially the really technical games like the fighting games where you have to know exactly which, you know, which anti-air, which counter.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a different beast because you got to go from, you know, one mindset to one completely different mindset, and you know, sometimes that you got to do that on the fly.
Let's see. We are getting the spectator set up. Spect. So we're gonna have to reset the lobby here, folks. Just give us this. Okay, so we won't get a full reset. What's going to happen here is we're just going to speed through this round, essentially everybody giving up their lives so that we can just end it as quickly as possible. There's one down. And once we are all done, we will start with the rest. And it is a first to 4, I believe. Yeah, somebody spawned in and instantly died. And that's not normal. So we want to make sure that gets situated properly. All right, so we are good to go. Set up here. Looking strong. We got some building going on off to the right. Definitely going horizontal. Horizontal now, climbing upwards. Cells.
It's a little high, yeah. Just that happens.
So Scance. Essentially downing himself. Not quite sure. Okay, so we do have an issue. Phoenix has gotten pushed to a different PC, so he essentially got kicked from the lobby. So if you guys just give us a moment, we will get that reset and going for your viewing pleasures. So we are going to have a technical timeout while we get that situated. With that being said, please be sure to check out our very own Low-Key RG, Game on Titans on Amazon Prime. He's got his own deal, his own TV show. He's killing it. He's doing his thing. Also, make sure that we take the time to, you know, spread our socials a little bit. We hit 1,000 followers on Twitch about 3 weeks ago. I was there for that. I'd like to be here for when we hit 2,000 as well. And we're only going to hit that if we share our Twitch stream at UEL Esports across all platforms. That is Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. If it's social media and you're on it, just go ahead and share it. Spread it to your friends. Tell them about the league. And it's not your typical gaming league. We are set up completely different. As a matter of fact, what's one of the most unique rules that you've come across, Paku, that separates us from other esports?
I think it's most of the fighting game ones, honestly. Something like Tekken, having more of like a life system instead of, the normal 1v1s or, even like if it was 3v3. But the fact that you have quote unquote lives, real interesting because, I mean, it really stops a lot of sweeps. Not, again, they still happen sometimes, but, it's you definitely got to play a little bit differently. You got to play a little bit more careful and just be mindful. Games like that, Lemnis Gate as well. Normally it's a 1v1 or a 2v2, but no, 5v5. Make sure everybody knows what's going on. So
Exactly, and the biggest thing that I would say UEL definitely incorporates, that is Ultimate Endgamers League, is not only being versatile but being a team player, somebody who can work within the framework of the team structure. And once we hit those things, that's when you start to become truly an end gamer and not just a gamer, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to get to the end of what the ultimate gamer is, right? So a lot of people spend endless hours on one game just to get to the highest level of that game, and then you come here and it's only secures you one game.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
So
Yep. There's a little something for everyone. I think whether you're a player, whether you're a spectator, there's something you'll enjoy.
yeah, and I definitely agree. Like, it's looking pretty strong. Looking pretty strong so far. Yep. Looks like we are good to go now. Spectator will go ahead and delete their own character at some point. That's right. Get rid of them. There we go. Now we will have full spectating prowess. Swag Daddy is spicy. There we go. We are screen sharing Billy right here. Let's see.
Hi again.
Yeah, it's definitely going for the high approach. Unless we are resetting.
Resetting?
Yes, I think we're resetting to make sure everything is operating properly.
Oh, okay. Actually, yeah.
Okay, so Billy was actually on the wrong team. Having a few issues getting this Fortnite running, but I know you guys want to see it. Fortnite is still one of the most popular games out there. A little Kakashi action going there. Kakashi holding the Tuli. What kind of world is this? Let's see, we got Electric here. Electric, definitely a vet here, right? Done a lot of good things in the league. Very strong in the lineup.
Not looking
Definitely plays for Fortnite.
Full squad white.
There we go. It's moving pretty quickly. It's looking like we're still having issues getting set up. That was the first round. There we go. Okay, so that was indeed the first round. We are good to go. Karma definitely taking that first round. This is one of their strongest games, just in general, is Fortnite. See, we are spectating scans right now for the Buus, so let's see how he responds. So his team basically being taken out with ease. He's trying to take out the bottom levels and get sniped and downed. So they're Karma's probably going to look to push, but he's going to get picked up in time before he gets pushed. So going ahead and healing. That's what he gets for peeking out the window, though. Making himself very susceptible. You can't play around with Karma. Not in Fortnite. They know. Now they've got 3 down.
There it looks like they're pushing.
And they're going to push, and they're going to go ahead and eliminate and take care of this very quickly. They've really just got Endgamers 7 still available. So this one should be a quick wipe unless we can get a quick 1v4 from piece of 7, but that's not likely. I've only seen that happen once in the league so far, and I will say it was one of the players on our team, and I don't think people were paying attention. Where he 1v4'd someone, so I don't think we have quite that level of Fortnite player who can do it on a consistent basis. There we go, and that is it. It is a 1-2. Karma came in and won that game very quickly, and like I said, another quick game rules. MK11. We already know what's going to happen. Oh no! If I was Karma, I would forfeit this immediately.
Think so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If RPG or Scans is available, I would forfeit it. I would forfeit this immediately. I saw what RPG can do in F1. I'm not saying that guarantees that he plays Moto, but I know somebody who knows a genre of gaming if I've ever seen it. And he came in and he might be the second best F1 player in the league already. If not the best. And it's really between him and Jury.
Yeah.
Who's not available. If Jury was available, I say race it. I would actually love to see it and figure out who's who and what bar we have to reach, right, for multiple teams across the league to get an idea of what happens when you're going up against the best. So
see, I mean, I think a forfeit would probably be in their best interest. Just save some time, roll again. Fingers crossed you get something, what would be on the wheel?
yeah, I'd forfeit this because you're down 4. LJ is not going to be RPG. He's probably not going to be Billy. I saw him play this unless he's been labbing it, which I don't think he has because he's a fighting game player at his core, right? He plays an excellent support role for Karma, and then will carry in the games that he's strong in, which is what you need from your players, right?
Right.
But right here, given the time, if this was earlier in the match, I'd say play it. Why not, right?
Sure.
Like, give it a shot. But why not spin, right? Forfeit. Forfeit. Then you get a full reset. Then you can send your strongest in for the next game instead of wasting time knowing that you're probably going to lose and be down the same 5.
Yeah.
So right here, the smart play for Karma to do is to forfeit. It puts you behind, but would you much rather spend 20 minutes and be behind or be behind immediately and then get your full cast for what comes up next? That's it.
Yeah.
And they forfeited. That's it. That was the correct play.
Legends.
Halo. So, yeah, League of Legends, the Buus would have taken care of that. That would have had to be another forfeit. But Halo, I'll tell you right now, this is a Karma game right here. The only problem is, how fast will Halo allow us to play?
Yeah, that takes some time. Because it's best of 3, no?
It depends on what mode you pick, but it is first to 1.
First to 1.
First to 1, yes. I believe there's only one mode that you can pick that makes it first to 3, but that might not even be it. First to 1 in Halo. So if you do team deathmatch, it is just 1 match. Yeah, honestly, Karma should still be very good here. They have great Halo knowledge. I would say that we're technically the best team at Halo, and they beat us. And they were both close, like literally 1 point. So they don't have that same lineup in for when it got pushed to that edge, but they're not to be trifled with here. And this is a game that can end very quickly, which makes the forfeit a very smart thing because it brings them back to within 4, and probably, let's say, 5 more minutes to set up, so 49. It'd be tough to come back, but Karma's still very much alive.
Still,
Yeah, because you could roll. There's still a few quick games up there that could roll at any given time. You just have to hope it's not Dead by Daylight or Friday the 13th. And if it is Friday the 13th or Dead by Daylight, you have to hope that Karma gets Killer. If they get Killer, they'll be fine. Apex, they'll win. Any of the shooters on the wheel right now, I would favor Karma.
yeah, I think that's what they're hoping for at this point.
Yeah.
Just hopefully they can shoot her.
Yeah, Rainbow Six, they take care of it.
Years.
You still got Tekken. Oh, well, no, actually, Tekken would go your way because you guys do have Scans, who is somewhere between the second and, I would say, 4th best player in the league in Tekken. He's somewhere in there. So, obviously, next to Pasta Herbs. And it's really just competing with his brothers, OGL, and then 1 or 2 other players that I could say, like, can actually take some games off of Scans, Scarlet, and Silver, outside of consistently Herbs. So, that's a matchup that would go in favor for the Buus. What else do we have here? Mortal Kombat, I would definitely give it to Karma. Although I've seen Billy play. And Scans is there as well. I would give that there. King of Fighters, I believe that would go to the Buus. This is getting pretty close. Overwatch is a toss-up. I know you guys have been playing Overwatch. Need for Speed, I would definitely say goes your Buus.
Definitely.
Yeah, you guys, we played you guys in it, and it was mad close. You guys ended up pulling it out. Super Smash Brothers. Oh, that's a close one. Yeah, Apex, go ahead and give it to Karma. F1, it depends on if RPG is available or not.
Sure.
If F1 were to roll right now, it's a toss-up. Knockout City will be a toss-up. CTR, under normal circumstances, would be Karma all day. But we're not too sure about this one. So that's kind of my estimation of the wheel. UFC, I don't think Karma has anybody that really plays UFC. Gears, that'd be Karma. Wreckfest, Karma. This is a tough one. For Honor is, ooh, that's gonna be close, but I think you guys will win that.
You think Wreckfest would be a Karma win?
They're typically just good at anything with racing, but that is also dependent on Jury being in the lineup and Tegeta. Tegeta is an excellent second. They don't have either one of those available for today. I think under normal circumstances, I'd lean Karma there, just based off of what I've seen from the teams and who's been playing what and doing what, right? So
Sure.
that's one of those things.
I think I disagree on that one.
You think so?
I think so.
You think Wreckfest, you guys would just dust them even at their full strength?
I think so.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, like, that's from what I've seen. Hey, like, that's cool. Like, I'm not upset at being confident. I can say I am 100% unbiased in what I say. So just what I've seen, and knowing that going up against you guys has been tough, right? Because I am the Ravens like coach, so I'm not sitting here and like it's been tough matchups with both of you guys. So it always is and always will be. I would say it was a bit tougher to play Karma in Wreckfest. I would say it was a bit tougher, but that's just me, right? From what I saw from us in our matchups. So yeah, I mean, it's overall, I think you guys are going to close this out, but I just know that at the end of the day, Karma is not out of this. They're still very much alive, and you guys should be well aware of that. Like, I would put the foot on the throat right here if you could, but I think this is a Karma win because they're pretty in sync with their shooters. Their chemistry is definitely something to be noted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they get some lucky spins, they can definitely catch up. You know, this game ain't over quite yet.
Yeah.
But definitely we need to put the lid on it quick.
Yeah, I mean, and a win here would essentially do that. Because a win here, we're talking probably, depending on how fast it ends, we're talking 45 minutes. 45 minutes to make up for 5 games, and looking at the games on the wheel, not too many of them are quick. You'd be praying for shooters, maybe Left 4 Dead. Not shooters, but you'd be looking for a King of Fighters, that type of thing. And a lot of those quick games are off. UFC can be done very quickly if one side is just honestly not very good and the other one is. Rainbow Six can be done very quickly, but the setup time going into it, the strategy, I think you guys came out and showed well. Managed to keep that loss record to 1, right?
Yeah. But let's see what happens. I think definitely they're hoping for a few games to come up. Again, King of Fighters is definitely one of them. League of Legends for sure. I know that was one game that we were like, really hope this one comes up. We feel pretty confident in that one. But yeah, I think those two. Need for Speed, definitely. I think Need for Speed is always a good time, and you know, we always have fun with that one. So definitely, I feel any one of those games that would come up, I think it's a wrap.
Yeah, and that's definitely something to be noted for. And as we get set up here, what are your forecasts for tomorrow's game? We have the Reapers versus the Ghosts, two teams in your division. Two teams that you definitely want to keep a tab on, right? Even though the Reapers started off a little slow, we know that last year they started off 0-3, and they're right there in your division. They're in that Fredericksburg division. Ravens and Ghosts are playing tomorrow. What are you thinking? What are you hoping to see? What are you hoping to garner from that matchup?
Man, I think honestly, I think Reapers might take that one.
You think so? You think the Reapers will
so.
take the Ghosts?
Yeah. Now I haven't seen, I've seen maybe one game from the Ghosts this season. I've caught one of them live, but from what I see from the Reapers, I think just in what they cover is a lot more than what the Ghosts do. The Ghosts, I mean, they're more shooting games. I know they have a few sport players, but that's really their strong suit. Reapers, they got fighting games, they got shooters, they've got a few sports players here and there. I think they cover more of the wheel and just have a bigger advantage on that. So I feel they're gonna. It's gonna be it's gonna be a close one, but I feel like they'll edge it out.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. It's definitely gonna be. It'll be the toughest matchup that the Ghosts have had so far. Considering that they have been playing a lot of their rookies, they haven't necessarily played too many of their more experienced players in the league, right? So that does change things. So like the Ghosts being 3-0, playing all their rookies does testament to how strong their roster actually is. So especially with the Reapers struggling at the moment, right? They've gotten off to a slow start. Doesn't mean they won't correct it. I think it'll be an excellent challenge personally, right? I think it'll be an excellent challenge. It'll be more of a gauge on what the Ghosts can do, right? I'm expecting to see MBG Loki, and I'm expecting to see XM, and definitely expecting to see Chicken Tech. So 3 more of their rookies going up against Hollywood and Dictator Chicken, Scarlet, and the gang over there. And the reason why I bring it up is because it's going to have implications for you guys, because this is your competition, right? We got to see if, like, you guys are clearly the best team in your division this season. So we got to see what's going on. Like, if you're asking me, like, you guys have your only loss came to the only other undefeated team. So just by virtue of strength of schedule, and you guys are playing Karma right now and winning. So you guys are 100% better, although you have that one loss on your record, if you're asking me. So I'm just bringing that up from a developmental standpoint for the Ghosts. Like, what are your thoughts on the Ghosts? Are you thinking that they're going to be a competitor to you guys? Are you thinking the Reapers are going to be more of a competition for you guys? What are you guys thinking from the bottom of your mindset?
I mean, hey, it's tough. Like, again, me personally, I feel like there's no bad teams this year or this season.
Oh yes, for sure.
Yeah. So
records lie.
I think whoever we fight, it's gonna be tough. Absolutely, 100%. But I feel like the Ghosts, they've got it. But how do I?
It's okay to say you think you're just gonna win.
Yeah,
you can just say that. That's fine. Like I say it all day, every day. Like
I mean, not to say it's gonna be easy or anything, but it's. I feel like that one might have been a little bit of a fluke.
What, in terms of the Ghosts beating you guys last year?
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily think that. I think it's all matchup based, right?
Yeah.
So whatever happened last year is based off of whatever matchup you guys put in, regardless of who was available, who isn't. That's your team at the end of the day. So you can say it's fluke. I mean, we could obviously point to some things and say, hey, that's fluke on our end too for the Ravens from last year, but it doesn't matter because that's what the scoreboard counts, right? So we shall see what game mode do we have here. We have team deathmatch, and right here that tells me that Karma may have gotten the role because they would much rather just outshoot you. Let's see. So Karma is blue. Karma's off to a decent start. 1-0. 2-1. Karma's way. Electric's just going down. Okay, Buus coming back strong. Oh, no, never mind. We've got to switch. So Karma's still up, 4-2. It's 4-3. He got caught. Got caught jumping off, trying to engage in one battle, escape, and he was being looked at the whole time by someone. Let's see what we can get going right here. Excellent melee. Missed a few times. I said excellent. I thought he hit it. He didn't, so drops a life. Coming right over here. PC-12. He is going at it and ends up dying. But it seems to be a trade. Here we go. We are PC2. Go. Karma's still narrowing it out right now. 9-8 lead. 9 up. Buus coming back. Playing decently strong right here as well. Alright, there we go. Karma takes back the lead. It's even back up. Both teams are trading right now. Melee hits, but can't lock it up. 2 down. We got Doomsday, who is another shooter and their rookie that they picked up for sure. Right here. Boom, knocked. No, let's see if they can clutch this out right here. So Buus actually holding their own right here in Halo. I know this is one game that you guys will definitely put on and try to lab up a good bit just by virtue of the strength of the other teams in the league. What are you thinking of your performance right here going neck and neck? Now, so mind you, they do have, I believe, LJ and Phoenix playing on Karma's side, so they don't have their full complement of shooters, but it's still a very strong shooting team.
Oh, yeah.
They know how to play together.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's just playing together. It really helps out. So I think we're seeing kind of the results of doing that. Just getting online and playing all together. You learn a little bit more on you know, the communication, but also the non-verbal communication, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Positioning and all that, where somebody is, where you should be relative to them. So definitely seeing that right now with this close game.
Yeah, I like to call those fundamentals at the end of the day. That non-verbal communication comes from playing with each other and just having strong shooting games, right?
Sure.
Like right here, Karma is giving up some of their normal strengths, and they've gone down by 4. I would say surprisingly, but if I'm looking at it, it really looks like, what do we have? We got maybe 2 players on Karma going off right now, and it's not looking good for Karma, actually. It's still an evenly contested match. It's just, let's go on see what we're looking at here. We've got Electric right here. He's definitely a veteran who knows how to play this game. So let's see how he's moving compared to everybody else. And you can see he's getting in and out of his battles very quickly, so he's more accustomed to playing Halo. Right here, good repositioning, but he's just missing his shots. Using excellent use of cover. Trying to play catch up, but he's marked down. That was a smart go. That was smart for him to go for that melee. He knew that he was beat. PC6, and yeah, the Buus are still looking pretty strong, and it's pretty impressive performance so far. Buus out here trying to make a statement, letting the rest of the league know that no, we are that good. Like, don't get it twisted. We haven't been playing softball teams. We have not been doing that. And like you said earlier, there are no bad teams in the league. It's just, experience level, really, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, the Buus are really pulling away on this one. I mean, already up by 8.
Well, they're up by 8, but here's the thing. They can very easily come back. It's
100%.
I would say it would have to start happening now, but a squad wipe would not be out of the question. And it's no disrespect either. I'm giving them what I've seen in the past.
Sure.
That's more or less all I'm coming down with. And right here, that's one strong start. Now, flip over to Karma's side. That's a bad trade. These are some bad trades. Like what Karma's trying to do now is apply a little bit of pressure because they know that the time's running down and they're down by 8. So ideally, what Karma's going to try and do is reposition and move in a way where they can kind of corral and shoot you guys from the angles that they haven't been able to quite get to. But I'm noticing right here that Karma's just having issues shooting. Like, to call it what it is, like they're missing shots, to say the least, and that's what's really screwing them over right here. Like right here, they have a united front, so they are playing together, but they're also exposing themselves in space. Like, so it makes it tough. Like you're out here playing together, but you're also in space. Meanwhile, Buus are playing very smart and keeping themselves tucked away into the buildings, right? So I have to give you guys credit there. Like that's just solid teamwork, and then hitting your shots. Like even right here, the second response, that's an excellent grenade though. 2 good grenades, and that's a good kill right there. And this one's looking like you guys are about to take this too. Oh, I hear somebody laughing at somebody, so something happened. Missing shots. Going flip over. 10-point lead. 10 more to get to 50, which would be the win, and then a minute left. I think the Buus got this. I think the Buus got this and officially closed the door on this here match. You're asking me.
They're not letting up at all. They're still, playing that team.
Right, and this is where, some of the other players not having the same level of shooter IQ and continuity kind of gets in the way, right? So it'll be a gut punch for Karma, but like I'm telling you right now, they're not gonna go down like without swinging. I'm actually very interested in the rest of this to collect more hit. I think that Karma's gonna try and finish out as strong as possible. They've closed the gap here just a little bit, but there's not enough time. All you guys have to do is keep away. That's it right here. All right. The Buus coming in and winning with 47-37 win in Halo, thus giving them 10 wins for the day. This will be our 15th game. Got the spin going right here. Let's see what happened. Smash Brothers. This is going to be a fun one. LJ's pretty good. Rufosai is going to have to go in. I would assume that Phoenix and Electric will also go in. And for the Buus, I'll let you tell me, because you know your team better than me.
I think they might leave out. They might either leave out RPG or Mordecai in this one. But that's tough. I'd probably say just leave out RPG on this one. Play that 4. So
now, Mordecai's experience level in Smash Brothers, is it good? Is he high, low?
I'd say he's about average.
He's about an average Smash player.
Everybody again has touched the game, so they know what they more or less need to do. The only difference is being,
experience.
Experience, and especially in a 4v4 setting, how that's gonna play out. Because that's always different. You can do 1v1s day in, day out, but you come here and then you do 4v4.
It's very different.
It's tough, man.
Especially with the friendly fire on.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, with friendly fire on, you have to be very careful because it's not just 4 opposing targets. It's actually 7 opposing targets that you can hit in the 4v4 format. But it also creates for some exciting matches. I know a lot of the Smash community typically looks at it and they gawk at it like, what are you doing? Why? But at the same time, that's what makes us Endgamers, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, typically people would do, 1v1s or even 2v2, something like that. But 4v4s, it creates more of a, how should I say this?
It's more chaotic.
More chaotic, more exciting for the spectator, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, in terms of keeping up with what's happening, absolutely, it makes it more chaotic. That's what it comes down to. I mean, I'm here for it personally.
Yeah,
I have a good time. I have a good time watching. I have a good time with the 4v4 setup. And you were right, they left out RPG. I would say that this one will lean Karma, so they'll get that. They should get that 5th win here. A couple of those close calls from earlier are really biting Karma right now. Like those 2 scores make this game completely different. That's 2 games that Karma really dropped that they could have won, but execution just wasn't there.
Yeah. No, I mean, the game should have been 8-6 by now, but
Testament to you. That's it. Yeah, good team. Good. Hey, a good team finds a way to win, and that's what you guys did. Billy said, "Let's play hockey for Rocket League," and even though a couple of those goals were fluky, they happened. What are you gonna do about it, other than not be caught with it, right? And I can tell, like, for Karma, Rocket League's probably one of those games they don't even play because they're so good at it. Yeah. It's like, what's the point of practicing it unless they're gonna play for fun? So they have great chemistry there, but that was one, and then right after that was Lemnis Gate, or right before, I believe. Lemnis Gate was right before, and they lost it last second. Then they get Rocket League, and then they lose that last second. And it's like, wow, it's actually fairly uncharacteristic. Not what we've seen in the past, right? So very interesting.
yeah, no, again, those are games that Karma were expected to win. So seeing that we won, I'm sure it's a huge morale boost for the guys out there. So, definitely helps out. And again, sometimes it's just that little curveball of playing hockey instead of soccer.
Yeah,
that's all it takes.
It definitely makes a difference. But I was gonna say, I don't know why you guys unveiled that now, but it makes sense. I mean, Karma is a pretty high level Rocket League team, so unveiling the hockey puck strategy now, I'm sure it'll change moving forward. Obviously, you're not gonna tell me that, but that's fine. I'll find out. I do my own reconnaissance. I'll figure that out.
It's an important win, I think.
Oh, for sure. But if you lose RPS, what would happen?
Our best, play our best. That's what would happen.
All right, there we go. That's all I'm saying. It's not even being no shade. It's just factual, right?
Let's see what we got.
If I'm correct, yep. Buus are red. Karma is blue. Right, they'll connect them. I love the links in Smash this game. Like they have Sephiroth, Link. That's actually the 2 characters I play when I do touch Smash.
Sephiroth is a fun character to play against because he has a sword that reaches across the whole stage. So fair and balanced, as we say.
Yeah, for sure. This Smash makes it very, very interesting. Let's see who. So we got Sephiroth and Sora so far for Karma. We've got, it says GOAT for the name, so let's find out if that gets switched. We've got Link and King Dedede over Mordecai. LJ is taking Pit. LJ is supposed to be Karma. So I'm wondering if he's going to switch his team over. Right, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, all you have to do is go up and click the flag and then...
Actually, I think Karma's red.
Karma's red?
Yeah. And Billy on blue.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, I, I mean, the team colors would have been nice to stick to, but hey. So they are not quite ready to start. We thought they would be good to go. They've taken it. It is a technical timeout. I'm assuming it is a controller issue. We'll get more. Hopefully, we'll get an update on that moving forward. But essentially, yeah. I mean, what are you thinking for Smash? We did say this is probably going to be a highly contested one, right? Like I said, Karma does have a chance to definitely tighten the score and let it be known that, hey, like, pretty much exactly what happened to us. We jumped out to a similar lead, and then towards the end, they started rattling off some games as we kind of took our foot off the gas. What would you say is like key to keeping you guys your morale high? Like, what do you do for it? Like, what do you guys do for your team, or you think you guys just have already a good mindset?
Actually, we just have a good mindset on that. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we're playing for fun, right? Of course, you know, there's 40 grand on the line. There's cash every week, and that's great. You know, 100%. That's great. You know, when we want it. But I think just coming out here, giving it 100%, you know, and having fun with it, it really is just that natural morale booster that you need to succeed as a team.
Right. That, and I like that. I like hearing that. Personally, like, I know what the Ravens do, right? It just is what it is. So I think it's very interesting going into the halves and then knowing that, hey, like, when you're up, like, you got to keep your foot on the pedal. Like, every team in this league is dangerous to some extent. Like, they just are. Like, I don't care what people say, they just are. And it's been case in point. Like, if you just look at all the matches throughout the season, like, everybody's had something.
Sure.
Right? Everybody's had something where you have to, like, sit there and watch and be like, wow, what are we doing here?
Yeah, no, definitely can't sleep on anybody. Like, everybody is dangerous in his own right.
All right, we are set. Karma is red. Buus are blue. Karma rolling out with Mingmin, Mithra, Yoshi, and Link. King DDD, Hero, Sora, and Sephiroth for the Buus. And wow.
For people who don't know, once you have 100 damage, you get thrown into the lava. You stop.
I like it. This is the first time we've seen Yeah, so definitely this is the first time we've seen this type of map choice. Normally whenever Smash is played, it's pretty linear maps, right? One level, maybe two levels at most. This is the first time we've gotten a multi-level map that I've seen. So I can tell right now Billy is pulling out all his stops. He is still he's still not happy about losing that championship. He tastes it. He could taste that belt, and he's just hungry. That's all it is. Billy's just hungry.
But you know what? I feel like this is, you know, similar game plan to Rocket League. You know, play a map that not a lot of people even think about.
Yeah, it's fine with me. Like that's the point. Like everybody tends to stick with the same maps, and that's where I just don't. I don't have an issue with it.
So,
let's see. Right now we are. Can't quite see the stocks on our. Let's see. Looks like Karma is still playing fairly strong. Goat is over there in the background, literally playing keep away, while his teammate gets bodied.
good strat. I feel like the other three can hold their own. In this case, Billy can come in for picks or just 1v3 if he needs to. But yeah, just hey, they don't miss.
Well, that's fine, but I mean that's fine. But I'm telling you right now, it's going to lead to some of your players just straight up getting bullied. And you don't want that.
Karma's losing quite a few stocks.
They are. Because Scance is very good at this game. That if there's one thing I will give, Scance and Silver, they're pretty good at. They're pretty good at Smash, right?
It's like Bomba's out.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like right there, playing the keep away works fine, but look up top. Look at the 2v1 you have with LJ who plays going up against that King DDD, and he's got that support. Oh, right there. Looks as if Phoenix cost himself a life. Yeah, it's getting caught by a stray bomb that was exploited at the right time. That's excellent. It looks like it's 3-3. So we got 2 close matches. Wow. Yeah, this makes sense. I think we said earlier, but for those who don't know, on this map right here, if you have 100% damage, you touch the lava, it is an automatic death. So it just adds an extra element.
We got a 3v1.
Wow. Well, this is it. You got a Link versus a Seth and King DD. Yeah, so excellent work. You guys are really pouring it on thick, huh? Yeah, not taking them lightly at all. Absolutely. Yep, first to one. First to one. Buus takes Super Smash Brothers. You guys doing a very good job keeping your foot on the gas pedal. Oh wow. Yeah, no, I knew what you guys wanted. The wheel gods say absolutely not.
It always teases us, man. It always gets real close, and then nah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You guys will get your chance to play it against Yeah, so all in all, very strong performances thrown in from the Buus so far. I can just sense it. Like, I know you're over here being all calm, cool, and collected, but I know what it looks like when somebody is like, no, I don't care what's happening. Like, you guys beat us last season for it all and made us get second place, right? But so is life. So is life. This is just, well, unironically, and I guess in the most corny way possible, I guess this is karma's karma. You know,
It's a good way of putting it.
yeah, in a sense, right? And it's not to take anything away. Like, we all know that they have some players that'll be returning next time anybody sees them, for the most part, when it comes to full strength come playoff time. So it'll be very interesting. I know that the layoff didn't necessarily hurt them, if I'm being honest. I think it actually strengthened their team, if you're asking me, because I know that they're in the background quietly labbing, so we don't see how much better they get at certain titles. So you know, the league can go ahead and make of whatever they want to make, but I am fully aware not to take anyone for granted. I've made that mistake before, just in life, and it does not turn out well, especially not here where gamers go broke. UEL, right? That being said, while we're getting Dead by Daylight set up, just want to go ahead and, well, I mean, you can actually shout this one out. Why don't you go and let everybody know about our socials real quick?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just follow UEL on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. What else we got? We got Facebook? Facebook, yeah. Facebook is out there. Yeah, absolutely. Just follow, share with your friends, share with family. Anybody you know, even remotely likes video games. Hey, man, there's a little bit of something for everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah. At UEL Esports. At UEL Esports. That is our go-to right there. So please make sure that you're sharing that with all of your friends and family on your socials, letting everybody know that we've got games going on. People that like competition in general, people like to see their friends and relatives compete. Don't take it for granted. It goes a long way.
Oh yeah. Yes.
We'll go ahead and get to the determinations for who's won RPS. For those who don't know, RPS is the system that we use for any decision making. So, for instance, Dead by Daylight, you would be RPSing for the killer and survivor, and then whoever lost RPS also chooses map, if I'm not mistaken. So, typically most teams like to go killer, so RPS becomes very important here. So once we find out who won RPS, we'll probably know that they're going for killer. And a lot of times there's different situations in which you want to do both. I know that Karma has Electric and probably LJ that could play killer. Probably Electric is who they would roll with. And for you guys, it would be RPG. Now, I don't know RPG's level of experience in this game, but I know Billy can coach him into it.
Yeah, I feel like this one's a very coachable game, especially on killer. I think compared to something like Friday the 13th, there's not so many mechanics you need to know, in terms of, buttons, abilities, things like that. Every killer has, 1 or 2 abilities you gotta worry about. So definitely a very coachable game. And I feel even on Survivor is a lot easier to win in this compared to Friday the 13th. You're not as vulnerable.
For sure. Sure. And like Survivors in Dead by Daylight is a very, very playable, very, very easy. Yeah, it's easy. It's a lot easier to play Survivor in Dead by Daylight than it is Friday the 13th. Right? Friday the 13th a lot of the time becomes I like to call it the RPS game, right? Because most of the time, unless it's like yesterday, and for the first time I've ever seen, the survivors actually win, which was us. That's the first time I'd seen it. I was ecstatic about that because typically in this league, having to play Survivor has been the death knell, right?
Yeah.
You have to play Survivor. Jason finds you at some point when he activates his ability because it is a little bit of a mechanic, but it's also part of the game and part of Endgamers, right? So I think in Dead by Daylight, the fact that the perks that you can apply to survivors and knowing the system for how to escape makes it very doable. Even if you have a good killer on the other end, you just have to have good survivors. And it's one of the most ultimate teamwork-based games that we have in the league. So lots of different maps to choose from, lots of different areas. So I actually like watching Dead by Daylight gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, comparing it to Friday the 13th, I feel like once you're spotted as Survivor, it's done. There's no, defense, unless you have like the pocket knife or some sort of the firecracker or the gun.
Or
but even then, that gives you like 5 seconds of safety before you're just caught again.
Right.
Dead by Daylight, honestly, if you're good enough, you can run literal circles around the killer and survive. Sometimes doing that would be a good strategy. Distracting one killer, or one person distracts killer while the other 3 work on generators and get out that way. Sometimes there's a lot more strategy, I feel like, in Dead by Daylight over 13.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing that really sets it apart. And both those games, even Friday the 13th, right? I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the league itself has not put in the work to survive as survivors. Not saying that it's super easy, but I'm saying there is a way. Yeah. I just think most of the league has looked at it and said, if it comes up, we just better hope that we win RPS. Otherwise, they're pretty much counting it as a loss, right?
Sure.
So typically what we see is sometimes the team that gets Survivor, they just forfeit outright because they're like, why even waste the time? Unless they're up, then it's like, okay, we'll play it. So it really just depends, but I think there is a sweet spot where a lot of league can surprise people, but they do make the movement and things very difficult to survive in Friday the 13th, like you said. Whereas with Dead by Daylight, it's like there's a very clear path to surviving.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more of an even playing field for sure between killer and survivor.
Absolutely. And of all the teams left, who would you say you're expecting to make the biggest leap in the second half Who do you think is going to come out and surprise some people?
I think Gorillas.
Yeah.
I know they haven't started the season, but every time they get on, I can't help but root for them, man. They're really like, I really love watching.
Absolutely. I mean, they have a new influx of talent, right? And now it's about making sure that that talent gets developed properly to be effective. And that's the big key, is making sure that it's effective. I've said it once and I can say it again. You can have all the talent you want, but if you don't develop it properly, there's not much you can really do about it.
Sure.
So, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I mean, yeah, just seeing, their team is, really made up of a lot of rookies. Same with Bandits. Bandits too. Every time they come on, I feel, I'm always rooting for them. They might be up against, Ravens one game, but you know what? Hey, man, they take one victory, and I'm like, yeah.
You're right,
yeah.
and that's another key point. For me, it's actually all three of them: Ravens, Trolls, and Bandits. All for different reasons, right? I would say Gorillas because I can already see the talent there. They already walk in now and take more games off of people. Yeah. They have some sort of structure kind of in place now to where I can see their pathway to becoming better. It's just going to take a season or two more to really capitalize on it. I think this is more like their testing ground season. And next season, they're going to add another influx of rookies and have veterans and probably LJ Skater Girl and Mr. OG and Stars and all these other players that have already been exposed, and now they can capitalize and actually go into these games knowing exactly what to expect, what kind of reps, and start to challenge and really unseat some of these teams, right?
Sure.
As for the Trolls, I think they've drafted well from an all-around standpoint. They've drafted a lot of all-around players trying to get their whole team rounded. That way, when they hopefully this upcoming draft next, they go ahead and tab something in and get an influx of direct talent, right? High level, like, hey, I'm really good at this one game. Like, I will guarantee you a win in that game. And that's what the Trolls are missing. So they have the talent as well. And as for the Bandits, irregardless of the score, I say this all the time in the league, a lot of times the score lies, right?
Yep.
The score lies because that 11 is a lot closer than what people think, because 4 of that 11 that you guys have won have been close.
Yeah.
I can count them on my fingers, and that's 4 that could have gone the other way. And you just do the math. 4, that puts it at 8-7 Karma. And in the past, Karma excelled in winning those close games. That's what I see from the Bandits. The Bandits will develop their talent to the point where they're going to come and sneak up on a team or two, right? They've already started taking games off of a lot of teams. Now, I will say, like, what happened yesterday was just more of a testament to how well our machine is running as opposed to where the Bandits are, right? That's just them running up into a team that's kind of firing on all cylinders from a chemistry standpoint, game coverage standpoint, and we're established. We were one of the first teams, so we've had time to develop. We've gone through our ups and downs, whereas the Bandits are now hitting this with their big reset that happened with their former GM, essentially kind of pushing the reset button, correct? So I think it's very interesting. And out of the 3, I'd say probably the Gorillas will surprise the most. They do already have a win under their belt. What is it, 2 wins actually? Because they beat the Trolls, and then they beat the Bandits. Yeah, so they've got 2. They've got 2 right now, so they're sitting at 2-2, which is a vast improvement off of last season alone.
I think they also have this game.
I wouldn't say it was close, but it was closer than anticipated.
Yeah, for sure.
It's similar to what this is, where it's like the score says one thing, but it was a lot closer, right? So that's just testament to the strength. So I think we're in for a really good second half of the season as we wind down here and get this Dead by Daylight started. As we wind down and head into this break, we've got the Buus have called a timeout to make sure that this game gets played in a timely fashion. They do not want time ticked off. They maybe trying to run up the score, but anyways, yeah, they may be trying to do that. Who knows? I'm not saying they are, but the timeout is more likely just to make sure that this gets set up properly because they do want to play. Do we have word on who is Survivor?
Looks like Buus or Survivor.
Doomsday's Killer? Awesome. This will be fun. So Doomsday's Killer. We've got another 9 minutes going on up there. What? That's a good one. Well, I think I remember what I wanted to ask you earlier. Yeah, man. What's your favorite game for your team? What do you think you guys go in and 10 times out of 10 we're gonna win?
I think League of Legends, absolutely 100%.
You think League of Legends?
I think it's League of Legends mostly because it's such a hard game to get into already. You know, a game like that, you really got to dedicate a lot of time into. You see people, you know, put in literal thousands of hours into the game, and it's, you know, and that's just to get, you know, silver, gold, you know. So us already, you know, having a background, most of our team, our players are very familiar with the game. You know, myself, Billy, La Bamba, Bodega, we're all familiar with the game, and so just seeing it come up on the wheel, you know, a lot of teams that we, you know, I guess that we see play it, or just even when it comes up in other games, 9 times out of 10 it's a forfeit because one team doesn't know how to play the game. They don't want to waste 30 minutes to, you know, play a game they know they're going to lose or they don't know. So I think, you know, 10 times out of 10, I think that's a game that we definitely win. Other than that, Need for Speed I think is another game too. You know, we play that a lot, so definitely. I feel like we've got a good handle on that one.
Okay. That's pretty respectable. Like I said, we may have something to say about that, but that's, you know, all in the spirit of competition.
You know what? I'd love to see a good League of Legends match.
I think our
UEL.
I think our matchup in League of Legends will be a lot better than anticipated. We have our own aces as well for League of Legends. Not saying, you know, I don't give out too much personally. Not anything, but I do like to keep the element of like, you know, I will just let you know it'll be a good matchup, right? We see it similar, right? Where it's like most of the teams in the league don't have that big of a background in League of Legends, so it's kind of like either you know or you don't. But I also think that alone gives enough advantage to all the newer players as well. Now all they have to do is come in and know just enough to be better than the newer players. So I don't think it's quite the same toss-up, because one thing that does happen is when you're playing with higher level people and higher level competition, they can get you up to speed a lot faster than if you were just playing on your own or even just YouTubing videos.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's something that the league is underlooking a lot of the teams, because they might not have that one person, but if you have one person, they can teach. They can 100% teach.
Yeah.
It's just so many different legends to get a hold of that, yeah, it's going to require some study, but once you get the basic concepts down, you should be able to, you know, go ahead and push through. And we finally are launched. Let's go. I've been waiting for this. I love this. So Doomsday is playing Killer. So ultimately, whenever I see Killer going on, I just assume that the Killer's going to win until survivors prove me otherwise. Yeah, I've actually never seen this map either. This is good. This is a nice change. Very nice change for most of the league. I wonder who won RPS for the map choice. Looking for the gens. He can't quite find. Okay, he's finally got his first. Oh, 2. Wow. Yeah, they were both working on gens. They're both going to try and escape this. Interesting pick of character. Didn't use the pallet. He's going to try and juke out the Wraith. Wraith seemingly lost. Nope. Here we go. He's trying to be very casual about it. There we go. This will be a mod. There you go. That's good use of the pallet right there. That's not a good use of the flashlight if you're asking me. That was a waste. Good break on the pallet, so it can't be used again. But now he's okay. Good. He was able to track him back down. That was a wasted flashlight by the survivor. That was not a good look. And here we go. See right there, a read would have been much better, as opposed to, nope. There we go. Let's see how the survivor decides to play this. Now, see, the killer seems to be really locked on just one survivor at the moment. So this is giving the rest of them a good chance to start on these generators.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So it's really a matter of whether or not the survivors can find the generators while the survivor keeps them, you know, detained. This is very interesting.
Yeah, and I think RBG is doing his job well, keeping this killer tunnel vision so the others can work on gens. No skill check fails that we've seen so far, though.
No,
which is great.
Nothing's been heard yet. Generators off to the corner.
I think there was a flashlight right there, and she just walked past it.
Right. At this is very interesting. I don't know if I would give up pursuit. I probably would have. Just to go in the vent. There we go. Got one gen up and running. There we go.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because they weren't expecting it. Because that's a big miss. Let's see who's going to get some progress right here. All right, so we got another gen being worked on right over here. Looks like they almost missed that skill check. RPG's knocked, I believe, or on the hook.
No, he's just damaged.
He's damaged. There we go. So he's. So we got. Yeah, there's no need to come and double up on this gen. Although I probably would have just secured a little bit faster, just in case, because you never know. RPG is knocked, so the killer has one knock. It looks like 2 gens will be completed. Yep, 2 gens completed. So it's looking very good for the survivors here. Doomsday has to get on his grind here.
And I think RPG just got back up again.
Yeah, probably had the self-revive perk up there.
3rd gen is now up and running.
Yep. 3, just need 2 more. 2 more. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Killer has 1. Oh, flashlight stun. Excellent teamwork. Now everybody's clustered up though, so it's 3. So the killer has 3 people to choose from in terms of knocks, right? Who to chase. Let's find out who the killers decide to go to. Okay, awesome. Right here. So we see that the killer's landlocked on 1, but we got 2 people working on 1 gen over here. So this gen's probably gonna get completed. I'd say give it 2 more minutes and it'll be completed-ish. Maybe less time than that. Oh, there's a big skill check that messed him up. While the killer's landlocked on 1 right here. Oh, big miss. Big miss here. He's missing all over the place. Yeah, wow. This is... I gotta admit, you guys are definitely putting on a show. See, he needs to just teleport and then chase just for a second. He's trying to get an automatic knock, and it's just not gonna work that way because there's just enough game knowledge required. See, and that's what it is. So like you've done the same thing 5 different times. So there we go. Finally gets caught up, but it might be a little too late. There we go, and now you're flashed. This is excellent teamwork being displayed from the Buus. Let's see. We've got this last one right over here. There's 2 blocks repair. There we go. Let's see if your teammate can come in, help out with the flashlights once more. Trying to wiggle free, it's not gonna work this time. It's gonna get hooked.
2 hooks now.
Yep, there's 2 hooks for RPG.
But it looks like.
But you guys have enough gens, so really it's a matter of whether or not he can get 1 more person down, because it's if you guys get 3 survivors, then
Yeah.
this one's pretty much over. Shoot, it's gonna be interesting. Let's find out what's going on with the gen. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think this one's gonna come down close. I don't think there's enough knocks on all of these players to have it be a difference. Now, once this gen is completed, you guys are gonna go in and search for the latches and the escapes. So, got another knock.
So while they're doing that, she's hooking, go and open the door.
There we go. That's another hook, so that's 2 right there. Fight it. Let's see if they have the. Yeah, don't fight it. I'm trying to escape. RPG is escape. 2 escapes. Oh my god.
Are you gonna try to go for the hook rescue?
No, at this point it would make sense to go for the escape.
Yeah, no, he was at second there, but I guess
No,
he
this is it.
behind. Yep.
Wow. And just as we were saying earlier, it is not unfathomable to win as Survivor, right? Even if you have a really good killer.
Yeah.
I think this was a little bit of a rougher showing from Doomsday. Yeah, that should be it. They have enough people that escaped. Excellent teamwork from the Buus. That should be a win from the Buus. Wow. The flashlights were I would have laughed so hard. So we have RPG and Scants right here for UFC. I don't think either one of them plays this particularly well. If I had to guess, we're going with either Rick Foci or Electric here. Electric and LJ don't really play too much, and Rick Foci, we'll find out. We'll find out right here. I think Foci is the way to go. It's another 1v1. They'll probably throw in Scants for this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there is one more fighter left on the board, so they might not waste Scants here. But this could be one of the very last ones.
Yeah. I think honestly, I would put in RPG, but who knows? Maybe just going straight for it. Throwing Scants and see what.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's inconsequential to the grand scheme of things, right? You guys will come out with the win, so
Sure.
It would be a good time to get some reps in for somebody like Scants or somebody like RPGs, just that they can touch the game, and who knows, maybe they'll find a love for it, right? Especially Scants, since it is technically a fighting game. It's just a realistic one.
It's a different type.
Yeah, it's a different type. It's a facsimile of what we see in real life, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel again, whichever choice they go with at this point, pretty inconsequential, but yeah, my money's on RPG. I think. I don't know.
You think so?
I think so. I think it's easy to like the sim racers and things like that. I think it would translate well into more of a sim fighter too.
Yeah, absolutely. And UFC is not perfect, of course, but it is. I'll tell you from a feel perspective, it does feel very good playing the game. I think whenever they come out with the next one, they'll probably make the ground game more even, and then it'll easily be one of the most complete UFC games I've ever seen. Played or got my hands on. Like, it feels very good. Like,
Sure.
It doesn't feel as cheesy. Like, yes, the fighters with the high ratings are gonna do better, just as they would in real life, but that's why it's a facsimile. It's a simulation.
Sure.
But the individual player's skill level also matters. So
yeah, absolutely, of course. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel it's just like anything else. You really got to practice it. You really got to know what you're doing out there, because if you go in button mashing, you're just not gonna win.
Oh yeah.
In something like UFC, it's not like Dragon Ball Fighters or King of Fighters, something like that, where button mashing actually helps you out a little bit, auto combos and all that. But this one, there's nothing like that. No.
You will gas yourself out.
Yes.
You will gas yourself out
Yep.
and just set yourself up for a knockout, just like in real life. And I like that, because you don't have to find out what to expect. You know what to expect, right? because you have enough of it and enough examples. So this will be an interesting matchup. I am curious to see who Karma puts in. That being said, you guys give just one moment. I will make a quick return. Black Diamond is on the way back.
Sure. Just got word Karma is going to be blue gloves. Buus are going to be red. Let's see.
Coming up next, it is a featherweight matchup between Max Holloway and Max Holloway.
You ready?
All right, so two truly elite strikers here. We sat down with them on Thursday and asked them any thoughts of taking this fight to the ground. They want to strike.
They want to strike. That's what got them to the show. That is the path that they are normally on. And tonight they get someone that allows them to fight in their comfort zone. They don't have to worry about defending takedowns. All they have to worry about is just to rely on their knowledge in the striking to carry them to victory.
Nobody's really committing to anything too hard quite yet, but...
And that one was heavy.
Nice knee.
And a strong outside leg kick there. Oh, straight right. Holloway's head kick is blocked. No damage there. Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by this gentleman. Oh, that's a nice strike.
Oh, how about that? He lands a huge kick.
So I have returned. Clearly, we have two Max Holloways. Strong choices.
Well, he's doing a nice job
very
here
good
blocking
striking.
these shots. The chin is tucked, the hands are high.
Options from both.
Defensively thus far.
Great job defensively. He's seeing everything coming.
For UFC.
Oh, nice.
I love UFC. This game is hilarious.
Oh, for sure. And we've got Dingus Punch joining in to help commentate with UFC, somebody else who is a good lover of it. It seems they've thrown LJ in, so AJ.
They're black.
Holloway gets caught with that punch. He'd be wise to get those hands up.
So, based off of that. Oh, okay, well, I will tell you right now. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. This is going to be over. Wow. Well, that's one of Max Holloway's pluses. He has a lot of flash stuns in this game, so he can rock you very easily. That's a lot of head health. Wow.
What?
All he had to do was block. All RPG had to do.
Block button?
Yeah, you just hold right trigger. That's all he had to do was hold right trigger and move the left stick back and forth a little bit, and that would have
time.
Yeah, and it's funny because he was winning that for a second and then got caught with that straight.
Oh yeah. Oh, CTR.
Yep, somebody was about to be so excited about that. So, that, and
I know Buus wanted Tekken so bad today.
yeah, they really did. And guess what? They're not gonna get.
Yeah, no.
It's seeming like that it won't happen unless one of them forfeits this right here. So Karma doing their best to make sure that they get another W. And honestly, it's Electric and Rick Foci. So RPG is a right. They know about Jury. So.
Yeah, I assume that Jury had probably coached them at some point, like, or just given them direction at least. But
Exactly.
I'm not sure though. I almost never like keep track of the player who's not Jury when he is playing because you know he can win it for his entire team if he isn't.
But if you notice, a lot of times they do place third or second, so it's not like they're not to be kept track of. Like it's just they're not on Jury's level. So really, it becomes into this whole tit for tat where it's like, well, can we take Jury out? And it's like, can we beat Jury? Because you know, once you beat Jury, like you pretty much secured the win, right? So in this case, I mean, it's Rick Foci and Electric. So I know Electric has definitely been practiced on it, and it'll be up to Rick Foci. So it'll be Scance, and I would guess Billy, but really it could be anybody from the Buus. But I know Scance has been labbing this, so it'll be I would lean Buus in this situation, just off of experience. And they've picked La Bamba, so that tells me maybe La Bamba's been labbing, or maybe he just wants to get some reps in.
Yeah.
For sure. Like you really did come and sit down for UFC, and it was over.
Oh yeah. I was watching a bit from over there, and I was like, oh, the funny sound effect gang, let's go.
The funny sound effect.
I came, sat down, it was done. I guess it's just that fast, like very explosive game when people kind of have direction and know what to go for. I think someone forfeit.
Yeah, let's.
Won that, right?
Yeah, they.
What?
The stream can see my face right now.
Crucial forfeit.
And
forfeit.
And this game might be over in like 2 minutes.
There's no way they don't forfeit Tekken 2.
They should forfeit Tekken.
They want to. I guess they just want another win at some point before the match ends today.
Well, they could have won CTR. I know Scance has been playing, but
maybe they just feel like
they're not winning Tekken.
Oh yeah.
They're not winning Tekken.
This is like a FF that makes sense. CTR, I feel like they could have fought for it, but
all respects to LJ and Phoenix, but they are not Scance in this game.
maybe they want a specific game. Maybe there's something they really want to play.
I guess. It just looks strange to watch Karma forfeit CTR, especially knowing that could have closed out the. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these other games are either Buus with this current lineup or toss-ups.
Yeah, you feel like they'd like fish for any sort of extra credit at this point.
Yeah, it's not even so much an extra credit. Like to me, the ending game reps are very important. So for me, it's not even like an extra credit type of situation. Like it's just more of like that's what should happen. Now, yeah, this is not
what they want to end on.
No, and I'm like, wow. Hey, some days it's just not your goal.
Because I know LJ is like good at fighters, but I think this is one of those fighters that is not really LJ's, especially not against the Buus.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's just not. Scance is better than me, and LJ couldn't necessarily beat me. So even if he's been labbing, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work against this team, and apparently Mordecai is pretty decent at Tekken as well. So I would say maybe Mordecai is closer to that level. I think they're actually gonna play it, but I wish I could draw a positive out of this one. This is gonna be another Buus win. So they would have been better off playing CTR because that would have closed out the day.
Yeah,
that would have closed out the day.
And it was like a very possible win for them.
Exactly. So unless the Buus use a timeout here, yeah, because then we can just spin the wheel, and honestly, Karma can just take forever setting up, use the rest of the timer, and then we don't have to play it. So very strong performance from the Buus today. Definitely making a statement. letting them know. I will say a lack of jury does leave a big hole, even with this lineup. Karma still showed some very strong things. Like there were a few games that literally should have gone Karma's way, but just went the other way for one reason or another, execution wise. But ultimately, it's been a still a very competitive game. Just I say it all the time. Sometimes the score really does lie to you.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's like it's a close 13-5.
Yeah, yeah. It's literally like a one mistake here, one mistake there. Now, if I was extra petty, I would start it, get 2 lives taken away. That way the time goes down, and then forfeit. Like, I'll just be petty. I'll be like, yeah, you thought it was. Or maybe they just want to... Well, actually, this is probably good for LJ and Phoenix. And Electric. Electric has been playing, I know that, but it's not something you're going to catch up that much.
If they were playing, this is a good team to sort of kind of gauge yourself, like, where how good are we at Tekken? Because
yeah.
Boo has, like, pretty good Tekken players.
Lucky Chloe.
This game is also operating on the stock system, right?
Yes.
Every player has 3 stocks.
3 lives, yep. 3 stocks. So those rounds up there, once they lose 3, even if it carries over into the next match, it will be eliminated. And as I said, we're right under the 6-minute mark. This would be my time to forfeit. Make the Buus use the timeout and forfeit again and be like, I don't care. I just don't. So Electric is going to come out with Lucky Chloe. He's going to go for a lot of gimmicky moves, and there's no walls in this map. Yep, it's going to be a lot of gimmicks. Like I said, right off rip, the gimmicks are real. And honestly, Mordecai just doesn't know how to deal with it just yet, but he got it.
It's a matchup that back when we both played wasn't really one that we saw often. But when he gets offense rolling, he can get like really, really strong. Just like that. And the key charge on him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we know what high level Miguel play looks like, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's got a pretty straight Miguel. Yeah, he knows the things. I would love to play him.
I think that'd be a good matchup.
It would, but I know the Miguel matchup simply because of Herb. So like I give Herb trouble sometimes, not like trouble. Like Herb's gonna win, but I'll take my rounds and get it to a 3-3 almost or a 2-2. So.
Ooh, he's rolling him.
Yeah, like right there, it's just patience. Mordecai showing off very well here in Tekken. Scans is like, am I going to get to play? Like, look at him put his hands on his head. He's like, am I going to get to play or not?
Oh yeah, they all wanted Tekken so bad, but I guess they put in France to see who can sweep. I want to see if Mordecai can sweep it.
Yeah, so we will see.
Simple Select was such a great addition to this game.
Oh,
especially with the
who
load
are you
times.
telling? Absolutely. Like, and it made it so easy for us to get this format going too.
Oh yeah, true. We can get right into it again.
Exactly, because it's confirming and it's right there. Boom. And the fact that it's local. God forbid it's online.
Oh, yeah.
Online load up times are ridiculous.
Still have 3 stocks. Mordecai didn't lose a single stock last time.
Yeah, Mordecai will probably win this. Whenever I see a Noctis player, I already know that they're not necessarily going for gimmicks, but there's about 4 or 5 things that most Noctis do that give people trouble until you know what to do. Mordecai is showing very well here. I didn't know that he was this good at Tekken. You did say he was close to OGO, so that means he's around my level, if not slightly above as well. OGO and I go back and forth, so I can tell, like, with the way Mordecai's playing, he knows the game, so it'll be back and forth. That was an excellent addition for the Buus, Tekken-wise, because now you don't have to just rely on Silver and Scans.
Oh.
Nope, stream cuts out. That's highly unfortunate for a game that I love so dearly. Give us one moment, we'll get that situated. No Skills is running back there to make sure that he gets that back up, because trust me, I want to see. Somebody must have stepped on a cord. That's unfortunate. I mean, at least you guys get to hear my voice.
Yeah, huge plus.
Huge plus. Big wins. Big wins. Big things. We'll see if hopefully when this gets reconnected, we'll see if LJ can. We'll see if how much LJ has improved. Yeah, so that tells me that Mordecai won. Looking at his play, he's definitely at least purple ranks, at least.
I totally forget where he was when he was kind of grinding out rank for a while. But yeah, there he is. I wonder if they even took a stock from him.
No.
Probably going into this one with another 3. So.
I was about to say, he's a cosplayer. Oh yeah, he is a Lee player. That's why I had trouble with him, because I hate fighting Lees. They just know how to stay away from him. Just right, and it's really annoying for a Steve player, because I have to get right in. They'll sit back and do their wave dashes and just be sitting back and crouching like, come over here, and the next thing you know, I'm launched.
Oh yeah, they just jump scare you out of nowhere.
Yeah, so it's just like it's so treacherous getting in.
I want to see the sweep.
You might just get it. But LJ will get a LJ will take a lot. I think I can say that.
Counter hit.
Oh, and the sidestep into the combo, like, oh, that's pressure. Yeah, I don't think LJ knows.
Oh, another back 1 counter hit.
Don't press. Oh.
Oh, he stands up for the second high.
Right, he could have ducked that second high and got a launch off of it.
That's a. Stand back.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. LJ, he does adapt, but there you go. Excellent.
Okay, he's got a.
Yeah, like I said, he'll probably take at least a round. I don't know if he'll beat Mordecai. If he has, then he's gotten significantly better. Like right there, he almost punished. Like that's what I'm saying. Like he might not have the knowledge, but he knows fighting game fundamentals, and that's what's really helping him here with his lead.
The conversion off of the jab in the air.
I think I hear Herb over there going crazy because Herb is a Miguel player. He's like, see, like right there, boom. He forgot it. He forgot it. See, LJ is he's no. Oh yeah, LJ getting spicy. He said, "I do this. Don't forget."
Okay, going for mid checks. Oh, he gets the spring kick. Back 1. Back 1's so good. Especially when you're that close. Ooh. He like messed up the rhythm there a little bit, not going for any sort of Oki.
Oh, he key charged right back on him. How I love the disrespect.
Just hop kick to start the round. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a lot of pressure right here. This is going to be a lot of pressure. This is going to be a lot of pressure for LJ to deal with, but he's fighting back. He just can't get caught.
Yeah, when Mordecai gets to run his offense, it just kind of that's where it sort of snowballs. There, he sweeped him.
And that's Miguel players. That's Miguel players. Miguel players have super strong offense. Once you get them going, any Miguel player that knows what they're doing will chain you with sequences. Sorry, the Buus one. For sure. Mordecai swept them. They didn't even get the scans. So, yeah, they probably should put LJ first. This is our constellation roll.
It's kind of hard to say because Karma didn't have LJ and Buus didn't have scans. So.
Yeah. Well, Billy can hold his own here. So, that being said, I gotta admit, let's go and get some closing remarks out here. What do you think about what you saw today?
I think it really shows like the Buus have just been such a like strong team even since last season. Obviously they got like the second place, but I feel like this season they're sort of something is happening. Like they're getting something together and they're showing that they're like dominant. And I'm really excited to see where it goes when they get to play another strong team like the Ghosts, who haven't really been put in their place much. Karma's still strong, but I mean, score didn't reflect it today. I think it shows also that Jury is like very important sort of like glue for the team.
Right.
Players like Jury and the other ones that didn't get to play for this half of the season, definite like glue that might honestly have been a giant contribution to their success. Missing, they lost to the Buus, and that's something they can't get back.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's good testing. So With that being said, we've definitely had a good match, great match here at the UEL. Once more, go ahead and follow us on all the socials at UEL Esports. With that being said, we wish you nothing but peace, love, and tranquility. Have a great rest of your weekend. Please tune into our stream tomorrow at 2, Reapers versus the Ghost. It will be a great matchup. I touched on it earlier. We've had great games all weekend. With that being said, I'm signing out. Black Diamond.
Dingus Punch.
We will catch you guys later at UEL, where gamers go pro.